Magandang umaga, ito ang UNTV News Break. Wala pang tugon o pasya si Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian sa panukala ni Senator Francis Escudero na gawin na sa umaga ang impeachment trial oras na mag-resume na ang plenary sessions sa July 27. Base sa proposal ni Senator Escudero na siyang tumatayong presiding officer ng impeachment court, isasagawa ang paglilitis mula alas 9 o alas 10 ng umaga hanggang alas 2 ng hapon. Ito'y upang bigyang diin ng sapat na atensyon at panahon ang deliberasyon naman ng 2027 national budget. Maluwag na tinanggap ni Senate Impeachment Court spokesperson Reginald Tongol ang ginawang pagpuna ni Senator Judge Pampilo Ping Lacson sa kanyang mga naging pahayag noong isang linggo patungkol sa kanyang tila pagpapaalala sa mga senador. Sinabi ni Atty. Tongol na tama lamang na binigyang diin ni Senator Lacson ang hangganan ng kanyang tungkulin bilang tagapagsalita ng impeachment court. Nitong nakaraang weekend, binatikos ni Senator Lacson ang paalala ni Tongol na pinagbabawal sa mga senador na tumatayo bilang mga wes ang pagtalakay sa mga merito ng kaso. Kasunod ito ng video post ni Senator Judge Robin Padilla tungkol sa mga ebidensyang tinalakay sa paglilitis kay Vice President Sara Duterte. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Antabayanan at subaybayan ang ikalimang araw ng isinasagawang impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ihahatid ng live ng UNTV News and Rescue. Ako si Bernard Dadis at dito sa UNTV, Diyos ang aming sandigan, serbisyo publiko ang aming pinahalagahan. Magandang umaga.
The Senate President, Sherwin Gatchalian, opened the session at exactly 2 p.m. on July 13, 2026, with 18 senators present constituting a quorum. The court noted the following administrative compliances. On the compliance with the court's order last July 6 regarding the issuance of the subpoena to sustain the BIR, the AMLC, and the specified banks, the respondent's memorandum was received by the impeachment court today, July 13, 2026, at 1:52 p.m. The House Panel of Prosecutors memorandum was received by the impeachment court via email today, July 13, 2026, at 7:38 p.m. The presiding officer reminded the parties to prepare for oral arguments on Wednesday, July 15, 2026, for 10 minutes each. On the compliance of the House Prosecution Panel with the court's order today to submit to the court the documents to prove the request of NBI Chief Attorney Melvin Matibag to be scheduled to testify this week. The House Prosecution Panel submitted the letter from Director Matibag dated July 10, 2026, and the official invitation from the FBI dated June 24, 2026 to the impeachment court today, July 13, at 3:41 p.m. As to preliminary manifestations and motions, Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo asked if the defense will present any evidence to prove the mentioned Operation Romanov. He also asked the meaning of the statement of the defense that the Vice President's response was unconventional. The House Prosecution Panel manifested the conflict of schedule of their witness, Attorney Melvin Matibag, and requested that he be presented tomorrow before Attorney Zuleika Lopez and Director Belinda Bello's testimony. As to the presiding officer, he reiterated that the prosecution manifested last week after he asked if Attorney Matibag is scheduled this week, to which he answered in the affirmative. The presiding officer, the Senate President, Sherwin Gatchalian, expressed his concerns that the sudden surprise is unfair to the senator judges as they have already studied for the scheduled witnesses to be presented this week. He also asked that he is made to appear on Monday since there is a flight to Bangkok at night. The presiding officer, after initially deferring the resolution, eventually ruled that NBI Director Attorney Matibag shall be presented on Monday, July 20, 2026, subject to continuance of his cross-examination on another date. As to the presentation of evidence in chief for Article 4, the prosecution proceeded with its evidence in chief and presented its second witness, NBI investigator Jeremy Lotok. Direct examination was conducted by Prosecution Counsel Attorney Amando Ligutan, followed by cross-examination by Defense Counsel Mark Vinluan. Senator judges actively interpolated the witness. For media reference, the inquiries centered in three primary evidentiary themes. Theme number 1, legal elements and assessment of grave threats. Senator Judge Liza Araneta-Marcos and Senator Judge Joel Villanueva probe the NBI's evaluative standards and criteria for concluding the existence of a grave threat. Inquiries focus on the necessity of proving the threat was real and whether the presence of conditions attached to the alleged statements or the respondents' subsequently stated excuses legally negate the elements of a grave threat. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, on the other hand, questioned the witness regarding his specific expertise in formal threat assessment, his reliance on investigators' notes, the NBI's determination of motive, and whether the Bureau considers this as an airtight case. Theme number 2, verification of the alleged contracted individual. Senator judges rigorously scrutinized the investigation surrounding the allegation of a contracted individual. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian and Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo questioned whether the NBI definitively established the existence or non-existence of the alleged hitman. Inquiries focused on the exact timeline of when this individual was allegedly contracted relative to the incident involving Attorney Zuleika Lopez and the findings of the task force investigating threats to the President's life. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo further inquired if the respondent was subpoenaed by the NBI and present during the investigation. Senator Judge Bam Aquino sought details on the methodologies employed by other NBI agents in identifying the alleged contracted person and verified with the defense if a specific denial had been entered in the Articles of Impeachment regarding this allegation. Theme number 3, procedural integrity and interagency timelines. Senator Judge Amy Marcos, augmented by the presiding officer, noted discrepancies in the timelines of events as recorded between the official subpoena and the witness's executed affidavit. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo examined the status of the case referred to the Department of Justice, noting it has been pending for over a year. He strictly reminded the NBI to ensure complete procedural accuracy in the filing of future complaints and questioned the House prosecutors regarding their awareness of these documentary discrepancies. Senator Judge Alan Cayetano inquired into the witness's knowledge of parallel investigations potentially conducted by other agencies. Senator Liza Araneta-Marcos sought clarification on whether the NBI's factual findings were different between the filing of their original and the second affidavits. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo clarified the witness's specific operational scope, establishing during cross-examination that Attorney Lotok was not involved in the initial receipt of the complaint before the DOJ. Following rulings by the presiding officer on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session tomorrow, Tuesday, July 14, 2026 at 2 p.m. The agenda includes a continuation of the prosecution's evidence in chief for Article 4. Scheduled witnesses for tomorrow are Attorney Lotok, then Attorney Zuleika Lopez. I also want to address the elephant in the room, because he confirmed the existence of Rule 18 of the Senate Rules on Impeachment and that only the senators can make a determination on the violation of any rules, which perfectly amplified the exact point I made to Nympha Ravelo last Friday. Based on the transcript of that briefing, my explicit response was, quote, "Hindi ko po sinasabing may paglabag si Senator Judge Robin. Hindi po ako senador para mag-make ng determination pong ganon. It is clear that I said that making such a determination is entirely outside my mandate and beyond my pay grade. My role as spokesperson is to explain the mechanics of the sub judice rule under Rule 18 as a general concept, not to make any determination of violation by any senator. As a lawyer, I also know Article 6, Section 16 of the Constitution, along with the Senate rules and the Supreme Court decisions, that the power to discipline belongs exclusively to the Senate as a collegial body. Senator Lacson, being a seasoned statesman that he is, was absolutely right to publicly reinforce that boundary and hierarchy. I appreciate his wisdom and guidance, as I and him are one in a single purpose: to fiercely protect the institutional integrity, credibility, and hierarchy of not only the Senate, but also the Senate as an impeachment court. Any questions?
Attorney, nakausap niyo po ba si Sen Ping about that? Attorney, nakausap niyo po ba si Sen Ping about that? Or is it the first time na sinasabi niyo po yung ganyang statement sa media?
I was with him in the elevator kanina, and I mentioned that I will be thanking him for his public statements.
So wala namang bad blood
Wala po.
between the two of you?
Wala po.
Okay, just curious lang about Sunday's podcast ni Senator Cheese. He mentioned moving the trial by morning. Is there any update on that po?
I think it will be considered by the senators after the SONA. So before the SONA, we will still push through with the current schedule. But after the SONA, I think they are considering whether to transfer the trials in the morning or retain it in the afternoon.
But it's a very serious proposition naman po.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because I think the concern between the Senate President and the presiding officer is how they will be able to manage the time. Because if the trial is in the morning, there will be an allocated exact time for it to finish, because there will be a legislative agenda for the afternoon. So if it is in the morning, I think the presiding officer does not want the trial to drag on till the afternoon. Compared to if it is in the afternoon, it can drag to the wee hours of the morning. I think that's just a very scheduling concern for the two of them to talk.
Given that the Senate trial could be moved in the morning with a limited time, wouldn't that extend the number of days necessary to complete the trial?
That's why they are still studying that proposal.
Attorney Mary Reyes from One News, One Page po. Si Attorney Zulaika Lopez po, we saw her earlier. Were there any communication from her part na she will be committed to attend tomorrow's hearing for trial?
She is required to still be here tomorrow because the subpoena at testificandum that was issued to her hanggang bukas po yun. 2 araw, today po at saka bukas. So we will expect her to be here tomorrow.
Attorney, let's say lang po na kuwari lang naman po, hindi siya magpakita bukas. Buti na lang po matutuloy yung cross-examination ni Lotok tomorrow. Pero kung kunwari matapos kay Lotok, hindi magpakita si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, what will happen next po? Putol na po ba yung trial for tomorrow?
I think the senator, judges, and even the presiding officer expect Attorney Zulaika's testimony to go on tomorrow. I think the House prosecutors as well, they have been communicating to the public that they are ready to conduct their presentation of Attorney Zulaika Lopez, even insinuating declaration of her being a hostile witness.
Last na lang, Attorney, from my end. Nag-suggest din po kasi si Senator Ping kung pwede lahat ng scheduled witnesses for the week maagang ipatawag para madaling mapatawag kung sakaling kaya ng schedule. Napag-usapan na po ba siya ng court?
Opo, kaya po bukas po talagang naka-schedule si Attorney Lotok and Attorney Zulaika. And also, I think pending din si Belinda Bello. Kasi nga, the presiding officer is mindful that it might take time on Wednesday for the oral arguments to happen, especially with the senator judges being actively participating in the debates.
Sir. Yeah. Matthew from Malaya po. Para lang po sa kaalaman ng lahat, yung mga hindi pa po nakakaalam about this, no? Assuming po that Attorney Zulaika Lopez does not show up, meron po bang sanctions or penalties or consequences para pag kung sakaling hindi siya sumipot sa trial?
Of course, the subpoena duce tecum and subpoena ad testificandum, no, both are legal processes that are required to be complied with by the parties, and of course merong kaakibat na penalty, which is usually contempt kapag hindi ka po sumunod sa order ng court. So alam naman po ng lahat ng abogado na yun yung possible na harapin na penalty.
So pag hindi po siya sumipot, pwede siyang maaresto?
Ay, of course, hindi po kagad. Ganon, bibigyan po ng due process yung witness kung bakit hindi siya nakapunta. So baka isyuhan lang po muna ng show cause kung may mag-move po. Pero kung wala naman po mag-move, then I think the presiding officer does not want to rule motu proprio on those matters.
Thank you po.
Hannah.
Hi, Attorney. Hannah po from BNC. Curious lang po, do you happen to know if ano pong ginagawa kanina ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez dito kanina? Is it about the room assignment still? Administrative matters? Nako-coordinate po ba siya sa Senate Impeachment Court?
Yes, I think the secretariat was already, or the clerk of court was informed about her presence and her compliance with the subpoena. It was just not manifested by any counsel on the floor, but the presiding officer was already informed about her presence in the vicinity.
So the whole day po nandun siya?
Opo, naghihintay po kung tatawagin po siya. Kaya lang po walang party po na nag-bring up ng matter na yon. So hindi ko lang po alam kung alam ng House prosecution po na nandito po siya. Hindi ko po masasagot yun sa inyo. Pero as to the Senate Secretary po and acting as a clerk of court, alam po namin yun na she's here.
And then, Attorney, natapos po ngayon 8 p.m. Ganito na ba palagi ang trial? Nakangiti kayo, Attorney?
Yes, based on experiences in ordinary courts, ganito po talaga, especially kung medyo on a tight schedule tayo na 11 days lang yung sa Article 4, so talagang kailangan natin squeeze in. So as part of court management, of course, the presiding officer wants to accommodate all the requests. Kaya nung may nag-request din na senator judge na to cut the cross-examination short, it was favorably ruled upon. Pero hanggat walang mag-motion to either party or a senator judge na i-cut short yung proceedings natin, we will continue on to the night. Ganun po.
For tomorrow po ba, sure na mape-present na talaga si Attorney Zulaika? Because what if mag-stretch po ulit yung cross-examination?
Hindi kita masasagot dyan, but yung that's one one possibility na pwedeng mag-stretch. Pwede rin namang hindi mag-stretch. Hindi natin kasi alam how many more questions yung tatanong ng cross-examiner na si Attorney Binluan. We also do not know kung gaano po kahaba yung redirect kay Attorney Lotok at saka yung recross naman po ng depensa kay Attorney Lotok ulit.
Meron din po bang instances or pwede po ba na yung senator judge like kanina ay mag-move to adjourn or i-close na yung cross-examination? May mga ganun po bang pagkakataon to expedite yung process?
Oh, yes. Yes. That's allowed under the rules.
On what grounds? Anong circumstances siya pinapayagan?
Yung pag-adjourn.
Ka-cut short, sir, nung cross-examination?
Usually, magsastate yung movant ng just cause, reasonable grounds. Kunwari, yung length of time that we have already spent hearing the witness, yung exigency of the case, kunwari, may emergency na nangyari or meron namang mga pagod na yung mga participants in the trial. So those are reasonable grounds naman considered by the presiding officer in granting the motion.
Hi, Attorney.
Ay, sino po?
Rafi Aying. Rafi Aying po from the Daily Tribune. Sir, with the apparent na-discuss kanina is yung mga flaws and discrepancies, the typographical error. Will the parties will be given chance to rectify that, or is that part of the...
Paano ko ba sasagutin yan? It's the lookout of each party to either bring out those discrepancies if you're on the other side, and to not highlight those discrepancies if you are the presenting side. So depende na po yan sa trial strategy ng mga abogado. So kunwari po, ngayon po nakita natin yung cross-examination na pinpoint po yung ganong mga errors or discrepancies na tinatawag. Now, the prosecution has the power to rectify that by asking sa redirect questions. Usually, papaklarify bakit may mali, bakit ganon. So, I mean, without, hindi ko pinapangunahan sila, pero part yun ng any lawyer's training po.
Yes, and as a lawyer, I believe hindi ka pwede magsalita nito, pero parang humina ba ang kaso laban kay Vice President?
Ay, wala talaga akong judgment dyan. I cannot make that determination.
Thank you.
Okay na po.
Yung sa waray lang po, part po ba siya ng Filipino as a language? Just to clarify lang po.
Under the Constitution po, there are two official language, Filipino and English. When you say Filipino, hindi lamang po Tagalog siya, no? Yun yung turo sa amin. Hindi lamang po siya Tagalog, but it's a combination of different dialects po. So, baka hindi po ako yung tamang taong tanungin dyan. Baka dapat yung Commission on Language or parang ganon.
Pero i-allow po siya.
I think Filipino and English lamang po ang request ng prosecution. So yun lamang po yung nag-grant nung July 6 na resolution ng presiding officer. So when we say Filipino, of course, yung common na pagkaintindi natin na Tagalog po.
Attorney, sino po yung dalawang senador na wala kanina? Kasi 19 lang yung attendance.
Ito-check ko. Hindi ko na-check kanina eh.
Sorry. May ilang senator judges din po na lumabas, yung iba 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes bago bumalik ng session hall. Any communication or info po kung bakit?
Okay, the senator judges can go out of the plenary. Meron silang monitors at speaker doon sa senator's lounge. So, pag nag-take ng break sila, nag-CR sila, naririnig pa rin nila yung nangyayari sa floor.
Pero attorney, kung kunwari may senator na nasa lounge lang, hindi sila kasama sa roll call, what does it say about the Senate?
Well, the Senate rules as a legislative body, supultory, applicable yan. So, i-apply kung ano yung ginagawa usually sa ordinary plenary session. So, basta nagka-roll call na, you are already considered present. So, even if you go out of the plenary, considered ka ng present for that day, for that session.
Pwede rin pong malate sa roll call.
Pwede rin po, malate. Kanina po may na-late yata sa roll call.
With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. We note the presence of Senator Judge Bongo. We have 18, and Senator Judge Amy Marcos. We have 19 senators present. We have 18 senators present for the record.
If there are no objections, we dispense with the reading of the July 8, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and consider the same as approved. The clerk will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Noted. Appearances for the counsel for the respondent.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the respondent accused.
Noted. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honors, before we
Senator Raffy Tulfo is seeking recognition. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo?
Thank you, Presiding Judge Scudero. Short inquiry lang po for the defense, particularly kay Attorney Mark Biduan. Attorney Binuan. During the last hearing, when you delivered a manifestation in reply to the prosecution's statement regarding the fourth Article of Impeachment, you said, and I quote, "The truth of the matter is this: she and her family were threatened, and while her response was unconventional, it was justified. What triggered her response was a question about Operation Romanov, which is the plot to eliminate VP Sara and her family." End of quote. Now, Attorney Binluan, this Operation Romanov that you mentioned, are you referring to the Operation Romanov mentioned by the blogger Princess Maui during the online press conference of VP Sara?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So the question was raised during the press con by this Princess Maui, but I did not see her name sa list of defense witnesses in the pre-trial order. So will you be presenting her as your witness?
Your Honor, at this point, it will depend on what will be established by the prosecution. The defense reserve its right to call or not call any witness depending on the course of the trial.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, in other words, will you also be presenting any other witness to prove this threat or this Operation Romanov?
Yes, Your Honor, that will be part of our evidence in chief.
May this court know now kung sino-sino itong mga witnesses na inyo i-present?
Of course, Your Honor. We are not at liberty to disclose that at this time. Again, it will depend on the course of the trial.
Your Honors, Presiding Judge, the first time I've heard about this Romanov is during the Maisog Leaders Forum in Davao City. That was on January 28, 2024. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was mentioned by Mayor Baste Duterte. At that time, hindi ko alam anong ibig sabihin ng Romanov at sino mga ito. In fact, ginugel ko yan. Sino itong family Romanov? So napag-alaman ko, apparently, they were the ruling family in Russia that was murdered by the Bolsheviks in the night of July 16, 1918. Malapit-lapit na sa anniversary, 108th anniversary. Kasi ano ba tayo ngayon, July 13. Anyway, may relasyon ba ito sa binanggit ni Baste sa sinabi ni Princess Maui at yung binanggit mo? Magkakarelasyon ba yung tatlo?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of what Mayor Baste said, so I cannot comment on that, Your Honor.
So hindi mo napanood yun? Hindi...
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And last question. What did you mean when you said that VP Sara's response was unconventional?
Your Honor, it was a description, Your Honor, of the statements that she made during that press con.
Kaya nga, why do you consider it, why is it unconventional?
Your Honor, the basic meaning of the word is, it will explain itself, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Presiding Judge and
Noted and entered into the records. Yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Defensor, one of the members of the panel of prosecutors? You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honors. Your Honors, before we proceed with the examination of our second witness, Your Honors, the prosecution is in receipt of a letter dated July 10, 2026 from NBI Director Melvin A. Matibag requesting that his testimony be scheduled or calendared at the earliest setting, considering that the National Bureau of Investigation, Your Honors, has been invited by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in coordination with the Royal Thai Police for a regional summit on scam center compounds and transnational organized crime. In that regard, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to request that the scheduled testimony of NBI Director Melvin Matibag be scheduled tomorrow after the testimony of our second witness, Attorney Jeremy A. Lotok.
After the testimony of your second witness.
Yes, Your Honors.
But the supposed witness scheduled for tomorrow is Attorney Zulaika Lopez per the gentleman's manifestation in the last hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor. After we have dispensed with the testimony of NBI Director Matibag, we can proceed with the schedule of witnesses as provided in the list to the Senator judges last week, Your Honors.
To include Captain Bello, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, we can proceed with Attorney Lopez and Captain Bello as manifested last week, Your Honors.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano, Alan?
Mr. Presiding Officer, if no one objects, I will not object to having Director Matibag yesterday, but maybe as a caution to government officials, my good friend, Congressman Defensor, I read over the weekend that Director Matibag is writing because he is to be in a convention meeting the FBI next week. So actually, we're going to be here 30 weeks. We have put aside many, many important things. We have put aside many foreign trips, many local trips, whether it's to help dun sa tinamaan ng lindol sa Mindanao or tinatamaan ng baha ngayon, because we have to be here 2 o'clock until matapos tayo every Monday to Wednesday, then after the SONA every Tuesday to Wednesday. I find it in bad taste that a bureau head will dictate to us that he's not available next week. I was Secretary of Foreign Affairs. That's why you have undersecretaries. That's why you have deputy director. So I mean, I admire the patience of the prosecution, no? But even the prosecution, they have a way of timing and laying down the witnesses. Eh. So I don't want later on to say na dapat natanong ko muna to sa unang witness, kaya lang si Director Matibag inuna dahil ganito, ganyan. No? So, I'd like to put that on the record and ask my colleagues if that's acceptable to us. I mean, yung 20, well, at least those who are not in jail or the 21 of us are here, the whole government nakatutok, we put aside so many important things. And then one witness who is in the government, who is a bureau head, will tell us sorry, but because he has to be with the FBI, siya na yung mauna tomorrow. That might be a bad precedent, Mr. Presiding Officer.
May I be allowed to give a reply, Your
Gentleman
Honor?
will please respond to the point of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano.
With due respect to the Honorable Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano, we will always respect the decision of the Honorable Court. However, we will only be advancing his testimony one day based on the subpoena that we have requested the Honorable Court. He is scheduled to testify until Wednesday, and that we will not disrupt the scheduled list of witnesses. We will simply advance it one day, Your Honor.
With due respect, Congressman Representative Defensor, I asked that question poignantly last week. If Matibag will be one of your witnesses for this week, and you said no. In fact, you corrected Attorney Ligutan when he mentioned Director Matibag as one of your witnesses, and instead gave me a list of Lotok, Zulaika Lopez, and Captain Bello. Matibag was not included. In fact, I don't think we issued a subpoena for Director Matibag for this week, given your manifestation after you took over, given that you have, as you said, control and supervision over the counsel for the prosecutors. So he's not in your list this week. He's not being advanced for a day, sir.
May I respond, Your Honors?
Please so.
Your
Please
Honors,
do so,
that's
sir.
correct. I gave a list of witnesses scheduled for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. However, Your Honor, to add, I also added that since NBI Director Matibag has been requested for a subpoena to testify within the week, I also added in my statement that we will inform the Honorable Court which day we can present the Honorable Matibag, and I was expecting him to be presented on Wednesday after the testimony of Captain Belinda Bello, Your Honors.
I confirm that, but the situation is, given the one witness per day rule that we supposedly have under the rules of court, no subpoena has yet been issued to Director Matibag to appear this week. Can the clerk of court kindly confirm that for us on the record?
No subpoena has been issued for NBI Director Matibag.
May I
For this
respond?
week?
May I respond, Your Honor?
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Actually, my statement and my question to the court is not really addressed to the prosecution. You will have to do the best you can to represent, what you're fighting for. No? So I commend you for adjusting, but my recollection is, because I'm also waiting for his testimony, and my recollection last week is said that we will not see him this week. And I think 11 days, no? 11 days ang
That's correct, Your Honor.
sa article na to. So we're on day 4. So kung hindi siya pwedeng next week, that's day 7, 8, 9. Again, I don't want to dictate sa prosecution or ano, but to suddenly say na tomorrow na siya, when I'm preparing for our oral argument tomorrow and the other witnesses, is a little bit, it's a small inconvenience for today. But I hope it doesn't become a rule, especially for a bureau head. I mean, if no one else objects, but if someone objects, I don't think it's really a good rule. Rules are important. I'll have to keep, you say technicalities. No, rules are important. So even yung notice, we agreed on, presiding officer, 3-day ba? 5-day notice.
5 days for witnesses not mentioned in the pre-trial order.
And then 3 days kapag
3 days, given the fact that we will be announcing the witnesses for the following week on the last day.
Yeah, anyway, I said my piece, but I hope we will not be able to move faster if we have to accommodate the witnesses, especially if they're in government.
May I add something, Your Honors?
Before the Honorable Defensor, presiding officer would like to hear from the counsel for the respondents. Attorney Binlon, what say you?
Yes, Your Honor. We would have to oppose on the basis of the following. Number one, it will be in violation, Your Honor, of the impeachment court's directive that was given last week, insofar as the identities of the witnesses and as well as the order of the presentation. Number two, Your Honor, it will be, again, as mentioned by Senator Judge Cayetano, a violation of the 5-day notice rule. Since while he was subpoenaed the week before, Your Honor, we are learning that he will be presented this week, so the 5-day notice will not be observed. Number three, the prosecution cannot compel also the defense and this impeachment court to present witnesses according to their schedule, considering also that these witnesses have already been identified and determined. Of course, it will be a violation of the basic tenets of fair play, and to join again the manifestation of Senator Judge Cayetano, it will set a bad precedent insofar as surprise witnesses will be allowed at any point of the proceedings. Number five would be, it will also violate our right to cross-examine intelligently. We have done our best to prepare for their witnesses. However, these last-minute changes really affect the preparation involved, Your Honor, and insofar as laying down the case that we want to establish. And finally, if there are violations of these preceding rights, there will be a violation of procedural due process, which of course can give way to another ground to further delay the proceedings. Moreover, Your Honor, we would, if the prosecution would also allow, can we also get a copy, Your Honor, of that invitation, and maybe inquire of the prosecution if the particular travel authority has already been made? Because, Your Honor, we received information as well that the FBI had already conducted a summit, a regional summit of some sort, but it was conducted in other words, last month, Your Honor, also in Bangkok, Thailand. So we would have to again manifest, and we would have to study, Your Honor, the invitation and counter-check and do the proper verification as well, so that if it is indeed viable, then we would understand, Your Honor, why it has to be attended to by Director Matibag, Your Honor.
Senate President Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Sinusuportahan ko po yung statement ni Senator Judge Alan Cayetano dahil hindi lang naman po yung counsels ng prosecution at defense na naghahanda, pati mo mga senator judges naghahanda rin. At sa totoo lang ho, itong weekend, marami rin sa ating mga senator judges ay pinag-aaralan kung ano yung kanilang maitatanong sa mga testigong ihaharap po ngayong linggo. Marami po ay pinag-aralan po yung mga ebidensyang in-upload na ho para po sa ating mga senator judges. At hindi ho ito konting ebidensya, pinag-uusapan ho natin dito. Libo-libong mga papel at libo-libong mga ebidensya. Kaya kung bigla pong may isisingit na testigo, hindi ho rin makakahanda po yung ating mga senator judges sa kanilang pagtatanong at hindi rin ho nilang mababasa yung mga dokumento at ebidensya na nakakabit ho doon sa testigong iharap. Kaya napakahirap naman po na naghahanda ho tayo pero biglang may mga ganitong suppression na hindi ho natin paghahandaan at hindi naman ho yan magiging maayos at patas para po sa ating mga senator judges. Maraming salamat po.
For the record, Chair would like to confirm the statement of the Honorable Defensor. I will quote, Presiding Officer, quote, so Director Matibag is not yet going to be presented next week. Representative Defensor, not yet, Your Honor. We will manifest on Monday. If we can consider him for the Wednesday session, depending on how the trial goes and how long the testimonies will take for both parties. With the permission of Senators, Senator Judge Cayetano and the Senate President, may we defer our ruling on this matter and ask the counsel for the prosecution to submit to us the letter given to you by Director Matibag for us to be able to look at it, copy furnished, of course, the counsel for the respondent, so that we can adequately go over it and hopefully come up with a ruling before the day is over.
We submit,
would
Your
that be
Honor.
possible?
We will submit the letter. The Honorable
Thank you, Your
Court.
Honor. So we shall do it that way. Kindly furnish a copy to the counsel for the respondents as well for their review.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Counsel for respondent, Attorney Vinluen's
Your Honor,
manifestation
if the travel authority is also available, if we can ask
If
for a
the-
copy. Travel authority, if it's already issued.
yes, of course. Kindly furnish us that as well.
Your Honors, we will submit in good faith whatever the prosecution has received from Director Matibag, Your Honor.
As well as
Kindly communicate with him, if possible, if he already has a travel authority for the same, so that we could evaluate it based on what you have. We
Yes,
cannot
Your Honor.
evaluate it based on what you don't have, so we will presume if you don't have it, it's not yet there.
Your Honor,
Yes,
one last
Attorney
addition. Considering that there's if and when they provide the travel authority, I understand, Your Honor, that one of the requirements is also the official invitation from the foreign body. So if they can also provide that, Your Honor,
Well-
so that we can do a full review of this matter.
Attorney Vinluen, it's not really for the full review of the counsel for the prosecution, but rather for this court's evaluation, whether or not to allow the motion of the counsel panel of prosecutors. But everything that will be submitted to us, you will be furnished with a copy.
We will
so that you
submit.
can argue your way through this motion before we decide on it. So ordered. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, kindly call your next witness.
Your Honors, I respectfully request that the counsel for the panel of House Prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized for the presentation of our second witness.
Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecutors, is recognized to present the prosecution's second witness. You may proceed, sir.
Mayong hapon sa atong tanan, the second witness for the prosecution is no other than Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, Your Honor, please. We call to the witness stand Attorney Lotok.
Kindly situate Attorney Lotok to the witness stand. Attorney Lotok, please remain standing as the clerk of court administers the oath.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
far as the prosecution's second witness is concerned. Clerk of court is recognized.
Please raise your right hand. You, Jeremy C. Lotok,
I, Jeremy C. Lotok,
do swear
do swear
that the evidence you shall give
that the evidence that I will be giving
in the case now pending
in the case now pending
between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your witness, counsel for the prosecutors.
Attorney Lotok, you may sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honors, the testimony of our second witness, Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, is offered to prove the following. Number one, Jeremy Lotok is a lawyer by profession, and he was the chief of the Cybercrime Division of the National Bureau of Investigation, or NBI, in 2024. Pangalawa, kasama siya sa NBI team na nagsagawa ng investigasyon sa mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente na ginawa sa isang online media briefing noong Nobyembre 23, taong 2024, kung saan diniklara ng Vice Presidente na siya ay kumontrata na ng isang tao para patayin ang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, ang unang ginang at ang dating Speaker ng House of Representatives. Pangatlo, napag-alaman ng NBI na ang mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente ay seryoso at totoo. Matapos nilang isaalang-alang ang mga sumusunod. Una, the manner of the respondent's delivery of the statement that she intended her remarks to be real and serious threats. She was not merely joking when she uttered those threats. Pangalawa, mga kababayan, even before that fateful press conference on November 23, 2024, bago yung press conference na yan, may nakontrata ng mamamatay tao yung Vice Presidente bago pa man ang press conference na yan. Pangatlo, ang utos ng Vice Presidente sa assassin na huwag siyang titigil hanggat hindi napapatay ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas, ang unang ginang at ang Speaker ng House of Representatives ay nagpapakita na ang Vice Presidente ay determinado at porsigido sa kanyang pagbabanta. Number 4, the result of the investigation and after determining that the respondent's threats are serious and real led the NBI to file complaints for 3 counts of grave threats and 1 count of inciting to sedition. Number 5, this witness, Attorney Lotok, will identify and authenticate the affidavit of investigation, the annexes, as well as a couple of videos in relation to the NBI's investigation. And number 6 offer, he will also testify on such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of the Vice President. Ready for comment, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the respondent, Attorney Vinduan.
Subject of cross, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
The counsel for the prosecutor may proceed.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer, Honorable Judges. Attorney Lotok,
Sir.
maupay nga kulup haibo.
Maupay nga kulupman, sir.
Waray-waray po. We are both waray-waray. At the same time, si Wano, Attorney Lotok, po pwede bang mas malapit pa sa microphone para marinig ng sambayanan lahat ng isasagot ko mo sa mga tanong ko? Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Lotok, kindly state your name, edad, and other personal circumstances.
I am Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, 50 years of age, and currently the Regional Director of the NBI Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, sir.
Sinabi mo ikaw ay isang abogado, Attorney Lotok, di ba?
Opo.
Now, yung tanong, kailan ka naging membro ng ating Philippine Bar?
I was admitted to the Philippine Bar and took my lawyer's oath in 2013, sir.
2013. Now, Mr. Lotok, ano ba yung current position mo, occupation mo, kung meron man?
The Regional Director of the NBI Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, sir.
Ikaw ay isang NBI Regional Director for BARM. Now, yung tanong is, how long have you been with the NBI?
I've been in the NBI for the past 12 years, sir.
12 years. No? Tanong is, I think, based on my counting, that would be since 2014. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Now, kailan ka ba na-designate as the NBI Regional Director ng BARM?
I was designated in January this year as Regional Director of the NBI BARM, sir.
January 2026. Now, prior to your designation as the NBI Regional Director for BARM, ano ba yung previous position mo within NBI?
I was the Regional Director for Region 4B or Mimaropa, sir. I think July 2025.
July 2025 you became. Okay, now, prior to your designation as NBI Regional Director for Mimaropa, what was your previous position kung meron man?
I was the Chief of the NBI Cybercrime Division, Your Honor.
Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, kailan ka? Kailan ka na-designate as Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division?
I was designated in February 2023, sir.
2023, no? Now, sinabi mo ikaw ay naging Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, yung tanong, Mr. Attorney Lotok, is what were your primary duties and functions bilang hepe ng NBI Cybercrime Division?
Primary duties, among others, to plan, direct, supervise the investigation of cybercrime cases pursuant to Republic Act 10175 and other relevant laws. And part of my duties and responsibilities is to investigate high-profile cases pursuant to Republic Act 10867, specifically crimes committed by, through and with the use of information and communication technology, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, of course, you are aware na ikaw ay tumitestigo sa impeachment trial ng respondent. Now, yung tanong is, kilala mo ba yung respondent sa kasong ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, yung tanong now is, why do you know her?
She is the incumbent Vice President of the Philippines, and she is the subject of the investigation by the NBI Cybercrime Division, Your Honor.
So, nasabi mo, she is the subject of an investigation ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is, kailan ba? Kailan nagsimula yung investigation ng NBI Cybercrime Division on the respondent?
November 23, 2024, sir.
November 23, 2024. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is why? Why did the Cybercrime Division commence an investigation on the Vice President?
We were directed by the then Director Judge IBB Santiago to conduct an investigation with regard to a certain video involving an online press conference held on November 23, 2024, where the Vice President uttered that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, Liza Marcos, and the former Speaker of the House. Sir.
Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is sa pagkakaalam mo, or kung alam mo, ba't yung NBI, yung inatasang gumawa ng investigasyon na ito?
Well, under the law, specifically Republic Act 10867, the NBI has primary jurisdiction to undertake investigations on cases, among others, cases involving threats to security and assault against the persons of the highest officials, sir.
So, threats or assaults on or against highest officials, sabi mo, di ba? Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is, sino ba yung mga highest officials na kung may threat or may assault sa kanila, NBI has to do it, an investigation? Sino yung mga officials na ito?
Yes, Your Honor, they are the President, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, sir.
All right. Now, so you mentioned Presidente, Vice President, tsaka yung iba pa. Now, you mentioned, Attorney Lotok, that the NBI conducted an investigation on the respondents' statements during an online media briefing on November 23, 2024. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is, what exactly did the respondent say on that day that resulted to the investigation?
On that online press conference held on November 23, 2024, the Vice President uttered the following. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko sapagkat may kinausap na akong tao. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, pag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Liza Marcos, si Martin Romualdez. No joke, no joke. Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, pag namatay ako, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay. And he said yes.
Now, Attorney Lotok, no, yun yung statement. No? Now, sino ba yung mga membro ng investigation team na galing sa division mo, yung Cybercrime Division?
We have Attorney Van Angluben, the then Executive Officer for Operations ng Cybercrime Division. Attorney Vanessa Asuncion, the Executive Officer for Administration back then. John Mark Calilong, the agent on case, and myself, Your Honor.
You mentioned Agent John Mark Calilong.
Yes, Your Honor.
The same person who testified before you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, how did your division commence the investigation?
I instructed the team, specifically Agent Calilong, that for this particular case, we have to follow the 5 phases or stages of cybercrime investigation, sir.
So you instructed John Mark Calilong to follow 4 stages of the investigation?
The team and John Mark Calilong, sir.
Now, you mentioned, Attorney Lotok, yung 4 stages ng Cybercrime Division for the information ng ating honorable judges sa kanyang publiko. This is the question now. Ano ba yung 4 stages ng investigation na ito?
Yeah, Your Honor. For that particular case, first, the identification and preservation of the digital evidence, the collection and hashing of that same digital evidence, that's the second phase. The analysis and attribution phase, the third one. And then the legal evaluation and case filing as the final phase, sir.
So these are the 4 stages. Now, if you know, what was Agent Calilong's response, and if any, sa naging instruction mo sa kanya na sundin yung 4 stages ng cybercrime investigation?
Well, he said yes, and then he proceeded to identify. He proceeded to identify and preserve.
Continue.
Identify and preserve the digital evidence in question, sir.
Now, you said and that you instructed Agent Calilong to identify and preserve. Na-mention mo, digital evidence. Yung tanong now is, what is this evidence that you are referring to?
It refers to a certain video, Your Honor, involving an online press conference held on November 23, 2024, which was streamed through the Facebook page of one attorney Herminio Lopez Roque Jr. or Harry Roque, Your Honor.
So it was the Facebook page of Harry Roque who live streamed the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Witness, after Agent Calilong identified and preserved yung sinasabi mong video, which you said is the first stage of the investigation, ano yung nangyari after that, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo?
Yes, Your Honor. The agent on case proceeded to collect that digital evidence and generated hash value on that digital evidence, and at the same time stored that in a data carrier, Your Honor.
Alam mo, Attorney Lotok, this is the first time na narinig natin yung term na hash value. And I think it's just proper na yung next question ko para malaman ng publiko, Attorney Lotok, ano ba yung hash value na yan?
Well, under the implementing rules and regulation of Republic Act 10175 or the Reorganization and Modernization Act of NBI, hash value refers to mathematical algorithm applied to the information like the file, the physical disk, or the logical disk, in this case, the digital evidence, thereby creating a digital fingerprint or DNA for that information or digital evidence, Your Honor.
So to create a fingerprint for the video, is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, the video.
All right. Now, Mr. Witness, after the identification, preservation, collection, and hashing, so far these are the 2 stages, what happened next, if any, in relation to your investigation on the Vice President's statement?
We proceeded to the analysis and attribution phase.
Now, ano yung nangyari kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, in this analysis and attribution phase?
In the analysis, we established the intent, the motive, the capability of the Vice President to carry out the threat she mentioned, as well as we proceeded to identify the individuals present in that press conference on November 23, 2024, sir.
Okay, so sinabi mo, you proceeded to identify the different individuals in that video. Siguro yung publiko, they're now interested. So, what happened? What happened pagkatapos yung mag-proceed sa pag-identify sino ba yung nasa video na yan?
First, we have identified media personalities from Philippine Daily Inquirer, from the Manila Times, from the Reuters, SMNI, etc. And then we have also identified the Vice President herself, who in their presence, openly and publicly, uttered that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, Liza Marcos, and the former Speaker of the House, and instructed the person to be relentless in killing the 3. And it was streamed through the Facebook page again of Harry Roque, Your Honor.
You said to be relentless in the killing. Okay, now, after finding out that indeed the Vice President uttered that, to be relentless in the killing, what happened next, if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
We continued the open source investigation to determine if there were utterances made by the Vice President in previous dates, Your Honor.
Now, ano ba yung naging resulta, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, sa naging open source investigation ng NBI into sinasabi mong mga previous statements ng Vice President?
We have found a press conference dated October 18, 2024, streamed through the official Facebook page of the Office of the Vice President. And we were able to identify, for us, being the investigator, at least 3 material lines or utterances made by the Vice President, sir.
Okay. So you said in that press conference, sinabi mo you found 3 utterances or statements ng Vice President. Okay,
Among
now,
others, sir, yeah.
among others. So let's focus on these 3. Ano ba yung 3 statements na sinasabi mo?
Well, the first one, the Vice President uttered, gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? And then the second one, the Vice President uttered, I realized toxic na itong relationship. Referring to the relationship between the Vice President and the President. And then number 3, I imagine myself cutting his head.
Okay, now, recap, sinabi mo, gusto kong tanggalin nung ulo niya. And then sinabi mo rin sa third, I imagine cutting his head. Based on your investigation, Attorney Lotok, kaninong ulo ba yung rinirefer ng Vice President na gusto niyang tanggalin?
The President of the Republic of the Philippines, sir.
Yung ulo ng Presidente ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Opo.
What proof, if any, do you have that the Vice President said this?
We have that video, Your Honor, dated October 18, 2024.
Now, kung maaalala mo, Mr. Witness, saang portion ng video na iyan maririnig yung Vice President, sinasabi yung mga katagang, gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya, imagine myself cutting his head.
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
Your Honor, I move that...
Witness may do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may my co-counsel be allowed also to peruse such notes, Your Honor?
Yes, counsel for respondent may observe as the witness peruses his notes.
Your Honor, may we also be allowed to do the same through
Similar
Attorney
order
Stephen
with
Magalan?
respect to the counsel for the prosecutor.
Your Honor, from timestamps 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 57 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 10 seconds. And then 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 52 seconds, and then 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 58 seconds.
Okay, so far, Your Honor, for the record, Okay, Your Honor, please, sorry. The gentleman mentioned 2 timestamps. So question, if those portions, okay, are shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, the video has already been identified, marked and identified by our previous witness, and it is marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-11 for the prosecution. We move that these 2 portions with individual timestamps, as mentioned, be shown to this witness for his identification, Your Honor, please.
Where is the USB, counsel?
Your Honor, we move that we be allowed to unseal the marked exhibit, Your Honor, please, that was presented last time, Your Honor, please. It's with us. It's with the prosecution.
Kindly unseal the document in the presence of the counsel for respondent. Witness is instructed to unseal the USB. This has been previously marked. So after the unsealing, counsel for the prosecutor and for the respondent are instructed to kindly accompany each other to the tech booth to make sure it is the same, one and the same USB that will be played. Kung may bala kayong buksan ulit, huwag nyo na masyadong i-tape na madami. Para hindi masyadong matagal pag i-unseal.
Tanggalin na rin.
For the record, this will be timestamps 1 hour 35 minutes to 57 seconds to 1 hour 36 minutes and 10 seconds for the first timestamp. For the first portion. And the second portion is from 1 hour 36 minutes to 52 seconds to 1 hour 36 minutes and 58 seconds.
Ayaw.
Gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? I realized toxic na yung relationship.
There's one more counsel, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Waiting for the second video. Consisting of 6 seconds only, Your Honor, please.
Imagine myself cutting his head.
Okay, thank you so much. Your Honor, please. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may proceed.
Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, do those videos have, portions of the videos have, with the video you mentioned earlier?
That's the same video I mentioned, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's proceed. Attorney Lotok now. After you discovered these previous statements by the Vice President, what happened next, if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted on the Vice President's statements on November 23, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. We have also discovered reactions from the recipients, specifically from the President himself, the Speaker of the House, relevant government agencies tasked to secure the life of the President and the national security, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You know, Mr. Witness, let's focus on the President kasi it's his head. Ulo ng Presidente yung gustong tanggalin ng Vice President. Let's focus on the President. Now, what did he say again in particular?
If I may refer to my notes, sir.
Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Among others, quote, nakakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakaraang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagbumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa atin. Kung ganun na lang kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente, paano pa kaya ang mga pangkaraniwan na mamamayan? Yang ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinalalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan. Unquote.
Now, thank you so much. Okay. Attorney Lotok, you said that the former Speaker of the House of Representatives also gave yung tugon niya sa naging mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente laban sa buhay niya. Could you just summarize exactly ano ba yung tugon ng former Speaker ng House of Representatives?
Yes, Your Honor. If I remember it right, I think the Speaker issued a statement during the plenary session November 25, 2024, which was published in the ANC Digital. And then, among others, the former Speaker stated that the utterances were dangerous, unprecedented, isa itong banta sa demokrasya at sa seguridad ng bansa.
Alright. Now, Mr. Witness, Attorney Lotok, sinabi mo rin na may mga ahensya ng gobyerno na nagbigay din ng kanilang tugon sa mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente. If you may, anong mga ahensya na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. For one, the Presidential Communications Office, the Philippine National Police, the National Security Council, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Okay. Let's focus on muna sa Presidential Communications Office. Ano ba yung statement ng Presidential Communications Office kung alam mo?
If I remember it right, the PCO classified the threat as an active threat.
As an active threat.
And directed the Presidential Security Command to, I think, investigate the matter.
As an active threat.
It was the Executive Secretary who directed the Presidential Security Command, sir, based on that statement.
Okay. Now, sinabi mo rin yung Philippine National Police. Yung tanong is kung maalala mo, ano ba yung sinabi ng PNP in response sa naging mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente sa buhay ng Presidente sa kayong dalawa pa?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
Your Honor?
You may do so, Your Honor. You may do so, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Philippine National Police issued a statement relative to the press conference made by the Vice President. Quote, the Philippine National Police threats any threat to the safety and security of the President and all public officials with the utmost seriousness. In light of the Vice President Sara Duterte's recent statement, which directly referenced an assassin contracted to target the President, the PNP recognizes the grave nature of this matter. The safety of the President is a national concern, and any direct or indirect threat to his life must be addressed with the highest level of urgency. Close, unquote. Hindi ko na binasa lahat.
All right. Now,
Your Honor.
Attorney Lotok, now, the PNP used, based on your statement as the response of the PNP used the term assassin in referring to the person contracted by the Vice President to kill the President and 2 others?
Your Honor, it was not just the PNP, even the Presidential Communications Office also used the term assassin, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, what about the National Security Council? Ano bang sinabi ng NSA kung alam mo?
Again, Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes. Pwede na ba?
Your Honor? Your Honor? May the witness be allowed to refer to his notes once more?
You may do so, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the question was about the statement of the NSC, right?
Yes.
Quote, the National Security Council considers all threats to the President of the Philippines as serious. Any and all threats against the life of the President shall be validated and considered a matter of national security, unquote.
Okay. Now, sinabi mo rin na yung Armed Forces of the Philippines or AFP nagbigay din ng kanilang response sa naging pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente. Kung alam mo, tsaka kung maaalala mo, ano ba yung sinabi ng Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Same, Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
Just a minute, Your Honor. For the record, we're borrowing. Just for the record.
For orderly proceeding, Your Honor, please, I think it's proper for attorney season to ask to be recognized first.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that. If I may be recognized, Your Honor.
Depends. What is the pleasure of Attorney Counsel for Respondent Attorney Season?
We'll just state an observation on the note.
Your Honor, I think
Counsel,
you must
we
be
agreed
recognized first.
that only one counsel shall speak insofar as the presentation of a witness is concerned. This was objected to by the counsel for respondents, even if it was asked for by the counsel for the prosecutors.
Your Honor, for
We will do
the
that, Your
record,
Honor.
we are not objecting, but for a properly proceeding attorney season.
Counsel, it's okay. The chair will make a ruling. Attorney Vinluan can
Thank you.
handle
Thank you,
that.
Your Honor.
With your permission, Attorney Season.
Your Honor, I'd just like to share the observation that the witness is reading from notes, from his notes and not directly from the document that he identified.
And if I may reply to that, Your Honor, to that non-issue, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honor, there's nothing.
Yes, counsel for the prosecutors.
Your Honor, wala po sa rules na kailangan na yung tugon ng isang witness, sinabi niyang notes, dapat based sa isang dokumento. In fact, Your Honor, please, yung iniisip ng ating rules, yung mga notes na ginawa mismo ng witness. For the public, if you're interested, you may look at Rule 130, Section 16 ng Rules of Court. Andun yun, pwedeng tingnan ng isang testigo yung notes na ginawa niya. Rule 130, Section 16, Honor, please.
Before I recognize counsel for respondent, Senator Judge Lacson, what is your pleasure, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. This is relevant to the discussion.
The gentleman may proceed and he has 2 minutes.
Yes. You requested to refer to your notes a number of times during your direct examination. Ang tanong ko, are you referring to an investigator's notes or notebook or simply notes?
No, Your Honor. During the investigation, I have copies of the the affidavit of investigations
Okay.
that we have.
Yeah, I asked that question because my understanding of an investigator's notes or notebook to be credible and may even be used as part of the examination or evidence in chief, depending on its authenticity and purpose, and the rule of evidence is that the contents therein were written on the exact dates when the subjects of those notes actually happened. Ito yung ginawa nyo mismo?
Yes, Your Honor, during
Thank
the
you.
investigation.
Thank you
Your
for the clarification.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Noted and entered into the records. Counsel for respondent, what is your pleasure?
Your Honor, that was a mere manifestation, Your Honor. We just want to put it for the record.
There being no objection, some witness may proceed and answer, or counsel may proceed with his questions.
The Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ano sinabi ng Armed Forces? Are we done? Not yet. Okay, so let's go back.
Yeah, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Witness may continue to answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. On November 23, 2024, General Romeo S. Browner, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, issued the following statements. Quote, the Armed Forces of the Philippines is a professional organization focused on its mandate to protect the people and the state. Our personnel are loyal to the Constitution and the chain of command, unquote. Hindi ko
Okay,
na po
now.
binasa lahat, sir.
Okay, now, after you and your team discovered these responses, Attorney Lotok, what happened next, if any, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, in relation sa investigation nyo, sa mga statements ng Vice President on that day, November 23, 2024?
We issued subpoena to the media personalities present during the online press conference of November 23, 2024. Sir,
What?
for them to appear on December 4, 2024, sir.
You issued a subpoena to the media personalities that you said andun sa media conference na iyon to appear on December 4, 2024. Now, sino ba yung mga media personalities na pinasubpoena ng NBI?
Again, Your Honor, if I may refer to my...
You may do so, Mr.
Thank you,
Witness.
thank you, Your Honor. First to the late Dempsey Saidin Reyes of the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and then to Red Hor Marky J. Mendoza of the Manila Times, Bons Magsambol of Rappler, Ana Rosario Malindo Uy of the Manila Times, Jason Rubrico of the SMNI, and Mikael Flores of the Reuters, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Witness, yung tanong now is, ba't kailangang isubpoena ng NBI itong mga media personalities na ito na mag-appear sa NBI sa araw na iyon, December 4, 2024?
Your Honor, they were there during the online press con, and they participated the press conference. So, ang tingin namin, meron silang personal knowledge kasi nandun sila at nag-participate po sila. Kaya, we deemed it proper to issue subpoena on them. Your Honor.
Now, so you said na they were subpoenaed to appear on December 4, 2024 in the NBI. Now, what happened on that day, December 4, 2024, if any, and if you know, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
The agent on case reported to me that Mr. Reyes and I think Mr. Magsambol appeared before the Office of the Cybercrime Division and participated in the process of the interview, sir.
Now, how do you know? How do you know that these two individuals, at least, si Dempsey Reyes, again, may his soul rest in peace, and Magsambol appeared before the NBI on that day, December 4, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. Aside from the fact that the agent on case reported that to me, he showed to me the minutes of meeting wherein the signatures of the late Mr. Reyes and Magsambol were affixed on it, Your Honor.
Okay.
May nakapirma ho sila doon sa minutes of meeting, sir.
All right, now, thank you so much, Attorney Lotok. Now, Attorney Lotok, you said that your team interviewed members of the media. You issued subpoena to them and they appeared. Now, what else happened if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
We issued subpoena ad testificandum to the Vice President herself to shed light in the investigation we are conducting, sir.
So you're telling the public that you, NBI, also issued a subpoena to the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
answered, Your Honor.
Okay, now, proceed, Your Honor. Now, what proof, if any, do you have that, in fact, the NBI issued a subpoena addressed to the Vice President?
We have copy of that subpoena ad testificandum dated November 25, 2024, sir.
Now, kung yung subpoena na binigay ng NBI sa Vice Presidente may petsang Nobyembre 25 taong 2024 ipapakita sa iyo, makikilala mo ba yung dokumentong ito?
Opo.
Now, we are now in the process of presenting to you a subpoena ad testificandum dated on even date December 25, 2024. That
Counsel
is...
for the parties are authorized to approach and
Thank you so
view the
much.
document.
For the record, this is previously marked as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-4 for the prosecution. Have you perused the same, Attorney Lotok?
Yes, Your Honor.
Question, what relation, if any, does that document have with the subpoena you mentioned?
This is the same subpoena I mentioned, sir.
Thank you so much. So the NBI issued a subpoena to the Vice President.
Your Honor, can we just make a comment?
Counsel for the respondents recognized.
We have, Stephen, we have.
Your Honor, may we just put on record that Exhibit P-4-4 is a photocopy and it was not, the original or the certified copy thereof was not produced.
We are ready to produce that, and that's the next step we are supposed to do. Your Honor,
Noted. Please proceed.
we have a copy of the certified true copy. We invite the defense to check the same for comparison, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the respondent.
Your Honor, it is a faithful reproduction of the certified true copy, Your Honor.
Noted for the records.
May
Counsel
proceed, Your
for the
Honor.
prosecutors may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, we would like to know, how did the Vice President respond, if any, if at all, and if you know, to the NBI's subpoena issued to her?
Well, the Vice President did not appear, Your Honor. Instead, she sent her lawyer, Attorney Paul Lawrence Lim, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, she did not appear.
Yes,
Question
Your Honor.
answered.
Okay, now, question. If you know, what was the Vice President's reason for failing to appear at the NBI, in the NBI, despite the subpoena issued to her?
I think the Vice President, in effect, was saying there were office matters to tend to, so she cannot attend the scheduled subpoena date, sir.
Office matters. Now, how did the respondent, the Vice President, inform you that she could not attend the subpoena because she was attending to, quote, office matters, unquote?
There was a letter, I think, dated November 28, 2024, which was submitted by the counsel of the Vice President, sir.
So the letter, December 20, 2024. Now, kung yung kopya ng letter na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yung letter na ito?
Opo,
Now,
Your Honor.
we are in the process of showing you a copy of the letter dated November 28, 2024.
Counsel for the prosecutor may approach, as well as counsel for the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the same letter that I mentioned.
Your Honor, can I make a manifestation on these points?
The prosecutor may proceed.
Your Honor, the letter from the Vice President's lawyer is not marked
whether my threat
tama tong lahat, no?
Verification ng ano po, Your Honor?
Sa dulo, nag-sign kayo ng verification.
Verification of non-forum shopping, Your Honor?
Yes. And
Opo.
that, aside from non-foreign shopping, give me some latitude because to explain the question. We read and understood its contents and the allegations therein are true based on authentic records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. So may mali ba dito? Factually, wala. Na-review mo naman to, no?
May konting typo dyan, which is
Hindi
normal
typo,
naman.
factual.
So far as I'm concerned,
Sino
lahat
po ba
yun.
nag-prepare?
Ang team po namin with the...
Tapos pinapirma sa inyo?
Hindi ho, kami ho nagtulong-tulong, mag-draft ng affidavit of investigation, kung ano yung legal basis namin, and then we agree, and we concluded na ito yun.
Then someone typed it up, then you signed. I asked this because nung tinanong ko kay Agent Mark John Calium, sabi niya, dito nakalagay conditional pero tingin niya absolute. You answered the same thing, it's absolute, pero dito nakalagay conditional.
The utterances itself, Your Honor, is what we called event-based condition, ang classification namin.
Okay.
Yun yung utterances, Your Honor.
I'll take that answer. I think mas factual yun. But sa paragraph 51, was VP Duterte ever Secretary of the Department of Justice?
No, Your Honor. Department of Education.
Nakalagay dito, to recall, VP Duterte resigned as the Secretary of the Department of Justice and she herself admitted that her relationship with the President has become toxic and she would imagine her strangling him and cutting off her head.
That's typo, Your Honor.
That's not a typo. A typo means yung department naging depart. Department of Justice and Department of Education are two different things.
Ang alam namin, sorry po.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Department of Education ang alam namin.
So, kasi I just filed my counter affidavit sa ombudsman about yung obstruction of justice. Ilang beses ko kailangan basahin kasi nga, pag may mali, pinirmahan nyo na sinasabi nyo, no? But anyway, going back to the condition, you mentioned the case of SPO2 Hamata.
Yes, sir.
But isn't it true that the lis mota of that case was really res judicata and double jeopardy? Meaning, hindi tinake up ng Supreme Court whether or not a condition.
Yes, sir.
Di ba?
Opo.
Oh, so that wasn't on point. Kasi I was going to ask, is there a difference if the condition is legal or illegal? Di ba? So halimbawa, pag sinabi ko sa yung, pag natanggal akong Senate President, patatanggal din kita. Okay. Unang-una, legal naman akong tanggalin na Senate President. We always vote. There's nothing there. But if illegal, pag pinapatay mo ko, papapatayin din kita. Is there a difference if the condition of why I will act or why I'm threatening you is an illegal act?
Well, under the law, Your Honor, it says there that even the condition is unlawful. So, regardless of the nature of the condition,
yes.
sir.
No, I want to get lang into your mind when you sign this because nga medyo novel yung case to for me. Even as a lawyer, I have to do more research and see anong ibig sabihin nito grave threats dito because you keep mentioning we keep mentioning here that this is the second highest official in the land and therefore pag trinete niya ang Pangulo. But who was the Vice President claiming na pwedeng magpapatay sa kanya?
Again, Your Honor, yun po yung reason ba't nag-issue kami ng subpoena.
No,
Gusto po namin...
sa reading nyo nung statement niya, sino tinutukoy ng Pangulo na mukhang mag-ooperate sa kanya ng Operation Romanov? Sinong pinagbibintangan niya?
Well, una, kung ang pag-uusapan Romanov, Your Honor, ang alam namin na unang nagbigkas ng Romanov ay si Mayor Baste yata noong January 2024.
Yes. That's irrelevant. Ang question ko, in the mind of the Vice President, sinong pinagbibintangan niya na pwedeng magpapatay sa kanya? You said you investigated So mahaba na testimony niyo ni Agent John Mark. So of course, kasama sa investigation niyo, sino sa mind ni Vice President magpapapatay sa kanya?
Well, again, Your Honor, since wala kaming makuhang valid information.
No, hindi ba klaro sa video na ang pinagbibintangan niya is the First Lady, the President, and the Speaker of the House? So sabi niya, pag pinatay ako, patayin mo silang tatlo. So ang pinagbibintangan niya na magpapapatay sa kanya, yung tatlo.
I cannot answer to that, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Alan, kindly wind up.
But you have to be able to answer that because you're the one who investigated. And that is crucial. Why? Because part of your self-defense, so for example, if I know na sa senator judge, pag hindi ako bumoto one way or the other, papapatayin ako ng whatever, chief PNP or papapatay ako ng whoever. So pag sinabi kong, pag ako pinatay, si ganito nagpapatay sa akin. And then, ang difference, I don't usually give a threat na patayin mo rin. So could it be that actually that was the defense of the Vice President para hindi siya patayin?
I don't know the state of the mind of the Vice President.
But you've testified all throughout this afternoon that you went into her state of mind.
Based on the series of events, Your Honor.
Yes, and based on her statement, and the series of events is nag-away sila ng administrasyon, and the series of events is that sinasabi niya, pag ako'y pinatay, eto tatlo ang papatayin nyo. Okay, last question. Kay Attorney Lopez, tinanong din to ng Senate President, ni Senator Tulfo. At di ko na itatanong pero napahapyawan ni Senator Erwin din to yung tungkol kay, yung sinabi ni si Attorney Lopez, sabi mo, even before kasi nangyari yon, nakausap na ni Vice President yung papatay.
That's the literal meaning of the statement.
Yes, that's the literal meaning, but did you believe her?
Well, she's the Vice President, sir.
So she also said freedom of expression, so you also believe her?
Not based on the evidence that what we gathered, sir.
No, okay, so I'll stop there, but I'll read to you. Sinabi niyo kasi sedition. Pero tignan niyo po yung page 25 nung sarili niyong affidavit, ha. Si Princess Maui, ang sinabi niya, ano po ba ang pwede niyong maging remedy para matapos na ito, lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power na. So actually, I would consider ang nag-uudyok si Princess Maui. Of course, we can discuss people power, pero tignan niyo po ang sagot niya after yung sa pagpatay. Ang laban ay wala dyan sa EDSA, ma'am. Wala dyan sa mga highway. Ang laban, ma'am, nandun sa loob ng palasyo. Yan ang problema. We appreciate yung expression nyo ng disgust, ang pagkamuhi, ang hopelessness, kasi it reflects kung ano nararamdaman ng maraming milyon-milyon. Alam ko yan, ma'am. Kahit saan ako pumunta, ang sasabihin, binoto namin dahil sinabi mo, iboto namin. So if I look at that statement, parang baliktad. Parang sinasabi niyang huwag kayo mag-people power.
Hindi, actually, kung babasahin po natin yung buo, may sinabi siya doon na natutuwa siya sa ginagawa nila.
Sa ginagawa nila na active nagrarally. Pero sa people power, ito yung exact. But I won't argue with you. I'm just trying to get into your frame of mind.
Yes,
when do you believe her and when do you not believe her, and what did you actually investigate?
We based everything on the evidence that we've gathered.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Apo.
Thank you, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. Senator Judge Marcos, thereafter, Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Marcos, you may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And Attorney Lontok,
Yes,
maupay nga pag-abot din
Mapaya
ha aton Senado.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to affirm lang yung sinabi mo kanina na nung nangyari nga itong hating gabi na interview ni Vice President sa Zoom, agad-agad in-orderan kayo, in-instructionan ng NBI na mag-imbestiga. Tama po yun?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Sabado po yon, lunchtime, mayroon kaming meeting ako with the then Director Santiago, I think between 12 noon and 1 p.m. And then mayroong instruction na nanggaling kay Delta Santiago na, Jeremy, may kumakalat sa social media, may mga utterances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente. Imbestigahan natin. Since may cyber aspect ito, imbestigahan nyo na. Doon po nagsimula yun.
Tama. So anong araw yon? Kasi andito sa inyong affidavit of investigation at yung sinabi ninyo na on even date, ang tinutukoy mo ba yung November 23 din?
November 23, ma'am, kasi natapos ho ang
Oo, gabing-gabi kasi yon di ba?
madaling araw po ng alauna, ma'am.
That's right. So, nag-meeting kayo kaagad-agad? Ganun ba?
Hindi, ma'am, hindi po kasi namin alam yun.
Kailan kayo inutusan na mag-imbestiga?
During lunchtime, nung may meeting kami ni then Director Santiago, pero iba ho ang iniimbestigahan namin krimen.
Kailan kayo sinabihan ng DOJ na mag-imbestiga? Anong araw?
That same day, ma'am.
Kaya nga, November 23.
November 23.
Oo, pareho lang. Yun ang sinabi ninyo kanina nung tinatanong kayo ng counsel ng prosecution, yan din ang nakasaad. On even date ang nakasabi sa inyong affidavit.
Opo. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, nag-umpisa na kayo. Kwento nga ninyo, four-phase yung investigasyon. Nag-umpisa sa identification. Nagbigay kayo ng hash value. Nag-preserve kayo ng data. Pagkatapos nag-research kayo. Subsequently, sinabi mo na meron kayong open source intelligence search at natuklasan ninyo na meron palang October 18 video na press con na naman ni OVP na nasa Facebook at may mga sinasabi na naman na puputulin yung ulo. Tama ba yon yung October 18 ang nakita ninyo?
That's the continuation in the analysis phase, Your Honor.
Oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi nag-research na kayo, no? Bilang fourth phase nga ng inyong investigasyon. Tama po ba?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Yun yung third phase ho, yung analysis and attribution.
Sa analysis pa at attribution. So third phase. Pero bandang huli na. Ang pinagtatakahan ko, kung inutusan kayo ng November 23 na magkaroon ng investigasyon, bakit napakaaga? November 6, 2024, a subpoena was issued to ABS-CBN requiring them to submit an authenticated copy of the video pertaining to the 18 October press con. Nandito to sa affidavit ninyo, nasa page 8, number 14. Kung inutusan kayo noong November 23, ang ibig ba sabihin, November 6 pa lang, minamanmanan na si Vice President? Iniimbestigahan na siya bago pa yung Zoom conference sa Kongreso?
No, Your Honor. I believe that's a typo yung date. Kasi that's a typo, Your Honor, yung date. Kasi makikita doon yung date noong appearance ng taga-ABS-CBN, which is consistent ho siya doon sa ibang initial ng
Kailan ba yung
subpoena.
appearance? Kasi hindi ko nasusundan yung timeline ninyo eh. Parang yung November 23 yung utos, pero November 6 pa lamang, may subpoena na. Ba't nagkaganon?
Typo ho yan, Your Honor. Hindi ho yan November 6.
Typo na naman katulad ng Department of Justice.
No, Your Honor. If I may refer to my notes, Your Honor.
Oo, pakita mo na lang sa akin kasi nahanap ko, hindi ko masundan eh.
You may do so,
This is
Counsel.
page 6, number 14 po. November 6, 2024, subpoena to ABS-CBN.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second?
Yung subpoena mismo. The subpoena itself. The subpoena itself.
Wala naman yatang date na binibigay tungkol sa appearance.
Ibig niyang sabihin nung sinabi niya yung bloodbath. Ang ibig sabihin niya doon ay yung sariling dugo niya yung tatagas dahil siya yung nagiging subject nitong impeachment proceeding na ito. And that was clarified further when last week pumunta siya dito na sinabi niya she will be bludgeoned, hindi ba? So what she meant was bloodbath was actually herself.
Nakatuon ang ika-4 na araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa pagpipresenta at cross-examination ng ikalawang testigo ng House Prosecution na si dating National Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime Division Chief Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Isa sa tinutukan ng depensa ay ang mga umano'y discrepancy sa mga dokumento at timeline ng investigasyon ng NBI kaugnay ng mga reklamong grave threats, inciting to sedition at umano'y assassination plot laban kay Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., First Lady Liza Araneta-Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Narito ang ulat ni Jed Neresina.
Naging mainit ang talakayan sa issue ng mga typographical errors sa subpoena at Affidavit of Investigation ng National Bureau of Investigation o NBI. Kinwestiyon ni Senator Judge Amy Marcos ang pagkakaiba ng mga petsa sa naturang dokumento.
It's just been brought to my attention that in fact, presiding officer, 2 documents were issued on November 6. Not only the subpoena to ABS-CBN, but further the affidavit of investigation regarding the October 18 press con. Can we please be clarified as to these 2 documents which don't seem to appear in the affidavit nor in the annexes provided?
Yes, Your Honor. It's November 6, 2024 ang nakasulat dyan.
So typo din yan? Is it your testimony na typo din yan?
I believe so, Your Honor. Kasi ang intention namin dyan is 11 December 2024.
Kinwestiyon din ng Defense Counsel na si Attorney Mark Vinluan ang magkakaibang petsa ng mga dokumentong isinumite sa Department of Justice.
There was also a February 5, an impeachment complaint filed against VP Sara also on February 5, 2025. The date is important. The discrepancy is not 1 day or 2 days. The discrepancy is from Feb 12 to January 30, so it is a substantial discrepancy. It says here February 11, 2025. In other words, the date of the document is February 11, but it was received on January 30, 2025 by the DOJ. Do you have any explanation for this?
I cannot explain this, Your Honor. Unang-una, hindi ako nakapirma dito, hindi ako nag-receive, at wala akong idea dito.
Samantala, itinanggi ni Attorney Lotok ang mga paratang na may direktang pakikialam si Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sa isinagawang investigasyon na umano'y pagbabanta sa kanila ng Vice Presidente.
Did BBM at any point intervene in this investigation?
Of course not, sir.
Of course not. So did you just admit to this court that there was no participation on the part of BBM?
Again, the purpose of the submission of the affidavit is for preliminary investigation, sir.
Nang tanungin naman kung may kontrol ba ang Pangulo sa DOJ at NBI, nilinaw ng dating hepe ng Cybercrime Division na bagamat direktang nagre-report ang Justice Secretary sa Pangulo, malaya ang kanilang isinagawang investigasyon.
What do you mean by control, sir?
What's your interpretation of control? You seem to be a smart man.
The Department of Justice and the Office of the President, insofar as the function of the NBI is concerned, hindi ho sila nakikialam doon. Kung ano yung findings ng NBI, kung ano ang recommendation, sinasubmit po namin ito sa Department of Justice.
Naging sentro rin ng pagdinig ang tanong ng Senator Judges kung bakit walang malawak na koordinasyon ng NBI sa iba pang intelligence at security agency sa pag-iimbestiga sa umano'y banta sa Pangulo.
Dahil ito ay pagbanta sa ating Pangulo, may ginawa ba ang NBI na imbestigahan kung talaga bang merong nakontratang gagawa nitong banta? Tayo dito sa ating bansa, sanay tayo sa whole of government approach, whole of nation approach. Dapat merong whole of agency approach, in this case the NBI. Ang tanong ko, meron ba kayo mismo o kasama ba kayo mismo doon sa pag-iimbestiga ng actual na threat, yung pagkontrata ng tao na pwedeng gawin itong threat na ito?
Binatikos din ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano ang kawalan umano ng pagbabahagi ng impormasyon sa iba pang ahensya.
You didn't get the information from your intelligence. You did not get your information from the task force. You did not get your information from the Presidential Security Group. Kung iniimbestigahan nyo talaga yung buo at kayo ang head at kayo dapat ang mag-imbestiga, bakit hindi nyo kinausap yung mga ibang nag-iimbestiga? Baka may alam sila na hindi.
Samantala tinanong ni Senator Judge Bam Aquino kung napatunayan ba ng NBI ang pagkakaroon ng umano'y hitman na binanggit sa mga pahayag ng pangalawang Pangulo. Ngunit ayon kay Attorney Lotok, wala silang kumpirmasyon kaugnay nito.
Unfortunately, wala ako kaming ma-establish na validated information na confirmed. So, in fact, hanggang ngayon, nag-aantay po kami.
Pinuna rin ng ilang senator judges ang mahigit 1 taong pagkabinbin ng mga reklamo sa Department of Justice.
1 year preliminary. 1 year. Over 1 year. January to January is 1. February, March, April, May, June, July. Is that normal for the DOJ to conduct a preliminary about over a year, Mr. Witness? Sobrang tagal na sa DOJ ng kaso ninyo. There's something wrong with the case. Siguro po, next time, make sure na yung kaso isasampa ninyo is airtight. Tama po. Kasi madidismiss yan. Yung mga kaso na medyo hindi po tight talaga ang kaso. Ano po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sayang naman yung inyong pinaghirapan.
Sa kabila ng mga tanong sa proseso at mga dokumento, nanindigan ng NBI na matibay ang mga reklamong inihain nito laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Inaasahan ngayong araw ipagpapatuloy ang cross-examination ng depensa sa witness ng prosecution. Jed Neresina, UNTV News and Rescue. Diyos ang aming sandigan, serbisyo publiko ang aming pinahahalagahan.
Kinondena ng makabayan lawmaker na si House Deputy Minority Leader at ACT Teachers Party List Representative Antonio Tinio ang estratehiya ng depensa sa impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ito ay ang siraan umano ang investigasyon laban sa Vice Presidente. Alamin natin ang detalye mula kay Rosalie Coz live. Rosalie, may panawagan ba ang makabayan lawmakers sa senator judges?
Did not diminish the threat itself.
Ang simpleng katotohanan, merong video evidence ng matinding pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente. Ayon kay House Deputy Minority Leader at ACT Teachers Party List Representative Antonio Tinio, kailangang dinggin ng impeachment court kung ano ang malinaw at tama. Dagdag pa nito, defense strategy ng kampo ni VP Duterte na siraan ang investigasyon, magkalat ng duda at kawalan ng malinaw na ebidensya para sa senator judges. Pero ayon sa makabayang lawmaker, hindi dapat ito ang mamayani. Hindi rin anya criminal trial ang impeachment. Anawagan nito sa senator judges itigil ang technical arguments at bigyang tuon ang lahat ng facts o katotohanan. Ngayong araw, itutuloy ng Defense Counsel ni VP Duterte na si Attorney Mark Binluan ng cross-examination sa ikalawang testigo ng prosekusyon, ang dating hepe ng Cybercrime Division ng National Bureau of Investigation na si Attorney Jeremy Loto, nanguna sa investigasyon sa umano'y threat video ng pangalawang Pangulo. Ela kung matatapos ang cross-examination at redirect examination at may re-cross-examination o sa testigo na si Attorney Loto ay itusalang sa witness stand naman ang Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President na si Attorney Sulaika Lopez. Balik sa'yo, Ella.
Maraming salamat, Rosalie Coz. Maaaring malipat sa ibang oras ang schedule ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, lalo na kapag nagsimula na ang regular session sa Senado. Iminungkahi ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Francis Chis Escudero na ilipat sa umaga ang trial mula alas 9 o alas 10 ng umaga hanggang alas 2 ng hapon. Gayunpaman, ipinaliwanag ni Attorney Reggie Tonggol, ang spokesperson ng impeachment court, hindi pa ito agad na maipapatupad dahil kinakailangan pa itong mapapag-usapan sa senator judges.
Inayos nila. Hindi ba? So,
I think the concern between the Senate President and the presiding officer is how they will be able to manage the time.
Relating to that,
Because if the trial is in the morning, there will be an allocated exact time.
kay BBM.
for it to
di ba?
finish. Because there will be a legislative agenda for the afternoon. So if it is in the morning, I think the presiding officer wants
the questions. But secondly,
does not want the trial to drag on until the afternoon. Compared to if it is in the afternoon, it can drag till the wee hours of the morning. I think this is just a very scheduling concern
hindi ba?
for the two of them to
naman
talk.
not just on Attorney Loto.
Sa ngayon, walang final na desisyon ng Senado tungkol sa pagbabago sa schedule ng paglilitis sa pangalawang Pangulo. Sa kasalukuyan, sinasagawa ang impeachment trial tuwing araw na Lunes, Martes at Miyerkules na nagsisimula ng alas 2 ng hapon.
In the same manner na yung pong
Ipinagbaliban ng Senate Impeachment Court ang hiling ng prosecution na maipresenta ng mas maaga si NBI Director Melvin Matibag bilang kanilang testigo sa nagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Naisa na ng prosecution na maisa lang si Matibag ngayong araw dahil may nakaschedule itong appointment sa labas ng bansa. Gayunman, sinabi ni Presiding Officer Senator Francis Escudero na magpapasya lamang ang hukuman matapos maisumite ng sosyon ang liham ni Matibag at iba pang kaugnay na dokumento. Tutol naman sina Senator Judges Alan Peter Cayetano at Sherwin Gatchalian sa last minute changes sa schedule dahil maaaring lumabag ito sa 5-day notice rule at maapektuhan ang paghahanda ng hukuman at depensa.
Nice sabihin si DS.
I find it in bad taste.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Maraming salamat sa
will dictate to us that she's not available next week.
Unang-una,
I'd like to put that on record and ask my colleagues if that's acceptable
pero kung
to
titingnan natin,
us.
pag-usapan natin, ano bang pinag-uusapan nito? Ang impeachment court
at least those who are not in jail or that when one of us are here, the whole government nakatutok. We put aside so many important things.
Tao ba na ibinoto ng taong
And
bayan?
then one witness who is in the government, who is a bureaucrat, will tell us sorry, but because he has to be with the FBI, siya na yung mga tomorrow. That might be a bad
kahapon isinalang yung ating pangalawang testigo in the person.
Muli, pinagpatuloy ng Korte Suprema ang oral arguments ngayong araw upang busisiin kung labag sa sinumang batas ng Pilipinas ang ilang nilalaman ng General Appropriations Act o GAA na mga taong 2024 hanggang 2026. Noong nakaraang pagdilig, hinihingi ni Justice Benjamin Caldiwa sa Office of the Solicitor General ang ilang support documents ng Bicameral Report Committee. Mula sa Maynila, ang detalya ni Benedict Samson live. Benedict, nadala ba ng OSG sa Korte Suprema ang naturang hinihinging dokumento?
Na sabihing revision para ipalabas na merong binago na mayorya. Pero ano ba yung pinag-uusapan?
Nabigo sila makahingi itong mga kopya ng supporting documents mula sa Senado at
in other words, wala dun maling koma o maling tuldok ang pwedeng magbago. Ang issue dito, ang pinag-uusapan dito, hindi tuldok o ang mga numero. Ang pinag-uusapan dito ay magkaroon ba ng impeachment or wala? Ang issue dito ay magkaroon ba ng impeachable offense na tinatawag na pagtatapat ang ginagawang sa pagbabayan. So, ng defense. Hindi tinutumbok ng defense.
Those are not part of the submissions, Your Honor. We relate to our clients, the House and the Senate, and they furnish us with the BICAM report and their joint explanation that the differences in that were effected in the changes during the BICAM meeting, Your Honor.
Entertain yung mga question.
Dagdag pa ni Sergeant Berabe, meron din manong institutional concern base na rin sa umitira na patakaran sa Kongreso kung kaya't sapat na nila para isumite ang copy ng BICAM report at joint explanation.
Haji?
May I share with you, like there are some institutional concerns also for them. They were saying that we have already provided the BICAM report and the joint explanation, which are all that are required under their rules, Your Honor.
At saka, paano ho siya makakaapekto sa Article 4?
Dahil hindi nila sa SC ang supporting documents na Justice Kagiwa na pagsumitihin ng compliance sa korte ang kinatawan ng mababa at mataas na kapulungan ng Kongreso. Kaugaw sa hinihinging dokumento ng Korte Suprema.
Cross-examination.
Hindi siya.
Is it possible that the court asks the representatives
Kasi napakaklaro
of
naman
Congress,
na
both the House and
pinag-usapan
Senate,
doon is
to
tama ba
file
yung video?
a
Hindi ba siya
compliance
AI?
with
Hindi
the
ba siya
court
manipulado?
under
At ang
oath,
sagot
attesting
nga
to what
doon
you
ay
are now
na-affirm
telling us,
sa
that
ngayon
in
sa
fact they do not have a
investigation ng
record.
NBI na hindi siya manipulated, hindi siya
Sa ngayon ay napapatuloy itong interpellation o pagtatanong ng mga maestrado at kanina bago sumalang sa
salita. Ihalin tulad lang natin sa isang example. Kamakailan nagkaroon ng balita, di ba? May isang piloto, umaatras yata siya. Medyo nairita siya kasi may sasakyan sa gilid. Ang ginawa niya, pinalabas na yung kanyang barel. Tama ba? Siyempre mali. Considered ba yun na pagbabanta? Pwedeng sabihin ng piloto, hindi ako nagbabanta, pinakita ko lang yung barel. Pero alam natin na ang pag-uusapan doon, pagbabanta ba yung pagpakita niya ng barel o hindi? Tila, nililihis ang usapan, hindi. Nung umatras yung sasakyan, yung ano ba yung buhok nung nasa kabilang sasakyan, itim ba o yellow ba? Ano ba yung kanyang may lipstick ba siya o wala? Maganda ba yung makeup niya? Hindi siya tumutumbok. Hindi siya related. Kumbaga, sa Bisaya pa, siya ilabot sa tinuod na giistoryahan. Wala siyang importansya doon sa issue. Ihalin tulad ulit natin, kunyari may isang school. Minsan, merong pwedeng estudyante maging makulit. Sa galit ng teacher, sasabihin niya, pagbabantaan niya ng pagpatay. Ang kulit-kulit mo! Sasapakin kita! Ang kulit-kulit mo! Susuntukin kita! Ang kulit-kulit mo! Ipapapatay kita! Yung mga ganong salita. What is the expected situation? Ipapaimbestiga ng superior or ipapaimbestiga ng DepEd. And the possibility of that teacher being removed from her post medyo mataas dahil nga nagbanta siya. Hindi justifiable na bantaan mo kasi meron namang ibang avenues. Pero hindi naman pwedeng pag-usapan, hindi, luma yung t-shirt ng estudyante. Nakaupo ba o nakatayo yung estudyante? Nakakain ba ng almusal o hindi estudyante? O yung estudyante ba, babae o lalaki? In other words, it's not relevant. Wala siya ilabot sa issue na gistoryahan. Hindi siya importante. Kaya ang tanong mo, nabutasan ba o hindi? Hindi. Pero ang malaking katanungan doon, bakit ba tila nililihis ng defense yung issue? Bakit hindi nila sagutin, totoo ba o hindi? Yung pagbabanta ng pagpatay, AI ba yun o hindi? At yung pagbanta ng pagpapatay sa ating mga opisyal or maski sa ordinaryong tao, yung ba ay component ng betrayal of public trust o yung pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan, which is an impeachable offense.
Attorney Tolosa, please.
Yes, good morning. As part of the prosecution team, I'll have to be careful so I won't violate the sub judice rule because technically, the determination on the weight of the testimony of a witness, at the end, this will be determined by the impeachment court. But what is important is, as pointed out earlier, by Kong Terry, this matter was already addressed by the witness himself, Attorney Lotok, nung tinanong siya tungkol dito, kung itong mga supposed errors na to, pagkatapos nangyari nito, meron bang nagbago sa mga pananakot na ginawa ng Vice Presidente? At ang maliwanag naman yung naging tugon niya dito, sinabi niya, it does not change the gravity and the seriousness of the threats made by the Vice President.
Last na lang po. Sabi po ng defense parang maaaring magpresenta daw po ng witness ang defense na magpapatotoo doon sa Operation Romanov na sinasabi po nila na nag-trigger kung bakit nasambit po yung mga salitang yun. Would it affect the, of course, yung inyo pong paninindigan na threat is a threat or kumbaga walang conditional threat?
Again, to be clear, yung Operation Romanov, hindi mo nagsimula doon sa press conference mo na yun. Again, very clear ho yung public record. It was Davao City Mayor Baste Duterte who first made mention of Operation Romanov. Hindi ba? As a threat against the presidential family, not the other way around. Hindi ba? So, yun yung muna kailangan nila i-surmount eh. Hindi ba? Yung pong unang fact na the Operation Romanov was actually originated by Mayor Duterte himself and not as an operation against the Duterte family. So yun muna yung kailangan nilang sagutin before anything else. Sa totoo lang.
Hello po. Regarding lang po dun sa ginawa po yung, nasitan niyo po yung line of questioning ng defense. Ano pong sa tingin niyo yung dahilan? Hello? Ano po sa tingin niyo yung dahilan kung bakit ganito yung line of questioning nila? Mayroon reasoning behind it? Nagsasayang ba ng oras or are they trying to prolong the discussions?
Hindi, bago sagutin sina DS Janet, nabanggit ko naman na kina, firstly, doon sa line of questioning relating to the control of the President over the Executive Department, I think yung gusto kong i-point out doon, and which I think the Senator judges had also seen, kaya nga pinamove along na po ng presiding officer, yung pong line of questioning ay gusto nila ipakita na pwede hong kontrolin, ibig sabihin utusan directly ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas, yung pong NBI at DOJ to conduct investigations against the Vice President. No? Pero very clear din yung paliwanag kasi ni Mr. Lotto kahapon eh. How can we actually say na merong ganito pong pagdidirektad anong pong operasyon kung meron hong back and forth yung pong DOJ at NBI relating to the requirements to file charges. Hindi ba? Kasi kung totoo yung sinasabi na may pag-uutos, wala nang tanong-tanong. Diretso na yun. Hindi ba? So I think that point needs to be made. No? Tas, secondly, syempre gusto nila ipakita na gusto nilang maliitin yung pong finding ng NBI. Kaya nga, on 2 points yung questions nila eh. Na is it binding on the courts? Is the NBI recommendation binding on the court? And is it binding on the DOJ? But I think everyone knows na kaya nga it is a recommendation because it is not binding. Which is why we're calling it a no-brainer question. Sa totoo lang. Hindi ba?
Sa tanong, bakit kaya ganon ang mga tanong ng defense counsels? Kung titingnan natin, napakaklaro. Gusto nilang lituhin ang taong bayan. Kumbaga sa Bisaya pa, ganahan sila nga maglibog ang tao ba? Para kung ang tanaw nimo dili na nimo maintindihan kay mungadto naman ka sa typo error ni ang ma'am na nahimo nga mama ang tuldok diri ang kama diri. In other words, yun ay paglilihis. A deviation from the real issue being discussed at hand. Kumbaga sa Ilonggo pa ginapatalang. Okay? Sa Tagalog, nililihis. Ang ibig lang talaga sabihin nito is, the issue is there, malamang, hindi natin alam, wala silang maibigay na explanation to refute dahil ang validity or ang pagkatotoo ng report ay nandoon. And Attorney Jeremy Lotok was very clear. Ilang ulit nila tiningnan lahat ng aspeto na imbestiga at klaro na nangyari at ang nagsalita ay ang ating pangalawang Pangulo at klarong-klaro na hindi siya basta-basta lang ordinaryong pagbabanta. Ito ay pagbabanta ng pagpatay sa ating first family, sa ating former speaker, and at the same time ipinakita nga ito nga ay pwedeng mag-ugat pa ng iba't ibang bagay. Like, syempre, pag marinig na ibang tao, pwede mong gisingin. Pwede mo pukawon ang kasuko sa tao para pud mo react. So those are the issues that are being discussed.
If I can just add something quickly. As regards to why is this the line of questioning that they're pursuing? No, this is a matter of strategy and this is their prerogative, no? But we won't teach them how to cross-examine our witness, no? But tingin ko sa issue na to, pinaka mahalaga ho dito dahil nga sabi nyo nga, mukhang ginagawa nila is trying to show that the investigation conducted by the NBA was not thorough enough, no? That's why they're pointing out some clerical errors, no? Pero ang tanong ho dito para sa amin ay ito bang mga sinasabing maling spelling, maling petsa, maling docket number, no? Meron bang epekto ito dun sa seryosong usapin ng pagtataksil sa tiwala ng bayan sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaroon, no, ng agreement, no, sa isang mamatay tao na patay ng presidente. So yan ho yung katanungan na dapat nating pare-parehong sagutin, ano.
Ma'am, sir, second question po. Kahapon kasi may tanong si Senator Judge Bam Aquino wherein he asked the defense kung meron bang denial on the part of the Vice President or her lawyers na she contracted an assassin. Tapos ang sabi ng defense, ang official stand down nila is she did not contract an assassin. And then Senator Judge Aquino asked whether that means that the Vice President is lying dun sa briefing niya at parang ni-reinforce pa nga niya eventually na talagang nag-contract siya ng assassin. If ever the Vice President formally denies making threats or contracting an assassin and aminin niya na nagsinungaling lang siya dun sa briefing na yun, may implication ba siya dun sa Article 4?
Sige. Una liwanagin muna natin dun sa issue na yun, kung they deny it or not. Na as pointed out by Senator Bam, dun ho sa kanilang buong answer, sinabi nga is walang specific denial, no, dun sa allegation na she contracted an assassin to kill the president. No? Nung tinanong, ang sinabi ho dyan, ang unang tugon nila, there are some general denials and there are some specific denials. Pero binalikan ho yan ulit ni Senator Bam to point out that actually, with respect to this allegations on threats, walang specific denial. No. Now, consistent ho ito, no, dun sa fact na this was never denied by the Vice President. It was not denied in the answer. And even, no, 3 days when she was asked about this and she had an opportunity to clarify her statement, say, hindi, wala naman talaga akong nakasunduan sa mamatay tao. Sabihin niyang hindi, biro-biro lang ito. She did not take it back. She did not deny it. She doubled down by trying to justify, no, her statement by explaining or posing the question is revenge from the grave, a criminal act. So meaning hindi ho niya to binawi. Ano? So dun sa tanong, meron ba? No, meron ba siyang assassin na talagang ginawang kanyang kinausap, no? Nagkaroon sila ng kasunduan. Bukod sa hindi niya to deny despite the repeated opportunities to do so, yung fact ho na pag-amin niya, isa yan sa pinakamataas na uri ng ebidensya. Tinatawag ho dyan is admission against interest. No? Ngayon, again, paulit-ulit ho niyang inadmit yan, not just on one occasion. Oh. At sa criminal cases, usually to convict, an admission against interest has to be coupled with the corpus delicti. Meaning, dapat talaga mapakita na nangyari talaga yung krimen aside from the admission. Pero hindi ho to criminal offense. No? So, ang position namin dito sa impeachment, matibay na ho na ebidensya.
Wait. So, just answer the question. Dalawang bagay ho yung kailangan pagpilian ng pangalawang Pangulo. Kung ito ho yung pag-uusapan natin. Una, kung totoong hindi siya kumuha ng killer, ibig sabihin niya ba Vice President that lies. Di ba? Pero kung totoo na nag-contract siya ng killer, then you have a Vice President that contracts a killer. mamili na lang ho siya dun sa dalawang bagay po na yun. And on both counts, tingin ko hindi ko katanggap-tanggap sa taong bayan na meron kang pangalawang pangulo na nagsisinungaling sa harap ng bayan o pangalawang pangulo na kumukuha ng mamamatay tao. Even if itabi ho natin yon, ang malinaw ho from the last 2 weeks ay mayroon pong pangalawang pangulo na nagbabanta laban sa pangulo at sa kanya pong pamilya. Katanggap-tanggap ba yon sa taong bayan? Tingin ko po, hindi rin po ang sagot doon.
Kung Terry, para ba siyang yung nangyari kay Senator Marcoleta na parang dininay niya na campaign donations pero pasok naman sa plunder. Parang kahit anong mangyari, meron siyang impeachable offense na ginawa.
Well, ang totoo po, it is worse. It is worse than the situation of Senator Marcoleta. Kasi hindi naman yung senador ang pinag-uusapan natin dito eh. Pangalawang pangulo ang pinag-uusapan ho natin dito. Second highest person in the land and wants to be president in 2028. So yun ho yung mga tanong sa taong bayan ngayon eh. Is this the kind of president that we want? No? First, a vice president that lies, or a vice president that contracts a killer, and lastly, a vice president that threatens the president, hindi ba, and his family. So, yun lang ho. These are the multiverses that the vice president will have to choose, no, kung ano ho yung papasukin po niya na sitwasyon.
Let me relate it to something na pwedeng mangyari, no, sa ating pangkaraniwang nagaganap in our daily lives. Kunyari ikaw ay may-ari ng isang bus liner. Meron kang driver, doon nakasalalay yung safety at buhay ng mga pasahero ng bus. Nakita ng isang pasahero na nagdra-drugs yung driver at medyo high. At mairi-report, bilang may-ari ng bus, ano ba ang gagawin mo? Siyempre, nasa panganib ang buhay ng mga pasahero dahil mali ang ginagawa ng driver ng bus. Ano bang magiging desisyon mo? Hihintayin mo pa ba na ang korte ay magsabing, oo, nadidelikado ang buhay ng mga pasahero? Or you as the owner of the bus will immediately decide, main offense ito. This is a mortal sin. Kaya kailangan mo siyang tanggalin bilang driver ng bus kasi baka mamaya may mangyari at ikamatay ito, ikapahamak ng buhay ng mga pasahero. Why am I saying this? Ikaw bilang may-ari ng bus, ikaw ang impeachment court. Ikaw ang Senado ngayon. Iba naman yung korte. No? So hindi ibig sabihin na hihintayin mo pa yung desisyon ng korte kasi ang pinag-uusapan ng korte ay yung krimen. Ang pinag-uusapan naman ng impeachment court ay yung betrayal of public trust or nawalan ka na ba ng tiwala. So ito ang isang bus driver na kitaan na nagdra-drugs. As the owner of the bus company, wala ka ng tiwala. Ipagkakatiwala mo pa ba ang buhay ng mga pasahero ng bus doon sa driver na yon? Of course, you will have to decide. Yan ang pagkakaiba. Hindi ito kapareho ng ordinaryong court, ng regular court. Ito ay impeachment court kung saan ang pinag-uusapan, hindi ang bilang kriminal or pagpapakulong. Ang pinag-uusapan dito ay ang pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan. Yung bang tiwala ng taong bayan. Yalin tulad ulit natin, kunyari ikaw ay may-ari ng isang boarding house at yung iyong ikaw ang yung nag-manage ng iyong boarding house, ang iyong katiwala ay nahuli mo na sumisilip sa kwarto ng iyong mga boarders. Siyempre, kakasuhan yan. Ikaw bilang may-ari ng boarding house, may tiwala ka pa ba na i-entrust ang iyong mga boarders na nakita mong naninilip yung taong yun? Of course, ang iyong desisyon dahil wala ka ng tiwala, hindi na siya karapat-dapat na maging administrador ng iyong boarding house, ay tatanggalin mo. So ang pinag-uusapan dito ay tiwala, the capability to lead and perform commensurate to your position. Yan ang pinag-uusapan. At dapat nga, wag ilihis, ibalik natin, nangyari ba yung grave threats? yung pagbabanta ng pagpatay? Ito ba ay justifiable? Ito ba ay katanggap-tanggap para sa isang elected official, lalo't lalo na ikaw ay naghahawak ng second highest elected position in our country. So yun ang mga katanungan na dapat tumbukin at yun ang katanungan na tutuldukan ng ating Senado bilang impeachment court.
Hello po. Tatanong ko lang po kung masasala ngayong hapon si Attorney Zulaika Lopez sa witness stand.
Depende ho yan, no? Dun sa mga matitirang oras pagkatapos ho ng examination ni Attorney Lotok. Tatandaan natin, nung tinanong sila kahapon, sinabi ho, they're just halfway through. So, mukhang kung gaano ho katagal yung cross-examination nila kahapon, asahan natin na ganyan din ho yung itatagal ngayong araw. After that, bibigyan ho ng opportunity ang prosecution na mag-conduct ng redirect at pwede naman din silang mag-recross. So, titignan ho natin kung meron pa hong matitirang oras at kung yan ho ay papayagan ng impeachment court.
Sir, for the record lang po, what to expect from Attorney Lopez? And will you have her declared as hostile?
Again, as I'm sure you can understand, no, we can't discuss at length, no, her intended testimony. But just in broad strokes, you will remember that during the cross-examination of the first witness, no, certain portions of that video were played, no, which showed the Attorney Zulaika. So the context of her testimony would revolve around that incident. No?
Medyo idagdag ko lang ng konti. No? Of course, with due courtesy to Attorney Zulaika Lopez, ibalik lang natin doon sa chronology of events. Yung pagbabanta in relation doon sa sa detention ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Prior to that, I believe, mid-November, November 20 ba yun? Andun na yun nandun na yung mga pagbabanta. So kung titingnan mo yung chronology, yung pagbabanta ay nangyari na before pa man yung event kay Attorney Zulaika Lopez. However, kung babalikan ulit natin, ang pinag-uusapan dito, grave threat. Pagbabanta sa isang tao at hindi ordinaryong pagbabanta. Pagbabanta ng pagpatay. Magalit-galit ka man, masama man ang loob mo, or nasa bugso ng iyong emosyon. Kana bang suko ba kakaayo ba? Or kanang dili murabag na apektuhan ka. Is that justifiable? Is it right to threaten somebody? Anya imo ingnon patsyon ta ka ipapatay ta mo kay nasuko ka. So ibalik natin sa isang school, may makulit na bata. Pwedeng pagsabihan ng teacher. Minsan nga, pag pinitik ng konti ng teacher, malaking issue na yun. Pero pag sabihan mo yung estudyante, ipapapatay kita kasi ang kulit-kulit mo or galit na galit ako. Is that correct? Tama ba? Is there a justification for threatening the lives of other people? Totoo man yan o hindi, it's still a threat. At pinaulit-ulit nga, ang sabi nga, hindi siya joke. So ibalik natin sa usapan. Ako personally, of course, I'm not a lawyer, with due courtesy to Attorney Tolosa, with due courtesy to the prosecutors. Ako kasi sa pananaw ko, it's not really relevant on the issue being discussed. Kasi ang issue dito, bakit ka nagbanta? Kapag mainis ka ba, magbabanta ka, napapatay ka ng tao. At yung pagbabanta na yon, hindi pinag-uusapan dito kung krimen yun o hindi. Ang pinag-uusapan dito, tamang asal ba yun bilang pangalawang Pangulo ng Pilipinas? That's the issue being discussed. Ang gawaing yun ba ay pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan o hindi?
Good noon po. Po lang po. Po kasi sa defense panel, focus sila dun sa mga errors sa
yung mga clerical and yung procedural defects, do you think it's yung ano po nila an admittance that your substantive evidence is too hard to cross?
Sa isang bahagi, tama po yun. Tama po yung ganun pong observation. Pero alam po nyo, pwede kong palagpasin yung may mga issue sa dates, no? Meron pong issue doon sa ilang mga yung docket number sa DOJ, which is basically hindi naman ho kasalanan ni Atty. Lotto kasi hindi naman siya DOJ. Sinabi naman niya ho kahapon yon. Pero yung mahirap po palagpasin, yung pong pati yung obviously typo error ng mama at ma'am ay rinaise pa ho kahapon kasi I think obviously alam na ho nating lahat na very specific yung quote. Hindi ho talaga mama yung binanggit po ron. And we have to remind everyone na hindi po ito spelling contest. Hindi ba? Paglilitis po ito eh. So what is more important would be the substantive matters on hand, which is basically, sa akin dapat, yung pong pagpapakita na merong actual na pagbabanta. In fact, balikan nga natin yung talumpati ni Attorney Binlua noong nakaraan. Inadmit na ho nila eh. Hindi ba na meron pong pagbabanta only that they have a justification for it. Ang hinahanap po namin in cross was where is the justification for it and not hinahanapan ho natin yung tamang spelling nung pong ilang mga particular na mga dokumento.
Sir, if assassination threat are a distinct punishable offense under the U.S. federal law, then why has the Philippines not enacted a specific statute to explicitly penalize such threats against our highest official? Like VP Sara, if the threat is really serious, if not and that's just a merger. Kasi meron nga pong isang public school teacher sa Bicol region na 5,000 po yung na-dispalco but she was penalized.
I think this issue was also noted by Senator Mig Subiri, no, on the floor. Kaya nga ho nagmungkahi siya na magandang magkaroon ng panukalang batas para ho dito. But again, ang importante ho dito, sa usapin ho ng impeachment na to, linilitis ho itong usapin ng grave threats not as a crime, no? Ang sinasagot ho dito, itong ganitong klaseng pananakot na ginawa ng Vice Presidente sa buhay ng Presidente. Oh. Ito ba ay does it constitute culpable violation of the Constitution? Oh? Betrayal of public trust and high crimes. So, at the end of the day, ang tanong ho dito, itong ganitong klaseng asal na pagkakaroon ng kasunduan sa isang mamamatay tao, no, at pagbantaan ng buhay ng presidente, karapat-dapat pa rin bang manatiling pangalawang pinakamataas na lingkod bayan ang gumawa nito? Yan ho yung kailangan sagutin dito sa impeachment proceedings na to.
Good afternoon, Bill Kirigonan, DCRH. Kung matutuloy po based on the schedule, Attorney Zuleika Lopez will take the witness stand. Some of the lawyers, ang sabi po nila, this might be dangerous, might backfire sa prosecution. Your take on this, Kong Terry muna. And then si Attorney.
Well, ang totoo naman ho, hindi naman ho namin ito maiisip na isa lang kung if we had not seen these risks, no. Alam naman po namin, but again, nakabatay po ito doon sa takbo ng mga testimonya ng pong mga testigo, no. So we will take it one witness at a time. Tapusin lang ho natin itong cross-examination or kung merong redirect, then we will see on Attorney Lotok, and then we will dispose of the question relating to the other witnesses, including Attorney Lopez and Captain Bello.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Kong Terry said. No? And tama ho yan, no? Kung anumang risks na posed, no, by the fact that we'll be calling a hostile witness, of course, we've anticipated that and we're ready for it. No? Okay.
Attorney, yesterday you were asked to kung pwede pa ba, kinoconsider pa ba ng prosecution to invite the Vice President to the witness stand. Now, tanong ko pa rin yung kanina, this might be daw dangerous to the prosecution or might backfire.
Pareho din hong sagot, no? Again, every time you present witness, no, and put that witness on the stand, of course, you have to first determine if you'll be able to elicit material and relevant testimony from that witness. And then second, of course, you have to consider also the possible risks. No? At the end of the day, if the benefits will outweigh the risk, then we should present that witness. But again, this is a matter that's still under deliberation, no? And as to when we will call her as our own witness, kasama din ho yan. Anyway, magiging relevant naman ang possible testimony niya with respect to all of the articles of impeachment. So kahit sa dulo, pwede din ho yan.
Last lang, attorney, sino po magtatanong kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Tama po ba na si Attorney Lorna Kapunan? Salamat po.
Okay. Sige, we're always asked about sino ang public or private prosecutor na magtatanong sa particular witness, sino ang mag-argue sa oral arguments, no? Lagi naming sagot dito, these are matters of strategy that we can't discuss. Para ho maliwanag, bakit hindi namin masabi, no? Ganito ho kasi yan. Although, yes, usually meron hong designated, no, na lawyers who will handle these matters. Ang mahirap po kasi pag pinangunahan namin, announce namin, sasabihin namin itong tao mag-handle dyan. Pero alam naman natin, pwedeng madaming mangyari that could change the plan. For example, availability, whatever other reason. So iniwasan namin sitwasyon, nagsabi kami, nag-identify kami, iba ang tumayo, baka gawin pa hong issue, no? Papalabasin, nagkaroon ng problema o kung ano man. So, mas mabuti na ho na, hintayin na lang ho natin, darating ho tayo doon. Yes.
Magandang hapon po, Isa Umali from DZWB. Follow up lang din po sa question ni Ate Milky. Kasi may information po na sa pagsala nga po today ni Atty. Zuleika Lopez, may possibility po na dumating si Vice President Sara Duterte. First question po, do you expect po yung cooperation ni Atty. Lopez kapag po naisalang niya siya sa witness stand? And second question, what if dumating nga po ang Vice Presidente? May nakita ba kayong scenario or let's say drama na mangyayari? Thank you po.
Well, the presence of the Vice President is actually something that we fully respect and is very much welcome. At malamang ito ay mga senyales that at the proper time, she will allow herself to answer personally the allegations. Again, inuulit natin, ang korteng ito, ang forum na ito is the best venue for the Vice President to refute all the allegations. Kaya yung kanyang, kung sakasakaling dumating yung ating pangalawang Pangulo, maganda rin ito kasi ito nagpapakita na siguro sa mga darating din na mga araw na kung saan siya ay magdesisyon na mag-attend at umupo at matanong ng ating mga prosecutors at mag-cross-exam ng ating mga defense counsels, yan ay ang ating magandang pinakahihintay. Because again, we are not saying that she is guilty or not. Kami sa Kongreso, nagkaroon ng impeachment complaint, dumaan siya sa tamang proseso, yung substance, form, grounds ay ando doon at in-endorse, no? Inaprubahan yung Articles of Impeachment ng 257 members. That is not tantamount to guilt. It is simply bringing it to Senate kung saan iyon ang magiging korte at kung saan mas magandang marinig talaga natin direct from the Vice President yung mga kasagutan niya sa mga complaints na ito. So her presence is very much welcome and we are looking at that para matapos na rin lahat, no? Kung totoo man o kung hindi man, siya ang tanging isang taong makakapagsalita kung ano ba talaga ang mga nangyari at kung itong mga alegasyon na ito ay totoo o hindi. It's the best venue, again, ito ang tamang panahon para tuldukan ang lahat ng issue at ang pinaka-major person who can put an end to all of this are the answers from the Vice President herself.
Can I also add, wait lang. Okay. First, yung kay Attorney Zuleika, no, we expect her to cooperate? Well, if cooperate, you mean, well, she's a lawyer, no? So we expect her to, show respect for the proceedings and to the impeachment court and act accordingly, But just the same as you've mentioned, we'll probably ask the court to qualify her as an hostile witness, no? As regards the presence of the Vice President, potential presence, again, of course, her presence always welcome. That decision, whether or not she will attend, is something that hers to make. No? But at the same time, we think beyond mere presence as a spectator, no, in these proceedings, beyond accompanying any witness who will attend the proceedings, I think what is expected and what will be more appreciated by the people is that she attends and personally answer and provide explanation, no, with regards to the serious allegations against her. Because as we know, until now, we have yet to hear from her, no, her explanations regarding this billions of unexplained wealth, involving billions of financial transactions, serious allegations of use of confidential funds amounting to more than 600 million pesos. So more than just mere presence, I think, mas ma-appreciate ng public.
Eden Santos po from Net25. Sasagot ka pa ba, Kang? Sabi niyo po kanina, malinaw na pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan yung pagbabanta po sa buhay ng Pangulo ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero despite the fact na pinagbantaan ng VP ang Pangulo, First Lady at former House Speaker, ang trust rating pa rin po, yung trust rating pa rin po ng pangadwang Pangulo ng Pilipinas ay manatili pa mo rin pong matas. Abang ingkeng Pangulo tamo, pababaya po ng pababa. Meaning, ang trust rating ng pangalawang Pangulo ng bansa ay mataas pa rin at ang sa Pangulo naman po ay pababa. Na-gets niyo po, ano?
Gets po.
Pakanano tayo po sabi na betrayal of public trust ito. Meaning, papaano po natin nasabi na pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan, yun, despite the fact na napanood naman po ng mga kababayan natin yung video ng VP Sara na nagbumura pa nga po, di po ba't nagbabanta. Papaano
Alam
po
mo,
natin po?
tama talaga si Attorney Ligutan, no? Yung Filipino language ay maraming dialects. Wa ko kay kaintindi sa tanan, no? Pero ang uban dito murag ma-predict nako. Direk nakaintindihan nga tanan, pero baga nakikitaan, baga nanimo karag signon, no? Kung sa Bisaya pa ang imubuti ingon, nganong magsigiban og taas ang trust ratings ni VP o niya ang ratings ni President BBM munubo. Ibalik po natin, ang una kasi pinakamalaking tanong dito, sino ang nag-conduct ng survey na ito? Kanino ba ito nanggaling? Kasi pwede rin kasing ito ay isang parte ng paglilihis sa mga isyung pinag-uusapan ngayon. Pwede rin kasi itong maging diversion. And then, how were the questions asked? Yan po ay napaka-importanteng parte. Kasi pwede rin akong maglabas ng survey ngayon na dito sa amin lahat. Ako ang pinakapayat, pero alam niyo namang hindi. Yung pala, yung tanong is ako sino ang pinakapayat 20 years ago? So what I'm saying is that yung katanungan kasi sa mga surveys can also condition the answer. So of course with due courtesy, kasi hindi ko alam saan nanggaling ito, sa mga nakikita ko kasing surveys na aking na-come across, hindi ko nakita yung ganitong aspeto, no, ng pagtaas ng trust rating at pagbaba ng trust rating ng ating Pangulo. Precise for me to say. Ang usapan dito, kaya nga pag binoto ka ng taong bayan, mauupo ka sa posisyon. But there are avenues wherein you will actually be watched so that your position is commensurate to your behavior. At meron tayong korte, meron tayong ombudsman, meron tayong impeachment proceedings. Ito yung mga proseso kung saan babantayan ka para yung iyong behavior at iyong pangaasal at iyong gawa or gawi ay commensurate sa iyong posisyon. Hindi yan mababatayan sa survey, lalo't-lalo na kapag ang survey ay commission ng isang hindi sang-ayon sa ating administrasyon. Ibabalik natin, dapat walang lilihis, dapat tutumbukin natin ang isyong pinag-uusapan, dapat sasagutin ang mga katanungan, at dapat tapusin ang impeachment trial because it is our constitutional mandate, yan ang proseso, at yan ay dapat nating gawin para sa taong bayan.
Yan ko lang po, site ko lang
Excuse
yung
me.
Publicus Asia July 2026, trust rating of 26% and approval rating of 28%. Pulse Asia May 2026, 50% trust rating. Social Weather Stations May 2026, net satisfaction rating of positive 31. Yan po yung mga...
So maraming salamat sa figures. Pero alin, ibabalik natin. Mismo survey companies, hindi naman lahat, no? Pero nagkakaiba-iba yan. Kasi nga, depende sa pagtatanong. There can be leading questions. There can also be questions that are not leading. Kaya hindi ko sinasabing it's not a direct accusation, pero may posibilidad na kapag ginagawa ang mga surveys at meron kang intensyon, you can have leading questions, no, to divert. But again, ang pinag-uusapan dito ay hindi trust rating ng Pangulo. No? Ang pinag-uusapan dito is betrayal of public trust in line with the Constitution. At kapag sinabi natin, pagtataksil sa tiwala ng taong bayan, kasama dyan yung mga pagbabanta. Kasama dyan kung paano ka gumalaw, unsay imuhimuon kung naay mga problema. Dili man gud na pwede nga, tungod nga taas imo posisyon, makaingon lang dayon ka, patsyon ta ka, mao ni ako himuon nimo. Mahirap kasi yun eh. Kasi kaakibat ng ating posisyon, there are minimum standards of behavior expected from us. Especially so if it calls, baka tularan ng iba, baka gayahin ng iba, baka sabihin ng iba na natural yon. Kaya kailangan pag-usapan, and mind you, no, bilang isang nanay, ano man mangyari, whatever the verdict of the impeachment, the senator judges will be. Kasi kami naman dito ay hindi kasama sa pagdidesisyon ng Senado o ng impeachment court. Ako bilang nanay, nakikita ko lang dito na pag-uusapan natin na hindi tama ang magbanta, hindi rin tama ang magbanta na magpatay, at dapat hindi natin ito gawing tama sa mata ng ating mga kabataan.
Sagutin ko lang din dahil naintindihan ko yung tanong mo dahil kapumpangan din ako, no? So, mayapayabak po ka rin hanggang kabalin mo. So, just quickly, no? Wag natin pangunahan yung mga kababayan natin. Kaya nga lagi ho namin hinihingi sa mga kababayan natin, no? Pare-pareho muna nating pakinggan at suriin ng mabuti ang mga ebidensya na ilalapag ng magkabilang panig, no, sa paglilitis na to. Pagkatapos nating marinig yan, dun ho natin sila ulit tanungin kung anong paghuhusga nila. Kung pakiramdam ba nila yung kanilang tiwala sa pangalawang pinakamataas na lingkod bayan ay pinagtaksilan dahil dito sa kanyang mga ginawa dito, no? Again, ulitin ko, no? Ano itong mga ginawa na to? Pagtatangka sa buhay ng presidente, pag-amin na nagkaroon na siya ng kasunduan sa mamatay tao na patay ng presidente, no? Na nag-commit, no, nung mga nagkaroon ng unexplained wealth, again amounting to transactions, no, in billions of pesos, unexplained funds in hundreds of millions of pesos. Doon ho natin sila tanungin pagkatapos nan lang narinig ang ebidensya kung pakiramdam ba nila, no, pinagtaksilan at sinira ba yung tiwala nila.
Anyong asinyo Rosalie Imnida. Ano po, yung pong technical arguments, in-expect nyo na po yan sa defense team even before yung pong impeachment trial. Yun pong pag-raise ng grammatical errors, typographical errors, yun pong doc number as well yung spelling, yun na ba yung worst na ine-expect nyo po? or expecting worse than yesterday?
Sige, bago si Attorney Jay, tingin ko kung meron po silang maipipintas doon sa testimonya, na isa lang na ho nila yun kahapon. Kasi yun yung mga dapat pinakamalalakas pong mga tanong. Kasi if you go on a document per document basis or a testimony per testimony basis, dapat naikasa na ho yun kahapon. But baka merong fireworks mamaya. The cross is not yet done. So, we will see. Baka meron pa ho silang ibubuga mamaya. No? So, tingnan ho natin.
Pero bakit po hindi maituturing na material evidence yun pong typographical, yun pong mali sa doc number?
Well, you know what, hindi ho yan pwedeng durugin yung pong testimonya ni Mr. Lotok. Simple lang ho. These are documents that was not made by him. Yung pong docket number is a DOJ document. Ibig sabihin, sino ba yung nag-stamp doon? DOJ po yung nag-stamp doon eh. Sino ho yung pwedeng nag-make ng correction on that date? Hindi ba? Malamang yung po nag-receive po nung dokumento na yon. So, if the defense is insisting now, for example, that it is the NBI that tampered it, they have to show proof na there was an actual tampering. Pero ang pinakita lang naman ho nila ron, o litrato na, ay, may pinalitan yung petsa. Pero we know also for a fact na, sa totoo lang, pwede naman ho talagang palitan yung mga detalye sa mga dokumento. Hindi ba? Kahit sa mga cheque, pwede hong gawin po yun noon. Hindi ba? So, it does not basically diminish, impinge the credibility of Attorney Lotok. And more importantly, dun ho siya ikinakahon kahapon eh. On questions na, on documents na wala naman talaga siyang kinalaman. Ibig sabihin, and my answer to you is, it is what it is. Hindi ba? Yun yung mga dokumento lumapag sa harap niya eh. So, should we destroy his credibility, his testimony on the basis of that? I don't think so. Hindi ba? Tuloy pa rin ho yun. Kaya nga, babalik ho tayo to the original frame. The original frame is, was the threat diminished by these questions relating to typo errors, dates, and kung ano man hong grammatical errors? Hindi po. Babalik po tayo ron.
Kanina po si Attorney Tolosa may na-mention po kay kanina na po pwede niyo pong i-present as your witness si VP Duterte in any of the 4 articles of impeachment. But do you intend her to present as your witness in each of the article of impeachment? And what's best timing if ever she appears again here in the Senate for the second time but will not face the impeachment trial?
Well, I hope you'll understand that this is a matter of strategy that I can't discuss at length with you at this time. So, but yes, I mean, the answer remains the same. Really, possible testimony niya will be relevant with respect to all of the articles of impeachment. So, pwede siyang tawagin anytime throughout this proceeding. So.
Pero sir, hindi ba best timing yung nandito na nga siya? For example, nag-umpisa na po yung impeachment trial and nasa holding area siya. Since present naman na siya dito sa premises po natin, hindi ba yun yung parang pwedeng samantalahin ng prosecution na ipatawag?
Yes, tama naman yung we see the point. But you also have to remember that there's a requirement given by the impeachment court to inform the parties at least 5 days before, with respect to the identities of the witnesses. In fact, remember correctly, this is supposed to be done every Tuesdays. Kailangan inform na yung court sino yung mga magiging witnesses sa susunod na linggo.
Just to press on that, kasi si Attorney Lorna na-mention na po yan eh. She manifested it last week, di po ba? When the Vice President visited the Senate. So hindi po ba yun enough para po, for example, ngayon mag-appear ulit siya eh nandito naman siya sa premises. Minamnifest nyo naman na po yan last week.
Yes, but I don't think when it was raised, the impeachment court made an exemption to that directive, no? Kasi nga ang purpose nila, they want to give the opposing party, as well as the senator judges, ample opportunity to prepare for the examination of that witness. Kaya gusto nila sundan yung 5-day notice rule.
Morning po. Earl Tobias po from IBC News. Attorney J, if if the court if the Senate impeachment court qualifies Zuleika Lopez as your hostile witness, you can ask leading questions to the OVP Chief of Staff.
Yes, that's correct. No, normally when you call your witness, a witness as your own witness, no, and on direct examination, you're not allowed to ask leading questions. So kapag you're able to have the court qualify that witness as a hostile witness, your direct will be conducted in a manner as if you're doing cross-examination. So kung ano ho yung bawal at hindi, no, sa direct hindi na mag-apply dahil as if cross-examination na siya.
Attorney, would that provide an edge para i-press yung angle on her testimony's weight on grave threats?
Not really an edge, just more of this is what the rules provide, and we'll comply with that.
Thank you po. Last na lang, for layman's explanation lang, attorney, why is it allowed na mag-leading question towards a hostile witness while usually ang kakatanda dito ng mga tao, ino-object ang leading questions?
Usually when you say pag leading questions kasi, no, binabawal yan dahil ang witness na yan is your own witness. So merong parang assumption, no, na lahat ng sasabihin yan pabor sa'yo, kaya binabawal ang leading. Dahil ang leading, these are answerable by yes or no, as if ang nag-supply na ng sagot ay yung mismong abogado. No? For example, pinatay mo ba itong taong to? Yes or no? As if ang nagbigay na ng testimonya, yung lawyer na dahil sasabihin lang niya yes or no. So binabawal yan on direct, no? Kasi parang tinuturuan mo yung witness mo. Pero pag you're conducting cross-examination, pwede yan dahil wala namang assumption na lahat ng sasagutin ng testigo ay pabor sa'yo, no? So yun ho yung reason behind it, why it's allowed in cross-examination.
Kong Terry, good afternoon po. Nabanggit po ninyo kanina na doon sa cross-examination ni Lotok, hindi po nadurog yung kanyang testimonya. Pero when it comes po doon sa credibility ng NBI investigation, its thoroughness, impartiality, naapektuhan po ba ito sa cross-examination?
Tingin ko hindi. Tuloy pa rin ho yun kasi ang totoo naman ho, nakita ho natin yung dalawang mga witnesses na NBI, no, si Mr. Kalilong at si Mr. Lotok, no, at naipakita pa rin ho doon yung manner of authentication of the video document itself, no. So, yun naman ho yung pinakamahalagang aspeto nung pong testimonya ng dalawa, no, yung pong pagkakaroon ng actual na recording of the press conference itself, no. At pasok pa rin ho yun. Hindi ba? Yung wala naman ho naging question in the previous witness doon po sa pagkatama nung pong recording and authentication of the video documentation. So ibig sabihin, pasok sa banga yung pong pagpapatunay na talagang nagbanta ang pangalang Pangulo laban sa Pangulo at kanya pong pamilya, no? So, yun ho, ano pa rin ho yun? Tuloy pa rin ho yun, irrespective of particular questions on the process and the manner by which the investigation had been conducted.
And then kung nabanggit din kahapon na parang 1 year na yung preliminary investigation, hindi pa rin na isasampa po sa korte, na-effect po ba ito dito sa pag-determine ng court kung dapat i-impeach ang pangalaw or i-convict ang pangalawang Pangulo based on the alleged grave threats and inciting to sedition, or is it a different matter?
Magkaiba po yun, ano? So, ibig ko sabihin, ang mahalaga naman po for the DOJ, for any court, no, kung meron hong grave threats, and for the Senate Impeachment Court would be the same set of facts, no? And the same set of facts are being presented at the level of the DOJ, will be presented at the level of the courts, and had been presented today at the level of the Senate Impeachment Court. Kaya nga, we will leave it to the Senate Impeachment Court to appreciate yung po nga mga nailatag po na mga ebidensya subjected to direct, subjected to cross, pasok as evidence ng prosecution.
Alright. Pagkatapos mga katanungan yan, baka may parting word pa ating mga miyembro ng panel?
Siguro sa bahagi po namin, wala naman na po. Magkita-kita ho tayo mamayang 2:00 doon po sa sisimula po muli ng atin pong paglilitis.
On that note, maraming salamat po sa ating member ng panel, Attorney J. Tolosa, DS Janet Garin, and Rep. Terry Ridon. At sa inyong lahat, domo arigato gozaimasu ni, terima kasih banyak.
Sheshe.
Lea, saan? Tulog? So in other words, it is the same as the photocopy that was previously marked, Your Honor.
But certified.
Correct, Your Honor.
Noted.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Now, you also mentioned, Attorney Lotok, yung isang letter, this time, it's dated December 2, 2024. Now, kung yung letter na iyan ipapakita sa'yo, ma-identify mo ba ito?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are in the process of showing you a copy of that letter that is previously marked as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-5 with submarking P Roman numeral 4-5 small letter A. May you peruse the same and answer the question. After perusing the document, what relation, if any, does this document have with the one you mentioned?
The same document that I mentioned, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Witness, sa pangalawang subpoena, Your Honor, the document again is a photocopy, machine copy. Your Honor, we move that the certified true copy that we have in possession be compared with the photocopy that is marked in exhibit for the prosecution.
It will also help us sa regional level. Okay, so we'll take our questions. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, may we confirm the nature of the Vice President's supposed attendance here in the Senate debate?
Actually, I spoke to her a few minutes ago before entering the Senate. Hindi pa siya sure, no, kung makakapunta siya today. Unsure pa dahil meron siyang mga scheduled meetings. Titingnan pa daw kung makakahabol or hindi. But again, hindi pa po sure. Just para lang sa kalaman ng lahat.
Pero if ever darating siya, attorney, pupunta rin po ba siya sa traffic?
Maaari po, no? Hindi lang namin din-discount. Ayoko lang sabihin categorically dahil nga hindi pa siya sure dahil ang huling sabi niya sa akin when I was trying to confirm kung pupunta siya because she's in Manila but she has several meetings scheduled. So titingnan lang daw niya kung makakahabol siya. So I guess it will depend on kung meron pang ongoing, no, at that time.
Sir, is it for a meeting again with her defense lawyers or to support her chief of staff who is set to take the stand today?
She didn't tell me, but we don't have scheduled meetings, no? So it will probably be because she wants to, of course, provide support to her employees, which she always does naman, no? Not just with her chief of staff, but with everyone else.
Pero going inside sa file, sir, may uncertainty na ba?
Wala pa kasi hindi nga niya masabi kung anong oras siya o kung makakahabol siya. Basically, tinanong ko siya kung makakapunta siya today. Ang sabi lang niya sa akin, unsure because I have meetings, but tingnan natin kung makahabol.
Attorney, ano yung expectations natin for the 5th day of the impeachment trial?
Well, tuloy pa rin yung cross-examination namin today. Hindi tayo natapos kagabi. So itutuloy namin where we left off kagabi. And then we'll see kung may time for the next witness, no? If it will be Attorney Liza.
Sir, kahapon po ba napanood niyo yung VP Sara? Anong masasabi niya?
Wala naman kami napag-usapan tungkol sa kahapon. Usually we don't talk about these things na kasi actually kami sa defense we're also busy. Wala naman siyang napaabot. Ang alam ko lang she will be in Manila today, kaya natanong ko lang siya kasi I'm sure everyone's curious kung I've been getting questions since yesterday, no? And so I asked her lang this morning kung nasa Manila na siya at kung makakapunta siya. So she's in Manila, but she has several engagements, so hindi talaga masabi kung makakaabot siya. Although sinabi naman niya na kung makakahabol, tingnan na lang daw natin.
Sir, kahapon during the cross-examination of the defense, na-highlight yung mga discrepancies doon sa NBI investigation. But in response to that, the prosecution, particularly the prosecution counsel, Arma Amando Libutan said that those discrepancies are not material to the impeachment allegations. Ano pong masasabi niyo po without going to the merits?
Well, sa atin naman po, no, ang purpose lang naman talaga ng cross-examination in general is really to test the credibility, di ba? At ng witness para matest din natin yung truthfulness ng kanyang testimony. Whether it's material or immaterial is something that is left to the discretion of the Honorable Impeachment Court. No? Of course, we have our views. I'm sure the prosecution has their views. But ultimately, it's the court that decides what is material and what is immaterial.
Sir, sabi ng mga law experts, yung manner ng pagtatanong ng Attorney General, mas okay daw na butasan yung testimony ng prosecution instead of yung nga mag-object ang defense. As powerful daw.
Well, of course, we respect the opinions of every expert, but may kanya-kanyang style, and hindi lang naman kanya-kanyang style. It also depends. Yung pag-object naman po, hindi naman po yan strategy. Hindi naman po strategy ng defense team na object na lang tayo ng object. Hindi po ganun yun, no? The objection will depend on the question propounded by the opposing counsel. So kung katulad kahapon, wala naman kami nakitang talagang basis to object, nakikita nyo naman, reasonable naman po kami, hindi naman kami nag-object. Pero kung objectionable naman talaga yung question, we also will not be doing justice to our client. We will not be doing our jobs kung hindi kami mag-object. So ganun lang naman po yun. It's not natanong na din ako last week if objections are a matter of legal strategy. They're not. They're under the rules. And under the rules, if a question is objectionable, counsel must object unless we're okay to waive that objection.
Attorney, kahapon po napag-usapan din yung specific allegation on the assassin. In particular, Senator Judge Bamakino asked if you had specific denial or blanket denial. For the record lang, Attorney, meron po ba tayong specific denial on the alleged na nag-contact si Dito?
Ako, ang hirap ng tanong kasi it will go to the merits, especially against a question of a senator judge. No? But we placed our answer on record, and I think the issue here is whether a specific denial is even required in a proceeding, knowing fully well kung ano yung charge, no, against the Vice President, which is a grave threat, yung pinapalabas sila na charge. So that's the question, but I will not answer that because that will go into the merits of the case.
Sir, but yesterday, Attorney Villanueva already said that you will be presenting a witness or an evidence that would show the Vice President's denial. May we know the nature of those documents, at least in broad strokes?
We cannot, because again, we do not telegraph what we do. You know, we will be doing again an injustice to our client if we start telegraphing our moves, kasi syempre, ma-anticipate ng kabila. That's just how litigation is, and I hope you understand. But definitely, the evidence is there, and just wait for our turn, no, to present our evidence in chief.
Is this part of your reserve list, or is it already placed there, not dun sa part na hindi reserve?
That is, I think, part of our reserve list.
An employee?
Sorry?
An employee
Again, ma'am, I will not answer this question. I know how insistent and persistent you have been with me, but I beg for your patience because, again, we do not telegraph, ma'am.
Sir, how about the witness po na magpapatotoo dun sa sinasabi natin na Operation Bongbong?
We'll see. We'll see if needed. No? We'll see if needed.
Sir, nagkaroon ba ng...
Sir, was there a separate investigation on the alleged threat dun sa kay VP and on the part of the OVP, and also meron yung pang na-identify na group or specific individuals na meron talagang attempt to hurt?
Actually, yun po yung pinupunto ng defense, no? Gusto rin nating malaman kung talagang nagkaroon ng investigasyon.
Yeah, on the part of the OVP.
I am not the spokesperson of the OVP, so I cannot answer for the OVP. I am spokesperson for the defense. And so ang sinasabi ko lang po, ayun po yung pinupunto ng aming cross-examination, not just yesterday, but also even last week. At yun din naman ang gusto nating malaman kung talagang nagka-investigasyon.
Sir, nagkaroon ba ng chance si VP Sara and si Attorney Liza Lopez to talk ahead of the proceedings?
I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to that. Again, sir, I have to clarify to the media, I am not the spokesperson of the OVP. I am not connected in any way with the OVP. So anything that happens at the OVP, I'm not privy to.
But you will read si VP po ready to show support sa lahat po ng empleyado.
Well, ganun naman ang character at nature ni VP kahit noon pa man. Hindi naman po bago yan. No? So, but again, we'll see na lang po kung makakadalo siya.
But as a defense team, aren't you privy to this information?
Which information, ma'am?
On the supposed assassination against...
Again, ma'am, if I tell you what our theory is, obviously that's telegraphing our defense. And secondly, that's going into the merits. And as I've told you last week, we cannot talk about the merits, ma'am. I hope you understand.
Thank you. Sir, yung sa issue issue daw ng ng typo error kahapon, maling petsa docket number. Sabi ng Prosex, it did not diminish the threat itself. Malinaw daw at malakas na ebidensya yung mismong video threat ni VP. Ano po reaction niya dito?
Tama po. Nasabi nga po yan, but again, I'll repeat my answer kanina. Whether may na-establish o walang na-establish, that is really up to the impeachment court, no? Ngayon, kung malakas yung ebidensya o hindi malakas yung ebidensya, I don't think the counsels of the parties and the parties themselves should be talking about kung malakas yung ebidensya, because that's precisely what Rule 18 prohibits, which is talking about the merits. So sa atin, ginagawa lang natin yung trabaho natin, ine-expose lang natin yung sa tingin natin dapat ma-expose, at bahala po ang impeachment court para sa kanilang appreciation po kung nailabas natin yung punto natin or kung material yung mga bagay na yan, lalo na yung mga typos.
According dun sa latest na survey, slightly down, may advantage ang prosecution sa defense.
Sir, ako personally, and even that I think I can speak for the entire defense team, we don't really look at surveys. In fact, sabi ko nga sa inyo, from day one, hindi kami nagbibilang kung sinong panalo sa unang araw, sinong panalo sa pangalawang araw, because at the end of the day, ultimately, what will matter will be the decision of the impeachment court. So, mahaba pa po kasi to. So, kung magbibilang tayo, I think it will be a futile exercise.
Yung sabi kahapon ni Attorney Binduan, halfway na siya dun sa cross-examination. Do you think may isasala ngayon si Attorney Liza Lopez or baka mahaba pa dahil may redirect pa at may recross?
Well, kami naman, kung may isasala ngayon, handa naman po kami. It will depend nga kung magkakaroon ng redirect or recross. But yeah, halfway na po yung cross-examination. No, the team was also discussing earlier before I entered the room. So definitely matatapos kami. Kung may isasalang si Attorney Lopez, hindi ko po alam, but kung may isasalang naman siya ngayon, handa naman po yung defense.
Sir, hindi raw believe si House Prosecutor Terry doon sa line of questioning ng defense team sa cross-examination kay NBI Regional Director Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Ang sabi niya, yan na ba yung best note? Galingan niyo pa ng konti. Any comment?
Congressman Redon is entitled to his own opinion, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on that. We do not engage in such discourse.
Sir, doon sa isa sa mga defense kahapon, isa sa mga naka-float na line of yung case theory ng defense ay basically I'm saying it, but allegedly bias yung NBI probe because it only focused on the threat against the president but not on the vice president. Why? Ano po ang rationale behind it? Bakit po kailangan i-highlight yung difference the way the NBI handles the investigation?
So like you said po, it goes into bias basically, because then now the report is questionable. But whether we were able to establish bias once again is not something for us to say in the media, because it would be unfair to the other party, no, to our opposing counsels. Ayaw naming nagsasabi na nanalo kami or na-prove namin to or na-prove namin yan or hindi namin na-prove ito sa media, because at the end of the day, and again, I'm really sorry, we're really bound by the rules on impeachment. This will have to really be ultimately based on the appreciation of the impeachment court, the senator judges, kung ano yung na-establish at ano yung hindi. But as to your question, kaya po importante yun because obviously bias affects everything that goes on in an investigation. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you po.
Attorney Lotok, ano ba yung naging tugon, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, ng Vice Presidente sa pangalawang sabina na inisyo ng NBI?
Yes, Your Honor. The Vice President again did not appear, but instead sent her lawyer with another letter.
Another letter?
Yes, Your Honor. Submitted to the Office of the Cybercrime Division.
Okay, now, kung alam mo, ano ba yung nilalaman ng letrang iyan, yung pangalawang letter ng Vice President in response to the second subpoena ng NBI?
If I remember it right, sinasabi doon, we must state the obvious. The NBI is under the administrative supervision ng Secretary of Justice, who is an alter ego of the President, and the Executive Secretary is the chief alter ego. So, minarapat daw niya makinig sa kanyang counsel at hindi na mag-appear sa subpoena ng NBI, Your Honor.
Now, kung yung, what proof, if any, do you have of that letter?
We have copy of that letter, Your Honor.
Kung yung kopya ng letter na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, we are showing you a copy of the letter dated December 10, 2024. The question after you peruse the same, what relation, if any, does that document have with the letter you mentioned?
The same document that I mentioned, sir.
Your Honor, manifestation, the same letter coming from the Vice President's Counsel is not marked in exhibits by the prosecution. Same with the previous letter, we move that the same, with agreement from the Defense Counsel, be marked as our exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-33 for the prosecution. It is a photocopy of that letter, Your Honor, please.
What does counsel for the respondent say?
No objection to that, Your Honor. No objection. Thank you so much.
Noted. Kindly have it marked.
Your Honor, proceed. Now, Mr. Witness, what else, if any, did the letter state, if any?
Well, the counsel for the Vice President stated that the Vice President is confident that the NBI will also investigate the alleged threat against her life. Yun po yung tenor ng letter na yun, sir.
Now, ito yung tanong now. You mentioned earlier that the Vice President stated that she already contracted an assassin to kill the President and the two others. Now, Attorney Lotok, wait, not yet done. No question yet.
Please proceed, counsel.
As the head of the investigation team, what was your impression of the Vice President when she declared that she already contracted an assassin to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for an
ground?
opinion.
Opinion. You may cite the rule, Your Honor, please.
And misleading as well, Your Honor. She never mentioned the word assassin.
Your Honor, the term, may I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
Counsel for the
The
prosecution
term
is recognized.
assassin is not a fiction. It is the same term used by the PNP and by the PCO. So it's not plucked out of thin air, Your Honor, please. So we have basis for using the term assassin.
But Your Honor, the counsel mentioned that it was VP Sara who mentioned it, and that was phrased in his answer. So we are objecting to that, Your Honor.
With the understanding that the witness will base his answer on his investigation or knowledge insofar as the investigation that he himself conducted and led is concerned, and not as a conclusion of fact and law. The witness may answer.
What was your impression?
Yes, Your Honor. To me, as the chief investigator at that time, the utterances made by the Vice President was serious, and the threat was real and actual, sir.
Mr. Witness, if I may intercede, counsel, is this contained in your investigation report?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, counsel.
Seryoso tsaka totoong pagbabanta. Now, what made you say that? Na yung pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente ay both seryoso at totoo?
Well, Your Honor, we considered the content and context of the utterances made by the Vice President in November 23, 2024, as well as the utterances made by the Vice President in October 18, 2024, and the reactions from the recipients, as well as reactions from several government agencies, sir.
content and context. Now, exactly, yung tanong is, exactly, how did you analyze the content and the context of the entire press conference?
We considered several factors, Your Honor, in the analysis of that content and context.
Several factors. To be exact, kung alam mo, ilang factors kinonsider nyo?
At least four.
At least four.
Your Honor, number one, the delivery or manner in which the utterances were spoken.
That's one.
Number two, the literal meaning of the statement, Your Honor. Number three, the nature of the instruction. And number four, the relationship between the parties, sir.
So four factors. Now, Attorney Lotok, let's go to the first factor, no? Let's go to the first factor. The delivery of the manner in which the threats were spoken. What made you say that the respondent was both serious and real when she uttered those threats?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for an opinion.
Your Honor, if I may.
Based on his investigation, counsel, he may testify as to that. Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The Vice President was furious and fuming mad when she uttered those.
Could you repeat it? Furious and?
And fuming mad, sir.
Fuming mad. Furious and fuming mad. Now, what made you say na yung Vice Presidente was both furious, and fumingly mad?
Well, nakita ho namin dun sa video nung niran ho namin, Your Honor. If I'm not mistaken, I think more or less 8 beses ho siyang galit na galit at nagmumura at minumura yung Presidente, si First Lady, and then si former Speaker of the House, sir.
8 beses.
If I'm not mistaken, more or less, sir.
Now, and then you're referring to the video. Now, in what particular portions of the video, okay, did the Vice President hurl invectives or sa Tagalog, pagmumura kung sa Cebuano, pamalikas, kung hawaray-waray, buyayaw. Mga ilang beses? 8? In what particular portions?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the interest of time, Your Honor, please, while the counsels are doing that, I move that the previously marked and identified Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-10, which is the flash drive containing the video of that press conference, be unsealed in the presence of counsels from both sides.
You may proceed.
And then you may now answer, Mr. Witness, anong mga timestamps ba ito?
Yeah, Your Honor, from timestamp 53 minutes to 27 seconds, and 53 minutes to 39 seconds.
So 53 minutes, 27 seconds to 53 minutes, 39 seconds. The second timestamp, if you may.
54 minutes to 03 seconds, and 54 minutes to 08 seconds.
54 minutes, 03 seconds to 54 minutes, 08 seconds. That's the second timestamp. What about the next timestamp, if you know?
55 minutes to 42 seconds, and 56 minutes to 07 seconds.
55 minutes, 42 seconds to 56 minutes, 06 seconds. What about the fourth timestamp, if you know?
58 minutes to 38 seconds, up to 58 minutes to 47 seconds.
58 minutes, 38 seconds to 58 minutes to 47 seconds. What about the fifth timestamp, if you know?
1 hour, 02 minutes and 25 seconds. 1 hour, 02 minutes and 32 seconds, sir.
1 hour, 02 minutes to 25 seconds to 1 hour, 02 minutes, 32 seconds. What about the next, the sixth timestamp, if you know?
1 hour, 05 minutes and 08 seconds, up to 1 hour, 05 minutes and 31 seconds.
1 hour, 05 minutes, 08 seconds to 1 hour, 05 minutes, 31 seconds. What about the last timestamp, Mr. Witness?
1 hour, 08 minutes and 43 seconds. And then 1 hour, 08 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
1 hour, 08 minutes, 43 seconds to 1 hour, 08 minutes, 54 seconds. Your Honor, we move that those 7 timestamps identified by the witness be shown in sequence, Your Honor, please.
So ordered.
Your
Counsel for the prosecutors will kindly give the flash drive to be unsealed by the witness, as witnessed by counsel for the respondents. Thereafter, for counsel of the parties to kindly accompany each other to the tech booth so that the USB may be played with respect to the specified timestamps of the witness.
Punitin, okay lang.
Utang ina ninyo. Sino ang corrupt? Yung mga congressman na yan na kesyo taksil, kesyo korap, abusado, utang ina ninyo. Sino ang korap? Ginagawa ko eh. Putang ina, hindi mo pala gusto ginagawa mo eh. Bakit mo sinisira pangalan ko? Joel Chua. He did not know what he was talking about. So incompetent. Or he was lying through his teeth to get the votes of people. Martin Romualdez, Liza Marcos, Bongbong Marcos.
I think we have two more.
Nagsisinungaling? Nagpipigil ako eh. Kasi gusto ko lang magtrabaho. Gusto ko lang tapusin nyo na yung show ninyo dyan sa House of Representatives para makabalik na kami.
I think we have two more.
Pang ilan ninyo?
I think that will be the last. Your Honor, that will be the last.
Counsel, that's the 7 timestamps?
Let me confirm. Attorney Magallon. Okay, we have one more. We have two more, Your Honor, please. I was told we have two more timestamps, Your Honor, please.
Two more.
Thank you.
Martin! Nangangampanya tayo. Nakasakay tayo sa eroplano. Magkatabi tayo. Nagre-reklamo ka, putang ina ka, walang pera.
And the last one.
Maalis mo man ako sa presidential days, hindi pa rin ikaw ang presidente, king ina mo. Walang buboto sa'yo. Please lang.
Okay. Thank you.
Wala.
So, Your Honor, those were the 7 timestamps, portions of the video where the Vice President hurled invectives and profanities. Now, the question is, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Counsel, to clarify,
Yeah, Papa.
that the Vice President hurled invectives, period, not necessarily against the 3 officials mentioned.
Most of them were against the 3 officials, Your Honor, please.
I only counted or heard 1 or 2. Out of the 7, I heard Representative Chua, but he's not one of the subject matters of this case. But just for the record, does the witness confirm that? Out of the 7 timestamps, there are approximately 2 or 3 that mentioned either all 3 or 1 of the top officials. Would that be correct, Mr. Witness?
I think more than that, sir, if you can see the
Make your voice
context.
louder. Louder.
If I'm not mistaken, I think 5 times referring to either Martin Romualdez or Liza Marcos or the President.
The rest were either congressmen or a particular congressman.
If I'm not mistaken, sir, yeah.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, etong mga 7 timestamps kung saan nagmumura yung Vice Presidente, why is this a factor in classifying her threats as serious and real?
Yes, Your Honor, it's very much factor because we want to establish the intent of the Vice President, and that intent is crucial in our investigation. We want to determine whether those utterances made by the Vice President were just a product of a temporary fit of anger. Was it just spur of the moment? Or were they really serious, actual, and real threat?
So what was your conclusion?
Your Honor.
So what was your conclusion? Was it serious, real?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay.
Serious and real.
Let's go to factor number 2. So 2 out of 4 factors. Now, sinabi mo yung literal meaning ng mga utterances ng Vice President. Yung literal meaning, why is this a factor in your conclusion na seryoso at totoo yung pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente?
Yes, Your Honor. Klaro po dun sa utterances ng Vice Presidente. Even before the online press conference held on November 23, 2024, the Vice President had already contracted a person to kill the President, Liza Marcos, and the former Speaker, Your Honor.
Siguro, so the public will understand. I want you to answer in Tagalog mo. Ba't mahalaga sa inyo, sa investigasyon nyo, na yung pagkukontrata ng tao na papatay sa Pangulo at dalawa pa, nangyari ito bago pa man yung press conference? Ba't mahalaga sa investigasyon mo yan?
Yes, Your Honor. Mahalaga ho yan para sa amin. Basically, it's indicative of intent that the utterances was deliberately made up by the Vice President, and it really shows serious, actual, and real threat, Your Honor.
All right, now, Attorney Lotok, let's go to the third factor. Yung third factor is now sinasabi mo, yung nature ng instruction. Now, could you tell the public and the court, ano bang ibig sabihin ng factor number 3, nature of the instruction?
Yes, Your Honor. In those utterances, the Vice President said, wag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay. It shows persistence on the part of the Vice President, that she was determined to carry out those utterances. And from the point of view of law enforcement agency like the NBI, it's alarming for us, sir.
It is alarming from the point of view of law enforcement agencies. Now, in Tagalog, if you may, ba't mo nasabing nakaka-alarma yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente na yung instruction na huwag kang titigil hanggat hindi mo napapatay ang Pangulo, ang unang ginang, at ang former Speaker ng House of Representatives? Ba't mahalaga? Ba't alarming yan?
Well, Your Honor, pwede hong mag-take advantage yung ibang grupo dyan, ibang individual. God forbid may mangyari sa Vice Presidente for one reason or the other. Mati-trigger ho ngayon yung instruction, and then papatayin ngayon yung, God forbid again, ang Presidente, Liza Marcos, ang former Speaker. And in fact, even yung triggering na phase na yon, pwedeng mag-take advantage doon yung ibang grupo, thinking na pag in-assassinate natin ng tatlo, ang sisisihin ang Vice Presidente. So marami hong angulo, Your Honor, para ho sa amin sa law enforcement. Medyo magiging disorder, magiging chaotic, magiging anarchy yung society pag hindi siya na-address. Yun po yung sa amin as investigator, sir.
But was she not only joking, Attorney Loto?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
There's basis to that, Your Honor.
Sustained. Reform your
Okay,
question.
now, let's go to, let's proceed, Mr. Witness. So far, you mentioned, ito yung mga factor, no? Manner, literal meaning, nature of the instruction. Ano ba yung fourth factor kung alam mo?
The relationship between the parties, meaning the relationship between the Vice President and the President, sir.
Now, what about the fourth factor? No? Why is it significant to investigation?
Well, in one of the utterances made by the Vice President, she characterizes the relationship with the President as toxic. Your Honor.
Toxic.
If I'm not mistaken, at least 3 times niya binigkas yung term na toxic, referring to the relationship between her and the President, sir.
Now, what were your reasons, if any, that made you conclude na nasabi na ng Vice President na toxic yung relationship niya between her and the President?
Objection calls for an opinion, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor, investigation.
Witness may answer part of his investigation.
Una, yung resignation niya as Secretary ng Department of Education. Pangalawa, yung utterances niya noong October 18, nung sinabi niya na I realized toxic na itong relationship. Gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? And then I imagine myself cutting his head.
What else, if any?
The reaction of the recipient of those utterances, Your Honor. The reaction from the President himself, sir.
So the reaction from the President himself. Now, you already mentioned kanina ano yung reaction ng President. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is, why did you consider yung reaction ng mga recipients ng pagbabanta, kagaya ng President? Let's focus on the President. Ba't nyo kinonsider yung reaction nila?
Well, we want to establish whether the recipient of those utterances felt intimidated by those statements, or did they took it serious and actual threat. Material ho sa amin yun, Your Honor, if only to establish the mens rea of
mens rea ng krimen. Now, let's focus on the President. No, let's focus on the President. Ito yung premise now. Based on your investigation, no, what was your impression of the President based on his reaction? Was he intimidated?
Well, yung opening statement ng Presidente, ang sabi niya, nakakabahala ang mga narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Ito'y isang kriminal na pagtatangka. Papalagan ko to. Yes, Your Honor. The President took the threat by the Vice President as serious and real.
Now, Mr. Witness, aside from yung reaction ng mga recipients, we focus on the President. Ano pa yung ibang mga factors na kinonsider nyo kung meron pa man?
Yes, Your Honor. We find it, this is from the point of view of the investigator, we find it disturbing when we try to compare the utterances made in October 18 and the utterances made in November 23. And may nakita ho kami doon, at least 3 o 4 na medyo, sabi ko nga, disturbing from the point of view namin.
Disturbing? 3 or 4 na disturbing na?
Na utterances, Your Honor.
Utterances. Now, let's go to that. You said you compared the utterances in October 18 tsaka November 23. Sabi mo, you found at least 3 or 4 disturbing statements. Tama ba? Now, ano ba yung 3 statements na ito?
Your Honor, we are trying to establish the patterns and the consistencies of those utterances. For instance, nung October 18, ang sabi niya is, walang number 1 ang Pilipinas na to. Para sa akin, number 2 lamang ito. Walang number 1. And then we compared it in November 23, ang sabi niya, ni-reiterate niya, I do not recognize anybody above me. That's number 1, Your Honor. The number 2, ang sabi niya noong October 18, hindi marunong maging presidente yung nakaupo, kasalanan ko ba yon? And then we compared it in November 23, ang sabi niya doon, this country will go to hell because that person who's sitting, sabi niya, doesn't know how to be a president and who is a liar.
All right.
Then number 3, ang sabi niya sa October 18, meron akong 5 impeachable offense na alam kay BBM pero papasa ba dyan sa House? Siyempre hindi. Then kinumpare namin yung November 23, ang sabi niya doon is he was lying through his teeth para makuha lang yung boto ng mga tao, and then nagmura na siya, PI ka, BBM, Liza Marcos, and Martin Romualdez, Your Honor.
What do you mean by PI?
Putang ina, sir.
Okay. You said that you found these 3 comparisons disturbing. Now, these 3, ano yung significance ng 3 comparisons na ito sa investigasyon nyo? Kung meron man.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on these patterns and consistencies in the utterances made by the Vice President, it appears that these statements have tendency to stir up the people against the government, have tendency to disturb the peace of the community, have tendency to undermine the peace and order, the public peace and order, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, given all these findings, sinabi mo, seryoso, tsaka totoo, yung mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente, anong ginawa ng division mo, kung meron man, in relation to the investigation?
We executed, Your Honor, affidavit of investigation, and we recommended criminal charges. 3 counts for grave threats, and 1 count for inciting to sedition, sir.
Your Honor, now, na-mention mo yung affidavit of investigation. For clarity, anong date ng affidavit of investigation na nasabi mo?
February 10, 2024.
February 10.
2025, sir.
February 10. Kung yung affidavit of investigation and the annexes ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yung affidavit na ito?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now a copy of the affidavit of investigation. May petsang February 10, 2025. That is previously marked for the prosecution as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-3. You peruse the documents and access. I move that the defense be allowed to peruse the same. And the question is, what do these documents have? What relation, if any, do these documents have with the documents you mentioned?
Counsel for both parties may approach.
Manifestation, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent may proceed.
Your Honor, we just like to manifest, Your Honor, that the marked document, permanently marked by the prosecution, does not contain any annexes, and the other set of documents that he is comparing it to has annexes, Your Honor.
I can reply to that, Your Honor, please. If I
Counsel
may,
for the prosecution will please reply.
Number 1, the affidavit of investigation, the annexes thereto, ay makikita yung mga annexes, most of them, as separate documents that have been pre-marked. Ulitin ko, yung mga hinahanap ng depensa ng mga annexes sa affidavit of investigation, nasa record ng Senado yan because na-marka separately, because they have been identified separately also by the previous witness. I hope that satisfies.
Counsel, what does counsel for the respondent say?
Your Honor, is that an admission that the affidavit of investigation was stripped of its annexes?
No. Your Honor, if I may, ang klaro namang sinabi ko. Can I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
Chair would like to clarify the matter instead. Are all the annexes listed and identified in the footnotes of the affidavit of investigation marked or pre-marked by the prosecution?
I can answer that. Most of them, Your Honor, please, and I can identify ano yung mga hindi na marked tsaka yung reason.
So most, not all?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And for the record, that the affidavit of investigation that the witness is identifying and that you have marked does not contain any of the annexes mentioned in the in the affidavit of investigation, without prejudice, of course, to the annexes
Yes.
that you already marked,
Yes, Your Honor.
and identified by either this or other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Not attached specifically to the affidavit, but found in the same record of the
Not
court.
attached to the document that the witness is identifying right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does that satisfy the counsel for the
Your Honor, we're not objecting as to how they marked it. We're just manifesting it for the
that
record.
it's not there?
Yes.
Yes.
So noted. Witness
you.
may answer.
Yeah, this is the same document that I...
Okay. Yeah, you have.
Your Honor, this is the same document that I mentioned.
Okay. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
You may proceed.
Now, Attorney Lotok, sorry.
Number 9.
Just to manifest, Your Honor,
Counsel for the respondent is recognized.
just to manifest, Your Honor, that again, the comparison, Your Honor, was made with the certified true copy, not the original, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So noted.
Thank you so much.
Please proceed, counsel for the prosecutor.
Attorney Lotok, sa pahinang 28 ng Affidavit of Investigation, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang S.A. Jeremy Lotok. Yung makikita mo ba yan? Yung tanong, kaninong pirma ito?
This is my signature, sir.
And sa pahinang 29 ng affidavit, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang S.A. Jeremy Lotok. Kaninong pirma ba ito?
Again, sa akin, pirma ho ito, sir.
Your Honor, at this juncture, the prosecution manifests and move that the two signatures of the witness be marked as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-3-1, that's for the first, and the other one P Roman numeral 4-3-2. Reason is these signatures have not yet been marked in Exhibit, Your Honor, please.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Attorney Lotok, in paragraphs 202 tsaka 203 ng naging answer ng Vice President dated May 25, 2026 to the Articles of Impeachment, which document forms part of the record of these courts. Sinasabi ng Vice President na she was merely exercising her freedom of expression. Freedom of expression, sinabi niya. That's protected, yung pagbabanta niya. Are you aware of this defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Loto, as a lawyer and as the head of the NBI Cybercrime Division, that's the basis, Your Honor. Do you agree with this?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for an opinion. This is not part of the investigation.
She's a lawyer, Your Honor. That's
It does call for an opinion, and it's not part of their investigation, counsel. Kindly reform your question. I know where you're getting at, but kindly reform your question.
Okay. Your Honor, Attorney Lotak, you are aware of the defense.
Yes.
That it's a freedom of expression. Okay. In your investigation, did you consider this, if at all, and if any?
Objection, Your Honor, legally.
There's basis, if at all, if any.
Witness may answer.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. We consider that whether magfo-fall ba siya sa confines ng freedom of speech.
And what was your finding? That's the basis now. What was your finding?
Sa akin ang live yung
nga ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. So nakatakta, iupo muli ngayon. Ikalimang araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, nakatakta.
Please all rise for the arrival of the Senate President, the presiding officer of the impeachment court, and the senator judges.
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Christopher Bongo.
Ngayon ay ikalimang araw na
Almighty and loving God,
Vice President
O Allah,
Duterte. So
we
nakatakta.
come
Attorney Jeremy Lotok, bunsod nga ito nang hindi matapos kahapon yung cross-examination ng defense panel sa kanya at ngayon nga ay nakatakdang ituloy ito ngayong araw. Bunsod dito, posibleng pagkatapos ng cross-examination ay magkaroon pa ng recross or redirect at recross examination, pero kung sakaling hindi na or mapagkasunduan ng House Prosecution Panel at ng Defense Team na hindi na dumaan sa nasabing proseso, ay maaari nang iharap ng Prosecution Panel yung sunod nilang witness na si Attorney Zuleika Lopez, ang Chief of Staff ni Vice President Sara Duterte. So kahapon nandito si Attorney Lopez dahil yung subpoena at testificandum na ipinadala sa kanya ay inatasan siyang pumunta sa Senado July 13 kahapon. Maging ngayong araw parehong alas 2 ng hapon. Pero dahil hindi pa tapos kahapon ang pagsusuri ng depensa kay Attorney Lotok, need mo na itong matapos ngayon bago sunod na isalang sa witness stand si Attorney Zuleika. Maaalala na or mag-aalauna 1:30 nang dumating nga kanina dito sa Senado si Attorney Zuleika. So itong dalawang testigo na si Attorney Lotok at si Attorney Zuleika Lopez ay para pa rin sa Article 4 ng Articles of Impeachment laban kay VP Sara Duterte na kinapapalooban ng kontrobersyal na assassination plot grave threats at inciting to sedition. So kabilang dito yung naging pahayag ng Vice Presidente na kumuha umano siya ng taong papatay kina Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., First Lady Liza Araneta-Marcos at Leyte 1st District Representative at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez oras na may mangyari sa kanyang masama. Samantala, ayon sa tagapagsalita ng depensa na si Attorney Michael Powa, si VP Sara ay ngayon ay nasa Maynila pero hindi pa tiyak kung pupunta ang Vice Presidente ngayong hapon sa Senado. Binigyang diin ni Attorney Powa na character ni VP Sara na magbigay suporta sa kanyang staff, so hindi nila inaalis yung posibilidad na pumunta sa Senado ngayon yung pangalawang Pangulo bilang yung Chief of Staff niya ang scheduled witness talaga ngayong araw. Ngunit nilinaw ng abogado na wala silang scheduled meeting ni VP Sara ngayong hapon gaya nga nung nakaraang linggo na pumunta ang Vice Presidente dito sa Senado. Dagdag pa ni Attorney Powa kanina, tinitignan pa ni VP Sara kung makakahabol siya ngayong hapon dahil hindi lang naman ito yung bagay na kanyang ginagawa dito sa Maynila at may iba pang engagements ang pangalawang Pangulo. Ngunit hindi inaalis ng defense team o ni Attorney Powa yung posibilidad na dumalo mismo sa impeachment trial si VP Sara at hindi lang bumisita sa Senado. So ayan yung aabangan natin ngayong araw sa pagsisimula ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
Senator Judge Duterte, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapi, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 19 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
With the permission of the body, if there are no objections, we dispense with the reading of the July 13, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances? For the
Good
prosecution.
afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
For the respondent?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the defense.
I see that Attorney Lotok is already situated in the witness
Yes, Your Honor.
stand. To remind you, Attorney Lotok, you shall continue with your testimony and be subjected to the continuation of cross-examination of counsel for respondent and shall be answering under the same oath that you took yesterday. Is that clear, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Respondent counsel may now continue with this cross-examination. Attorney Binduan, you are recognized and may proceed whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, before we proceed, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized once more for the examination of our second witness.
Counsel for the prosecutors, Attorney Ligutan, is recognized on the part of the panel of prosecutors. Again, to reiterate, Attorney Binluan, when you are ready, you may proceed with the continuation of your cross-examination of the witness, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, sir.
So yesterday, you identified videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, portions of the November 23, 2024 press con.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in that press con, VP Sara spoke about a lot of topics. Correct? All right. In other words,
Mr. Witness, kindly answer yes.
Yes, sir.
Not simply say,
in other words,
Sorry, Your Honor.
she said many statements in that press con.
She said many statements, sir.
All right. My question is this. Do you know for sure that VP Sara's statements during that press con happened in real life?
In real life? Well,
Objection, Your Honor. Incompetent. the statements happening in real life as to the real life of the Vice President. This witness is being asked that question. Of course, the witness is incompetent, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, kindly reform. It seems the witness did not understand
Okay,
the question.
let me help you. I'm showing you also a portion of our exhibit D-1-145-A. This is the whole version of the video that the portions there that you identified yesterday. And particularly, I'll show you timestamp 51-07 or :07 onwards of the video. In this video, the Vice President mentioned about events that happened inside the Batasang Pambansa. Can we play that video, please?
Dapat sa demokrasya, there's a rule of law. And then they make rules as they go along. Whoever pleases the Speaker, get her out of the House of Representatives kasi hindi siya dapat nandyan. Bakit? Pag mapay-ari niyo ba itong compound na ito, then sasabihin pa nila sa akin that there is a threat to my life inside the Batasang Pambansa? Why is there a threat to my life?
All right. My question to
Your
you
Honor,
is
Your
this.
Honor, point of clarification, if I may, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, there is a video that is marked in evidence capturing the events on November 23, 2024. And here we have the defense.
Your Honor, may we just note the objection, Your Honor?
Wait, I'm explaining.
This is not the time for lecture, Your Honor.
Counsel have not yet recognized you. Let counsel for the prosecutor
Your Honor,
finish.
point of clarification. They are presenting a video with anecdotes. I'm now questioning the propriety of the defense presenting a video without laying the basis where this video came from, who is the source of those annotations thereto. Because, Your Honor, there's a video. They're confronting this witness with that video by presenting their own annotated, it's like a props, Your Honor, please. This is highly irregular in the court of law.
Counsel for the respondent, is this the video previously marked in evidence?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, we marked it in evidence as D-4-3, Your Honor. And this was also marked by the prosecution as their own. They have a separate marking for this, Your Honor.
This is part of the 2-hour and so-and-so minute video?
Correct, Your Honor. At any rate, Your Honor, if I may be allowed to
Counsel for the
finish.
prosecutor, kindly hold on.
At any rate, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent, the chair is not yet done. And the annotation below the video, is that part of the marked video?
This is part, Your Honor, of a separate exhibit that is also part of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G, Your Honor. This is Mr. Calilong's own transcription of the video, just to be clarified on
But
that
who
matter.
put it there?
We just placed it there, Your Honor. So we're making him identify actually the video as well as the appropriate transcription, which are both part of the Articles of Impeachment and Annex G9.
Presiding officer will allow it. Witness may answer.
So the question is, can you confirm for certain that these statements or any part thereof happened in real life?
Can you give me the timestamp, Your Honor, para ma-compare ko siya?
Timestamp 51-07.
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
You may do so, sir.
Anong timestamp, sir?
51-07.
To help this honorable court, Your Honor, it appears on page 84 or more or less of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, Your Honor. This is the transcription of Agent John Mark Calilong dated December 26, 2024. For the record, Your Honor.
Noted.
Pwede ko patingin na lang. Kulang ito. 51. Timestamp 51.
Timestamp. Show it. Your Honor, in the interest of time, can we confront the witness with our own copy?
Your own copy of what, counsel?
Of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, Your Honor.
Well, assisting counsel for the prosecutor is there. If in case there are any problems, kindly confirm if indeed that is the document being shown to the witness.
I already said.
Wala dito siya. Yeah. Page 14. Page 14.
That is page 14 of the affidavit of transcription.
Page 14. Saan dito? This is page 14. Yeah. Saan dyan?
Your Honor, I manifest that we are showing that specific portion on the transcript prepared by Agent Kalilong of the NBI. But actually, Your Honor, even without consultation with the transcript, my answer is very simple. I'm just asking Your Honor. My question, I'm sorry, is very simple. My only question is, does he know for certain that these statements or any part of this statement happened in real life?
Your Honor, nabasa ko po rito sa copy ko, yung nandiyan.
So do you confirm that the statements were made by the Vice President, Mr. Witness?
It's here in the transcription, Your Honor, yes.
No. My question is not whether she made the statement. My question is, if you know, based on your personal knowledge, if any statement or a portion thereof happened in real life. That's the question.
Well, Your Honor, the fact that we have the video on November 26, when the Vice President reiterated what she uttered in November 23, 2024.
Your Honor, I'm not even...
And at the same time, Your Honor,
the witness is in the process of
Allow the witness to answer.
Your Honor, we invited the media personalities who have personal knowledge on that date and on that online press conference. And nung tinanong namin sila kung nag-participate sila, sabi nila yes. Nakausap nila yung Vice Presidente, nagbigay sila ng mga katanungan. So definitely yes, nangyari po yun.
Your Honor, may you manifest, Your Honor, make a manifestation?
Yes, Counsel.
Your Honor, it appears that the witness is not being responsive to our question. He's talking about something that I did not ask. We are only focusing on this particular statement. We will show other statements later on. And we cannot get an answer from him if he knows.
Counsel, even I am confused with the question happened in real life. I think some of us are too.
I'll be more specific, Your Honor.
If the question is kung alam nyo bang totoong nangyari to sa totoong buhay, ang sagot ng testigo ay sa pagkakaalam niya ay oo, base sa kanilang investigasyon at sinabi ng mga inimbitahan nilang testigo.
All right. I'll clarify the question, Your Honor.
Kindly do so, Counsel.
All right. In this statement, for example, the Vice President said, there were threats to my life inside the Batasang Pambansa. Are you confirming that?
That is within the transcription here, sir.
Now, my question to you is this. Did you investigate those threats
Objection.
to VP
Your Honor.
Sara's
Okay now.
I'm not yet done.
All right,
I'm
sige.
not yet done.
Yes,
Counsel,
yes. So.
Did you investigate the threat to VP Sara's life during that time?
Objection. Now, misleading, Your Honor.
What is it?
Because the question was, do you confirm that that statement is found in the transcription as to the Vice President saying that there were threats to her life? And then the witness said, yes, I confirm that I can find it in the transcription. Now the next question of the good counsel is, so did you investigate the threats? That is the classic misleading question.
Can we get the
Assuming a
ruling,
fact.
Your Honor?
Counsel, he's a lawyer. Attorney Lotok is a lawyer and he knows exactly what's going on. Attorney Lotok, kindly answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your answer?
What's the question, sir?
The question is, she mentioned there about the threats to his life. My question is simple. Did you investigate the threats to VP Sara's life during that time?
You mean during the live stream, sir?
During that time, correct. that during that live stream, she mentioned that there were threats to her life.
Well, based on our investigation, nangyari yung live stream between 11 p.m. 22 to 1 a.m. 23. And then nalaman namin through, nung kumalat siya sa social media, ng mga hapon na, kaya nag-start kami ng investigation. At that time, hindi pa namin alam yung buong laman ng video na yan kasi nag-start pa lang kami. So, I instructed Agent Kalilong na siya maging agent on case and then kunin niya yung video, the whole video para sa authentication.
Attorney
And
Luto,
so far,
kindly answer the question directly. So I get from your long answer that the answer is no.
specifically at that live stream moment, no sir. Hindi pa
That
namin
was
alam
the
yan, sir.
question of Attorney Binluan. If you investigated at that time, so the answer is no.
Yes sir.
Okay.
But,
Please proceed.
But later on, you said you did an investigation. So are you admitting that there were threats to the life of VP Sara?
Precisely, that's the reason why we sent a December 2, 2024 letter for VP Sara to shed light on our investigation.
All right, I'll move on to a different part of the video. On page also of exhibit also, just a manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
In other words, Your Honor, we would like to manifest, Your Honor, based on that ruling of the court, that even if VP Sara said that she already talked to a person, then we cannot confirm the truth because this witness does not have personal knowledge.
That's a conclusion. Objection.
That's just a manifestation for the court's appreciation. Can I just proceed with my next question,
Counter
Your Honor?
manifestation, Your Honor, please? Counter manifestation, please. To put into record, Your Honor, please.
For about 15 seconds, counsel,
Okay,
yes.
the defense is entitled to their own conception of things. They're entitled to their own imagination. That's all.
Counsel may proceed with this cross.
Just to belabor this point, Your Honor, Annex D-1-145-A. Anyway, Your Honor, they showed around 7 to 8 videos yesterday, so we'll show about 4. This pertains to timestamp 1-08-58, and we will also present page 17 of the affidavit of transcription, also by Agent Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. In this video clip, the Vice President mentioned about the former Speaker of the House and the confidential funds of the Office of the President. Can we play that video?
Hindi ka nga dumadaan ng contest eh. Kasi wala kang kalaban sa Tacloban. Kasi binibili mo, pinapakidnap mo, hinaharas mo ang mga kalaban mo. Hindi ka dumaan ng contest. Ang alam mo lang, kasi mayaman ka, bibiliin ko lahat ng tao ng pera. Ipobriman mong tanan, kwarta na may inyo. There is nothing in you except money. Yan lang. Martin, harapin mo yung katotohanan. Walang senador man, vice president man, president man, walang mabuto sa'yo. Hindi ko nga alam kung mananalo ka pa ngayon sa Tacloban eh. Malamang hindi na. Sinong gusto sa lahat sa buong Pilipinas ang ibalik ka sa Kongreso? Hindi lahat ng tao pupunta yan doon sa Tacloban, mangangampanya yan sa kalaban mo. Kasi magnanakaw ka. Hindi ka dumadaan sa audit. Milyon, buwan-buwan. Certification lang ng congressman. 1 million, 2 million, pirma lang. Alam nyo, bakit alam ko? Kasi may MA din ako. May MA ako sa DepEd, may MA ako sa OVP. Pero sa amin, sa akin, nire-require ako ng resibo. Nakuha. Pero alam ko, certification lang ang kailangan. Pero nagko-comply ako. Bigay nyo lahat ng resibo. Pero ikaw, pirma mo lang, hindi mo nga ata pirma yan, pirma lang ng staff mo yan. Milyon dyan sa Committee on Accounts, lumalabas ang pera. Pirma nyo lang. Walang nag-audit sa inyo. Sino ang nag-audit ng confidential funds ng Office of the President? Wala. Yan ang Pilipinas. Yan! Bagong Pilipinas. Kriminal ang speaker. Bakit ko nasabi kriminal siya? Basahin niyo yung kaso niya sa United States of America.
Okay na.
Sinungaling, Presidente.
Alright. Again, my question based on this video is very simple. She spoke about Speaker Martin Romualdez as well as the President. Can you confirm or do you know for sure that these statements about Martin Romualdez or the President are true?
Okay. Your Honor, I will object on the same ground, and I hope that the presiding officer will do the same ruling. This witness is incompetent. I know what the defense is doing. Your Honor, objection. Incompetent. This witness is highly incompetent as to whether he knows whether those statements are in fact
What's the ground for the objection? Can we just be informed of the ground for the objection?
I just said it. Incompetent. This witness
Can we
is
get the ruling,
incompetent.
Your Honor?
Chair made an earlier ruling already that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter. But since Attorney Lotok, you're a lawyer, I will give it this time to the counsel for the respondents. Kindly respond. Since you're a lawyer, you should know the proper answer to this question. Kindly respond to the question of counsel for respondent.
Again, I do not know personally about the factual circumstances. What I know is that she uttered those statements.
We're satisfied with that answer, no? Your Honor. One last video. On page 87 of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, this is timestamp 1-12-43. This is quite a lengthy video, but not as lengthy. But this is our last video, so we beg the court's indulgence. The affidavit of transcription, page 17, also of Agent Park Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. Are we ready with that video?
Your Honor, to save...
counsel for the prosecutors.
Because I know the counsel will ask the same question. So to save time, Your Honor, please, since the
Your
counsel...
Honor, what is the objection?
I'm not yet done.
Kindly let the counsel for the prosecutor finish.
Relax. Now, Your Honor, if the same line of question will be asked, okay.
Your Honor,
wait, I'm not yet done.
He cannot
I'm not
preempt,
yet
Your
done.
Honor.
I'm not yet done. The prosecution is willing to stipulate that, yes, the Vice President uttered that statement as to the fact of her uttering the statement.
We have a different question, Your Honor, just to satisfy his query.
All right.
So I guess the objection is withdrawn, or the manifestation is withdrawn, and counsel for respondent may proceed.
Play the video,
with the showing of the playing of the video.
At ng kainin mo, buffet. Dito sa House of Representatives. Alak. Lahat ng juice, lahat ng mamahaling wine. Pero yung taong bayan na prinamisan ninyo ng 20 pesos na rice, yung taong bayan na hindi ninyo pinupuntahan sa mga komunidad nila, ano sabi nila? Asin lang, okay na mi, anad naman mi, anak. Ganyan ang bayan natin. Okay na lang kami sa asin. Saan ka nakahanap ng bayan na ang tao, because of their hopelessness, because there is no functioning government, umukay na lang sa asin. Buti na nga lang, abogado si Attorney Lopez eh. Kasi alam niya kung ano sasabihin niya doon sa mga pumasok sa kwarto niya. Na take note, nagnakaw pa ng cellphone. Saan ka nakahanap? Papasok ka, nanakawin mo yung cellphone, dadalhin mo pa yung tao. Diba? Princess, you're raising your hand.
Hello? Naririnig po ba ako, Princess Maui?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good morning po, Madam Vice President. Thank you so much nga po pala sa dala niyong hopya nung hearing na pumunta kayo for PRRD. Kami yung nasa likod niyo po, yung tinawag nilang bastos kasi pumalak pa kami because of Congresswoman Cardema. Yan. Thank you, ma'am. Nakakain kami. Ako po ay natatakot kumain ng pagkain doon baka mamaya. Ma'am, mag-iingat po kayo. Nasa teritoryo kayo ng kalaban.
Okay lang
nag-aalala po kami
ma'am, kasi sila naman na eh. Sila talaga yung bastos eh. You reap what you sow.
Yeah. Mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami po ng inyong mga pasabog ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them, no? Dahil sa pagkakasama niyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin or yung, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanovs and baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balakin in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. Kami po kasi kami ng EDSA Friday Group, kami yung bumababa every Friday dyan sa EDSA because we believe yan yung tamang venue sa dinami-rami na ng problema natin. Ang kaya lang naman po namin gawin ay manawagan na bumaba na yan. Eh ano po kaya ang remedy naman ninyong mga nasa posisyon or ng mga kayang labanan itong napakarami na pong ginagawang korupsyon at krimen laban sa taong bayan? Ano po ang pwede nyo maging remedy para matapos na ito, lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power na?
Yes. Huwag ka mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko. Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Liza Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes. So, alam mo, ma'am, yan ang lagi kong sinasabi sa Makabayan Law nung mayor pa ako. Ang laban, wala dyan sa EDSA, ma'am. Wala dyan sa mga highway. Ang laban, ma'am, nandun sa loob ng palasyo. Yan ang problema. We appreciate yung expression ninyo ng disgust, ng pagkamuhi, ng hopelessness, kasi it reflects kung ano yung nararamdaman ng marami, milyon. Alam ko yan, ma'am, kasi kahit saan ako pumunta, ako ang sinasabihan, binoto namin yan dahil sinabi mo, iboto namin. So, yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat sa ginagawa ninyo. Dahil sa ginagawa ninyo, I'm sure nakikita yan ang taong bayan, and na-appreciate nila yan. Marami sa ating mga kababayan ang gusto sumali sa inyo. Pero sa sobrang hirap ng buhay ngayon, hindi nila maiwanan yung mga trabaho nila at hanap buhay nila para pumunta sa daan. Bakit sila naghihirap? Bakit? Dahil sa gobyerno. Di ba dapat yung gobyerno natin ang nagpapagaan ng buhay ng tao? Bakit ang gobyerno natin ang nagpapahirap lalo sa tao? Kasi gusto ba nila lagi na lang mahirap ang mga tao para madali mapasunod? May mga lugar kami sa Mindanao na ganyan ang mga politiko. Gusto nila mahirap lahat. E bahugan lang nila ang kwarta. Governor na sila, mayor na sila, congressman na sila. Hanapin niyo, ma'am, yung mga lugar na sobrang hirap sa Mindanao. Tingnan nyo anong gawain ng politiko. Pinapakain lang ng pera ang tao. Binabastos yung kanilang pagkatao dahil wala silang pakialam.
Attorney Lotok, she said a lot of statements in that portion of
Yes,
the
sir.
video. In fact, that statement included the statement which you investigated, correct?
Included in the transcription, sir, yeah.
All right. Now you get the point. My question to you is this. Can you confirm now that the statement she made about BBM, FL, and the former speaker, and the congressman relating to various acts of corruption are true and happened in real life?
As to the existence of that utterances, yes, sir.
All right, so you just admitted that the congressmen are all corrupt.
As to the
Thank you for that.
existence
Thank you
of
for that.
utterances,
Objection.
yes, sir.
That is a foul side remark.
She said she.
The
I
counsel
wasn't the one who
is
said it,
twisting
Your Honor.
the answer of the witness. If
the
I may,
witness
can I
was the one who
finish?
said yes.
Counsel
Can I
for the
finish?
parties, kindly settle down.
Can I finish?
The witness said that he confirmed as to the fact that the utterances were made.
That's why, Your Honor, I am objective.
Kindly be more specific. Attorney Lotok, you know what's being asked for.
Yes, sir.
Finish and complete your answer to avoid the misunderstanding.
Well, based on our investigation, as to the existence of that utterances, yeah, dahil may mga pieces of evidence kami. But whether or not nangyari yan, wala ho akong personal knowledge, sir.
All right. In the same way, you also do not have personal knowledge that VP Sara contracted an assassin, correct?
Your Honor, the video dated November 26, 2024, the Vice President reiterated.
It's
and in
answerable by
fact,
yes or
there
no, Your
was-
Honor. How can he be?
He's answering.
How can he be?
Counsels, kindly settle down. This is not a college debate. Attorney Lotok, the question was simple. Kindly answer the question directly.
Yes, sir.
You
That
do not
it-
have personal knowledge.
That utterances made by the Vice President that she contracted a person, I do believe that, sir, because of the pieces of evidence that we've gathered, sir.
No, I'm not asking whether or not she said those statements. I'm asking if you have personal knowledge based on this that the Vice President really contracted an assassin.
Ask and answer.
Or, a person.
Objection, ask and answered. Second
Witness will
time around.
answer.
Based on our investigation, Your Honor, we do believe that the Vice
Attorney
President...
Lotok, the question was, do you have personal knowledge?
As to the fact of the utterances, and then when the Vice President reiterated that in
Attorney
November
Lotok, you're a
26,
smart
yes, sir.
man. Just answer the question. Do you have personal knowledge? You said that as to the other parts, you do not have personal knowledge. But now, my question to you is as to the part whether VP Sara talked to that person about BBM and FL and the speaker, do you have personal knowledge or not?
Pwede ko pong i-explain, Your Honor.
No,
please?
just answer the question, yes or no.
Your Honor, I think
Attorney Lotok, this is not the first time you attended a trial. I'm sure counsel for the prosecutors and redirect will be able to clarify whatever you want to clarify. But in the meantime, answer the question of counsel for the respondent.
Yeah. We do believe that the Vice President had contracted, but I don't have personal knowledge. Kung personal knowledge ang gusto niyong malaman. Pero we do believe, based on the evidence that we've gathered and based on our investigation.
Thank you for
proceed,
that
Counsel.
admission. All right. The press con was broadcasted to the general public, correct?
Social media, sir, yes.
In other words, everybody listening to it could hear the statements made by VP Sara.
We believe so, sir, yes.
Are you aware that the Vice President is a lawyer?
Yes, sir, of course.
That he has, of course, a law degree and passed the bar exams?
Yes, sir.
With the first attempt and with the rating of 80%, are you aware of this?
I heard it in the news, sir.
Oh, she has a higher grade than most of the lawyers here. But are you aware that she also worked as a court
Objection, relevance,
attorney?
Your Honor. Relevance. Objection,
Counsel for the
relevance.
respondent, kindly avoid those
Yes.
We will comply, Your
disparaging
Honor.
statements, given that there are a lot of lawyers here and you don't know what their grades are.
We will comply, Your Honor. So my question to you is this. If she was serious about her alleged plan involving BBM, FL, and the former speaker, does it make sense for her that she would publicly announce this to the general public? If you know.
I don't know that, Your Honor.
All right. In fact, you showed in your direct examination, you also showed portions of the October 18 press con, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that press con was also done in general, before the general public, correct?
I believe so, sir.
All right. Based on your investigation or your experience as an investigator, kapag may balak bang patayin ng isang tao, sinasabi ba nila yung plano nila sa general public?
Well, kapag may grave threat, sir, naririnig yun ng ibang tao.
All right. My more important question to you is this. Did VP Sara directly say her statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Well, the fact na sinabi niya yan in public,
Again, Your Honor,
definitely narinig
may we
yun
ask
ng
for a more
presidente.
responsive answer?
Attorney Latok, kindly answer. The answer is actually quite obvious. It's a simple question. Did the Vice President utter those statements directly towards the persons allegedly threatened?
We believe so, Your Honor, because the utterances was made in public.
So what's the answer? Did
believe so.
VP Sara directly say those statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Ask and answered. He said, we believe so.
But we did not get the responsive answer, Your
That's
Honor.
the
Can we
answer. You
ask
didn't
the
get it.
witness to give a more responsive answer?
That's his answer. We believe so. Yes, that's a yes. That's so clear.
Without putting words into the mouth of the witness, I will be the one to ask. Attorney Latok, you meant yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
All right. Are you aware that in one interview following the press con, BBM mentioned that he was open for reconciliation with the Vice President?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware, okay. I'll make you aware today. Can we play D-4-12, please?
Mr. President, kayo po ba sa puso ninyo, gusto niyo bang makipagkasundo pa sa mga Duterte?
Oo. Ayoko ng gulo. Gusto ko makasundo sa lahat ng tao. Mas maganda, marami na akong kaaway. Hindi ko kailangan ng kaaway. Kailangan ko kaibigan. Kagaya ng sabi ko sa'yo, pagka... Hindi ko... Magko-confess ako dito.
Pwede naman po, para akong pari po nito ngayon na po.
Ewan ko, kahit hanggat maaari, ako, ang habol ko yung stability, peaceful, para magawa namin yung trabaho namin. Kaya ako, laging akong bukas sa ganyan. I'm always open to any approach na, alika, magtulungan tayo. Diba? Kahit hindi tayo magkasundo sa polisiya, hindi tayo magkasundo. Gawin nyo yung trabaho, pero wag na tayong nanggugulo. Wag na natin, tanggalin natin yung gulo.
All right. Attorney Lotok. So based on that video, BBM was open to reconcile with VP Sara, correct?
Anong date po ng video, sir?
We will provide the date in a while. They're researching on it. But even without the date, you can confirm.
Di, gusto kong malaman kung anong date, sir.
So you cannot answer the question without us providing the date of this
Tininan
interview?
ko kung ilang buwan na yan after nung November 23.
All right.
Move while you're checking on the date. You can go back to that topic.
Now, assuming that this happened after, do you still maintain that BBM really believed in his mind that VP Sara would harm or kill him?
I mean, how would I know that, Your Honor?
Precisely. So you don't know. You cannot know that, Your Honor. Correct?
Yes.
Because you cannot enter the state of mind of the President. Are you admitting that?
Unless there is a basis, Your Honor, gaya ng investigation namin sa utterances ni VP na may mga circumstances. Pag yan lang ang nakita ko, siyempre hindi namin ma-establish yung state of mind ng Presidente.
But isn't it in your affidavit of investigation, you mentioned about the state of mind of the President?
State of mind of the President? Based
Correct. After the statements of VP Sara, you interpreted the mind. It's like you went into the mind of the alleged offended parties, BBM, FL, and the Speaker, and based on your own interpretation, you determined or concluded that they were threatened. Is that not the case?
Yeah, ang sinabi doon ng Presidente, nakakabahala yung mga narinig natin itong mga nakaraang araw. And then isa itong kriminal na pagtatangka, ito'y aking papalagan. So, at that moment, the President took the utterances serious and real, sir.
But you just based that on his own statement. You did not enter his state of mind, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think, where is this leading?
What's the objection?
A witness is being asked
What's
to
the
enter
basis for
state
the
of
objection,
mind.
Your Honor?
Kindly wait for the counsel for prosecutor to finish his
Incompetent, Your
objection.
Honor. Incompetent. The witness already said that based on their investigation, based on the statement of the President, after the event, he said that they determined that the President felt threatened. And the question now is, did you enter his state of mind? Your Honor, please, I think I'm now objecting on the reason that this person is incompetent to
Your Honor,
enter.
we will be satisfied with just the basis. If he had said incompetence, we would ask for a ruling already. He doesn't have to lecture, Your Honor, and for the record.
Kindly reform counsel. I think I know where you're getting at.
All right. My question to you is this. Do you have background on forensic psychology?
No.
Do you have a background on behavioral psychology?
Well, we were taught about
Just
that
yes or
subject
no.
matter in
Just
the
a
academy.
yes
sir.
or no will do. Do you have a forensic psychology department in NBI's cybercrime division?
Forensic psychology?
Yes.
We have BSD, we have medical legal department.
Medical
we
legal
have,
only. Okay.
We have psychiatrists,
All
we
right.
have psychologists, we have all of those, sir.
All right. In other words, you do not have a professional assessment of the mind of BBM when you conducted this affidavit of investigation, correct?
Okay, sir. The investigation, ganito po ang nangyari. Nung nag-comment yung presidente na nakakabahala yung mga utterances, pera lang ho doon, tiningnan namin yung comment ng iba't ibang government agencies na ganun din yung kanilang reaksyon, nakakabahala yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente, magiging issue yan ng national security. Pera lang ho yun, kinonsider din namin yung comments at impression ng mga media personalities na nag-participate doon sa online press conference. Sabi nila, na-shock sila, nabigla sila, hindi sila na parang totoo yung galit ng Vice President. And then aside from that, from those facts, ganun din ang ginawa namin sa former Speaker sa kanyang reaction. So taking all these facts and circumstances, na-establish namin na indeed yung reaction ng Presidente is trinato niya na seryoso at totoo yung utterances na yon na ginawa ni VP Sara noong 23. So ito ho, kaya lang dito, ipapakita nyo sa akin yan lang mag-isa, hindi namin nakita yung ibang circumstances. Hindi ho ako makakapagsabi kung
sa mind ng presidente is pinatawad na ba niya, ayaw na niya, hindi na ba niya kinukonsider yung mga threat na yon. Pag ganyan lang, Your Honor, sa investigation kasi kailangan makita namin yung iba't ibang circumstansya para ma-establish namin whether or not, ito yung ibig niyang sabihin, ito yung intention niya.
For the record, Your Honor, the date of the video is May 19, 2025. So this came after
2025. So, mga 7 months, sir?
Yeah, 7 months. All right. So based on your experience as an investigator, baka pwedeng ano na?
Again, hindi sa
consider niyo
sufficient
na baguhin
hindi
yung-
sa sufficient para makita namin kasi
Anyway,
we know for a fact na
we're satisfied with your
Yeah.
first answer.
The witness still answering?
Well, I didn't even ask a question, Your Honor.
You did, counsel, when you gave the date and asked for his opinion. Kindly finish your answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue to talk.
We, as lawyers, we know for a fact that the state of mind can manifest based on the overt acts of the speaker. So dito kasi, kung ito lang ang pagbabatayan namin, then we try to establish yung intent o yung state of mind ng presidente, kulang ho yan. So siguro kung may makikita pa kaming ibang circumstances na magpapatunay na binaliwala niya na yung appearances, pinatawad niya yung vice presidente, and things like that, then we can somehow said, mukhang ang totoo yung sinabi ng presidente na pinatawad na niya.
All right, but I'll move on to a different point.
Before counsel for the respondent continues, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Just one specific
Alan?
clarification on that point, just so that we don't lose the point.
The
With your
gentleman
permission,
may proceed.
President. Yeah. Excuse me lang sa prosecution and sa defense. Witness, one point lang, maybe one
Yes,
or
sir.
two questions on that
Yes,
point.
Your Honor.
Sabi mo, the President, sa pananaw mo, and yung iba, Speaker Martin felt threatened.
Base doon sa investigation namin, sir.
Base sa investigasyon at base sa video.
Base sa video, sa investigation, at sa ibang testimony.
So if they felt threatened, that means tingin nila totoo yung sinabi ni VP Sara na patayin sila. Kasi they wouldn't feel threatened if they don't think na she meant it, na patayin silang tatlo, right?
In our investigation, they trinato nila yung utterances as seryoso.
Yes,
At
so
banta
they
ito.
won't feel threatened unless tingin nila seryoso yung threat.
According to them, seryoso yung threat,
Yes,
sir.
okay. But the threat was, pag pinatay niyo ako, papatayin ko kayo. So kung hindi naman nila sila balak patayin, why would they feel threatened? Unless you're saying now, you think, balak nga nilang papatay si Vice President.
Actually, sir, ito, from the point of view of law enforcement like us, yun nga yung naging alarming na issue dun na sa amin, sir. Sa
No,
amin po.
I agree. I'm also, Mr. Vitessa, I'm also alarmed with the language, with saying that. I'm alarmed with what's happening in our country, in flood control, etc. But that's not my point. My point is, in your investigation, para maging grave threat, kailangan yung party na trineten feels threatened. Pero ang sinabi ni VP Sara, pag pinatay ako, patayin silang tatlo. So kung wala naman silang tatlo balak na patayin siya, why would they feel threatened? Did that not come into your mind as an investigator?
What comes into your mind, Your Honor, is yun nga, yung possibility na God forbids may mangyari sa BP na hindi naman alam ng tatlo, then mati-trigger ngayon yung instruction, then papatayin yung tatlo na hindi naman nila alam. At the same time, may mga ibang grupo
Then in
na
that case, hindi ba logical, because you're the President of the Philippines, you order the PSC to make sure that walang mangyari sa kanya rather than baliktad na tinanggalan siya ng security. I'm just following your logic. I won't
Yes, sir.
I won't argue. Finish your and I'm satisfied, Mr. President. I'm just trying to figure out nga how you came about yung gave threats given
Yeah.
na ang sinabi niya kung papatayin ako. So
We-
finish your answer so that
we qualify that grave threats sa term namin as event-based condition na yun nga pag nangyari yung event, magti-trigger ngayon yung threat. Now insofar as yung sinasabi mo po, sir, na pag namatay si Vice President,
tsaka papatayin ngayon ng tao na inutusan niya, yung tatlo. Ang isa sa alarming, na very alarming part na nakita namin, yung mga sasakay ho na grupo po eh. Kasi, God forbid, pwedeng mawala ang Vice Presidente but not necessarily sila yung dahilan. Pwedeng namatay siya for one reason or the other. Then, ang impression na ng marami, ang may kasalanan nito, yung tatlo. So, again, magkakalabo-labo na yan. May sasakay na sa issue, thinking na pag pinatay nila yung tatlo, ang sisisihin ngayon yung kampo ni Vice Presidente kasi may attirances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente to that effect. So, yun ho yung sa investigation namin. Now, insofar as pumasok ho yung elements ng grave threats, yeah, we believe na pumasok yung elements ng grave threats kasi nasatisfy ho lahat ng elements ng grave threat based on the revised panel.
I'm assessing your answer, but malayo na malapit yung sagot mo dun sa triggering events. Kasi parang logical, di ba? Dahil sinabi niya yon, baka may gumawa. Hindi nga mag-trigger, papatay sa kanya. So para matrigger na patayin ang Pangulo, you're saying that VP Sara is asking other people to kill her so that they can kill Marcos. Di sana sinabi na lang niya, patayin niyo si Marcos. Sabi mo i-trigger, but anyway, I'm trying to process, but hindi logical yung sinabi mo that event will trigger. Because the event that will trigger the assassination on the tree is the killing of the Vice President. And the Vice President will not tell people, kill me so that you kill them.
Precisely, Your Honor. Ang death kasi, for instance, mamatay yung Vice Presidente, it does not necessarily follow na yung tatlo yung lang papatay base doon sa attirances. Pwede kasing mamatay yung Vice Presidente for one reason or the other. And again, since walang makakalam kung sino ang pumatay dyan, ang impression ng mga tao ngayon, matitrigger ngayon yung instruction. Pag na-trigger yung instruction, pwede na ngayon sumakay yung iba-ibang grupo, thinking na kahit mabulilyaso ang sisisihin dito, ang Vice Presidente, kasi nga may attirances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente in public. From the point of view of law enforcement, ang gulo nun, Your Honor, matter of national security po yun. But it's a matter of national security, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent may proceed with his cross.
So just to, before I leave this point, at any rate, you made all those observations and conclusions without any background on forensic
What do you mean?
psychology, correct?
I don't have background for forensic
All right.
psychology.
Okay, that's enough. Now, I'll go on to a different point. Let's talk about the context of these statements. The press con included a question and answer portion.
Again, sir?
The press con included a question and answer portion.
Yes, I think so.
And the VP Sara statement, which you investigated, was an answer to a question that was asked during the press con.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the focus of your investigation was VP Sara's answer, correct?
What kind of answer, sir?
Answer to the question asked in the press con.
Can you tell me the specific questions and the specific answers?
You were
sir?
the one who investigated it and you don't know the statement that you
Objection
investigated?
vague.
Marami yung
Vague.
question doon, maraming answers, sir. Saan po
Exactly.
doon ang tinutukoy?
Objection vague.
Sustained. Kindly reform, counsel.
All right. In our Exhibit D-1-145A, I will read the transcription. This is the transcription also by John Mark Calilong, dated December 26, 2024. A certain Princess Maui asked,
Counsel may approach from both parties to assist the witness.
mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami ng pasabog ninyo ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them dahil sa pagkakasama ninyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi, totoo yung mga naririnig namin, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanov. And baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balak in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. My question to you is this. Will you agree that based on this question by one Princess Maui, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family, namely Operation Romanov?
Well, sabi ko nga, narinig ko yung term na Romanov nung binigkas yun ni Mayor Baste noong January during Maisog Rally. Other than that, wala ko kaming validated na about Romanov operation.
But you watched this video, correct? So you heard it also during that time.
Yan ho yung sabi ni Princess Maui, sir.
So you heard
Then,
it.
Nag-invite kami kay Princess Maui, tinanong ko yung agent on case, kung nag-invite ba tayo kay Princess Maui, ang sabi ng agent on case, hindi raw siya nag-appear.
All right.
Kasi we want to clarify
With the
things, sir.
permission of the counsel for the respondent, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Mr. Presiding Officer, kahapon kasi nabanggit yung Romanov and I did mention na para sa akin, nagmula yung salitang Romanov kay Mayor Baste Duterte when during a rally, yun sa Maisog in Davao. So, ang tanong ko ngayon kay Mr. Witness, matatanong pa ba kung ano yung sinabi ni Mayor Baste Duterte patungkol dun sa Romanov that night?
Yes, sir. I will try if
Can you
I
tell
remember
us?
it right. Ang sabi niya, Mr. President, sabi niya, remember what happened to the Romanovs. If I'm not mistaken, sir, parang ang sinasabi niya, kasi mayroong...
No, I think when you go to bed tonight, continue.
Yes, sir. Yan. Sabi ko yan.
Okay.
When you go to bed tonight, think about the Romanovs. Yung po yata yung pagkasabi. Parang sinasabi niya na baka mangyari sa pamilya niyo yon gaya ng nangyari sa inyo noong 1996. Kung tama yung memory ko, sir. Parang ganun po ang sinasabi ni Mayor Baste.
Kaya nga, Mr. Presiding Officer, nagtataka ako na binanggit yan ni Princess Maui doon sa press conference, sa online press conference ni VP Sara, yung Romanov na banta for Sara Duterte. When in fact, it was Baste Duterte ang nabitaw ng salita na yon, warning sa first family. So, which is which, Mr. Witness, para sa'yo, saan ba talaga yung Romanov nag-umpisa at sino ba talaga ang dapat mag-ingat doon sa banta na Romanov?
Yeah, insofar as our investigation is concerned, since nag-start yan doon kay Mayor Baste, at wala ho kaming ma-validate na ibang Romanov operations na nangyari, I think nag-start yan sa kanila, sir, sa kapatid ng Vice Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. No other questions? Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted, entered into the records, and counsel for the respondent may continue with this cross.
All right. So you mentioned that just now that Mayor Baste said, think about the Romanovs, correct?
Yan yung statement ni Mayor Baste, sir.
But I'm asking Operation Romanov eh. So hindi naman think about the Romanovs. My question to you is this.
With the permission of counsel for the respondent, Senator Tulfo seeks recognition again. What is the pleasure of Senator
Yeah,
Tulfo?
I just want to make it clear, Mr. Presiding Officer, na yung threat na yon, yung Romanov na salita, it was used to warn as a threat to the first family. The word Romanov came from the mouth of Mayor Baste Duterte, na para bang binabantaan niya yung first family. You follow me, Mr. Witness?
Yes, sir. Tama po yun.
Thank
Tama
you.
po yun.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, that's my question. Can the witness be allowed to answer that question with a manifestation first before he allows?
Kindly repeat the question because even I forgot the question,
All right.
counsel.
You mentioned that Mayor Baste said that statement, think about the Romanovs, etc.
Yes, sir.
But he did not mention Operation Romanov. It was Princess Maui who mentioned the word Operation Romanov. And I know you don't have, I personally don't have any knowledge about what Mayor Baste said, and that is not the subject of this case. Let's just stick to the facts of this case. Okay? In the video, it was Princess Maui who said Operation Romanov. All right? Now, will you agree with me that based on that question, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family? That's the question.
According to the question, sir, yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned yesterday that you can motu proprio investigate threats against the Vice President.
Under the law, sir, yes.
All right. My next question is very simple. Did you conduct a separate investigation on Operation Romanov?
Well, since ang focus ng operations namin, sir, is cybercrime investigation, I think ang makakasagot niyan yung intelligence service namin, sir. Insofar as the cybercrime division is concerned, ang focus namin, crimes committed by, through, and with the use of information and communication technology. As to the fact whether or not may Operation Romanov, ang makakasagot po niyan either yung intelligence service o yung director ho namin, sir.
So insofar as you are concerned, there is no ongoing investigation on Operation Romanov?
Again, ang focus ho ng investigation namin doon sa grave threat and then inciting to sedition against the Vice President, insofar as the existence of whether or not may Operation Romanov, siguro makakasagot niyan, sir, yung intelligence service, yung director ho namin.
All right. So no. At any rate, are you aware of if the Vice President was the target of unauthorized intelligence or surveillance operations?
I'm not aware, sir.
All right.
With the permission of counsel, Chair will recognize Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
Just one or two quick questions.
You may proceed, sir.
On the issue of Princess Maui.
Opo.
And itong investigasyon na sinasabing inimbestigahan ba yung threat against the Vice President. Kung hypothetically dumating si Princess Maui at nagpaliwanag tungkol sa Operation Romanov at sinabi niya ang detalye,
Yes, sir.
kikilos ba ang
Definitely,
cybercrime?
sir. Definitely.
Ano ang gagawin ninyo kung nakuha ninyo yung ganong klaseng impormasyon?
We will validate the information first, sir.
Ang problema, sabi nga ninyo kanina, hindi nga humarap.
Opo, sir.
But as in any other case, kung may humarap at pinag-usapan at sinabi ganito yung threat, what is the standard operating procedure of the NBI?
We validate first the information, sir. And then pag confirm na, then we will start case build-up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, what is your pleasure, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just want to direct my question to the witness here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung Romanov plot, well, aside from what Senator Judge Tulfo said, that came from Baste, but I picked it up doon sa video na pinalabas kanina ng defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
yung Romanov plot versus Sara, according to Princess Maui. Did you take that information seriously or not?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why nung marinig namin o makita namin yung question ni Princess Maui about the Romanov, we conducted an open source investigation. Tinignan ho namin baka meron. Yun nga, ang nakita namin yung January 2024 during Maisog Rally, if I'm not mistaken, yung the word Romanov, ang nagbigkas ho noon si Mayor Baste, Your Honor.
All right. So, yung statement ni Princess Maui sa video, how do you rate that info? Sa inyo po sa NBI, sa mga intelligence agencies, yung mga informations po ninyo, may rating. Tama po ba? Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Witness. For example, pag yung information po ninyo, pag yung information po na natanggap ninyo ay may mga rating po. A1, completely reliable. A2, completely reliable information, probably true. B1, usually reliable source, information confirmed. B2, usually reliable, information probably true, but needs validation. C1, fairly reliable source, information confirmed. C2, fairly reliable source, information needs validation. D to F, source is doubtful, unreliable, or reliability cannot be assessed. So, saan yun nilagay yung sinabi ni Princess Maui Saan dito sa classification po na ito ng source of information? Is it A1, A2, B1, B2, C1 hanggang DF? Saan po? Kasi po ngayon, sir, napakarami na po mga impormasyon ng mga fake news.
Opo, sir. Sir, kung pwede na pong sumagot.
Go ahead po. Go ahead.
Sir, yung una po namin ginawa, we try to invite Princess Maui to shed light doon sa sinasabi nilang Romanov. Since hindi ho nag-appear si Princess Maui, wala ho kaming basis. So, classify muna namin ito na non-validated information. Naghanap kami sa open source. Yun nga, ang nakita namin, ang unang nagbigkas niyan, si Mayor Baste. So, medyo nakita namin, teka muna, parang baliktad yata ang sitwasyon. Kung kay Mayor Baste nagsimula ang Romanov, bakit dito ito yung tinatanong ni Princess Maui sa Vice Presidente? So, medyo it doesn't make sense, sir. Wala kaming na-validate since hindi nag-appear si Princess Maui. So we classify the information as unvalidated information.
So what you did, nung hindi mo ma-confirm yung kay Princess Maui information, naghanap ka ng
Opo.
counter source.
Yes, sir. Open source, sir.
Open source, okay, to validate.
Yes, sir.
And what happened to that source?
Yeah, based doon sa video na yon, January, if I'm not mistaken, yun nga, yung may isog rally, Your Honor, ang unang nagbanggit ng Romanov, si Mayor Baste, parang tinatakot niya yung presidente.
Okay,
Doon.
Mr. Witness, I'm running out of time. So isa lang pong tanong ko. So yung information po ni Princess Maui doon sa video, yung sinabi niya kay BP, eh hindi po reliable.
Hindi reliable insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
The interventions of the Senator Judge are noted. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President. Just a very quick question on this particular topic, and I will no
Gentleman
longer.
may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer dwell on the Operation Romanov, despite the fact that thank you to Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo who told me that about the dates, and I will not even mention or tackle the conditional threat. But I was looking at this NBI letter dated 2nd of December 2024, marked as Annex I. This is prosecution's P4-5 exhibit. Invited respondent Duterte to appear in connection with the investigation of the alleged grave threats. Mr. Witness, nakasaad din po dito sa sulat na iniimbestigahan ng NBI yung mga banta laban sa kanya at makakatulong po dito ang kanyang pagharap sa investigation. Tama po ba ito, Atty.
Yes po, Your Honor. Tama po yan.
Dahil po hindi personal na pumunta ang ating Vice Presidente, ano po yung naging epekto nito sa investigasyon ninyo sa mga banta laban sa kanyang buhay? Gusto ko lang malaman, ipinagpatuloy niyo po ba ang investigasyon ng NBI? What is now the status of this investigation?
Yes, sir. Since yung second letter ng Vice President through her lawyer, may sinasabi doon na may threat sa life 6 months ago pa. So nung trinay naming i-check yun, Your Honor, ang nakita lang naming relevant information as to the security, yung pagbabawas ho ng 75 PNP personnel from BPSPG, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think transfer ho yata yung mga personnel na yan sa Manila. And then when we check the record, yun nga, merong pang, based on the COA record, merong pang 335 more or less if I'm not mistaken, na security personnel ang Vice Presidente. So other than those facts, wala ho kaming makitang relevant na security issue dahil yun nga, hindi naman nag-appear ang ating Vice Presidente, hindi naman sila nagbigay ng any information na pwede namin pagsimulan po.
So, so after that, you did not pursue anymore the investigation on the threats against the Vice President?
Ang alam ko, ang aming intelligence service ay may monitoring na ginagawa from time to time.
I ask this question, Mr. Witness, and for the our people. Kasi hindi na po yung Operation Romanov, hindi na po itong conditional threat. Kung hindi, ito ba ay nabigyan ng, accorded the same level of attention dun sa mga threats na inyong nakukuha, gaya ng binabanggit natin na threat di umano ng ating Vice Presidente. Kasi ang tanong, hindi rin naman po nagpunta sa inyo ang Pangulo o ang Speaker of the House. And yet, you pursued your investigation. So, in that way, paano nyo may explain ito, Attorney Lotok,
Yes.
na ginawa nyo talaga yung lahat ng inyong magagawa para imbestigahan din yung threat laban sa pangalawang Pangulo?
Opo, Your Honor. Magkaiba po siya. Yung grave threats na inatter ng Vice President against the President, apparent po siya, Your Honor. Nakita po namin. Nasa video, inauthenticate namin yung video, nag-testify yung mga may personal knowledge na in fact sinabi niya yon. So, malinaw ho na nag-exist yung utterances na yon that qualifies the crime of grave threats. Dito ho, sa threat ng Vice Presidente, wala ho kaming ganong same na information na nakuha. Wala kaming apparent na mayroong threat against sa life ng Vice Presidente. Kasi nga, hindi sila nagbigay ng specific information, hindi ho nagpakita ang Vice Presidente para mag-shed light doon sa investigation namin. So, hindi ho namin siya makita na parehas. Magkaiba po yun. Ang sa Presidente, apparent siya. So, definitely under the law, ang NBI can motu proprio undertake an investigation. Dito sa Vice Presidente, allegation siya. Wala kaming ma-validate na information. So, hindi ho pa magti-trigger yung investigation doon. But I am sure, insofar as the intelligence service of the NBI is concerned, continuous ho yung monitoring yan at naghahanap po sila ng mga lead para masolidify yung information na yan.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I know the law. Presidente, Vice Presidente, Speaker, pwede niyong tignan at imbestigahan yan. But I feel na importanteng maipakita natin sa taong bayan that same level of attention ang ibinigay po natin. At we also, if we need to walk the extra mile of investigating, we have to do it in the name of fairness. So, yun lang po yung nakita ko. And siguro yung sinasabi nyo nga po, hindi sumapat yung inyong mga nakalap na mga impormasyon. Whether the information ay kulang or hindi kayo nagkaroon ng access sa mga information na to, kaya po hindi nagtuloy.
Opo, Your Honor. That is insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Lacson? Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva.
I just want to pursue the point raised by Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo and the others.
The gentleman may proceed and he has 2 minutes.
I don't know about the other senator judges, pero until today, when Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo clarified na yung palang Oplan Romanov, a threat against the first family.
Yes, sir.
Ang impression ko since last week, nung pag-uusapan natin yung Oplan Romanov, a threat ito against the Vice President. And since sabi nyo, part ng investigation ninyo, open source, di ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Yung bang speech ni Mayor Baste Duterte sa Maisog, naging part ba ng open source nyo yun? In this particular investigation that you conducted?
Hindi po siya nag-form part as...
So kulang yung inyong open source information?
Hindi po kami nakafocus sa Romanov, Your
Okay.
Honor. Okay.
Was it also your impression na yung threat do sa Romanov was directed against VP Sara until today?
I don't...
Please be honest.
Yeah.
Don't be ashamed. No?
Yeah, I don't think so, Your Honor, kasi unang-una, ang context ng Operation Romanov against the first family.
I know.
So it definitely against the President and his family, Your Honor. Ngayon, nung tinanong ho siya ni Princess Maui, doon nga kami nagtaka, anong ibig sabihin ng Romanov? Anong context niya ng Romanov? Bakit against sa Vice President? Hindi naman sila yung first family. So, yun yung reason po, Your Honor, kung bakit we try to invite Princess Maui na shed us some light para makita namin ano bang ibig mong sabihin doon. Ano ba yung pwede namin i-validate na information para makapag-case build-up kami pag meron.
Yes. So, bakit hindi naging part ng investigation nyo do sa threat against the life of the President and the First Lady? Kasi family yung binabanggit ni Mayor Basten, di ba? Hindi kasama yung si Speaker Romualdez, hindi kasama yung Chief Justice.
Opo.
Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Pero threat against the family, the first family.
Yes, sir.
As mentioned by Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ang sabi mo, hindi naging part ng investigation nyo doon sa inyong investigation report or sa affidavit of investigation, yung open source ng maisog.
Hindi po siya
speech.
nakasama.
Bakit hindi napasama? Open source din yun eh. That could reinforce yung inyong theory o yung conclusion nyo na meron talagang serious threat against
The first family.
the President and the others. Bakit hindi nyo ginawang part do sa affidavit of investigation unless pareho tayo na impression na until today, ang alam natin sa Romanov, threat against VP Sara. Yun ang impression ko since last week.
Yun po yung impression namin nung hindi pa namin nakikita
That's
sa
exactly
open
my
source.
question, Attorney Lotok. So ngayon nyo rin lang na-realize na yung palang Oplan Romanov, threat pala sa First Family.
First family. Opo, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Noted, entered into the records. I would have
Presiding
recognized
Officer.
Senator Go first, but since you're there already, Senator Judge Alan
This is
Cayetano,
just a
you may proceed, sir.
manifestation and point of information. As Senator Judge Lacson said, no, it's for each judge to appreciate. But let me put context, no. I'm not close to VP Sara. I'm not close to Mayor Baste. Ang kasama ko sa Congress si former Deputy Speaker Pulong. But in the last 4 years, I think I've seen him twice or thrice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But my reading nung sinabi ni Mayor Baste is pag natulog ka sa gabi, remember the Romanovs. So we have to look at our history. The Romanovs were evicted via a revolution. Diba? So, Mayor Baste was doing a parallel ng 1986 na paalis yung mga Marcoses via revolution. But unlike the Romanovs, the Marcoses were given asylum or whatever you call it in Hawaii, and over time, nakabalik until the president became president. Ang Romanovs, inubos sila para nga hindi makabalik. Now, if Mayor Baste was making Romanovs uubusin kayong Marcos, di dapat na-offend si Senator Judge Amy Marcos because she's a Marcos. No? So, secondly, if he made that threat, so if he was saying, may Oplan mo, Romanov or Maroromanov kayo, I'm sure the PNP or the Presidential Security Command, the National Council, would have filed a case against Baste. So I just want, it's fair that you mentioned him, it's fair sa investigation mo, but I don't think we should draw a conclusion here that Mayor Baste was threatening the First Family because remember, there's a thin line between a warning and a threat. So pag sinabi ko sa iyo ngayon, witness, pareho tayong abogado, kompanyero, pareho tayong taga-Ateneo, mag-ingat ka sa sasabihin mo. That could be a fair warning. That could be not a threat, di ba? But kapag ka may threat talaga na pinarating ko sa iyo, pag hindi ko gusto ano mo, kakasuhan kita, that could be a illegal threat, di ba? Pero pwedeng warning. So I just want that on the record, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, because everyone's watching, and in the same manner, we have to be fair to the First Family. We have to be fair also to Mayor Baste and to the Dutertes, that rather than draw a conclusion that there was an actual. So the Council for Defense was making a distinction, mentioning Romanov and Oplan Romanov are two different things. It may be the same, it may be different thing. For all we know, narinig ni Mayor Baste na sila Romanov, kaya binanggit niya pabalik. We don't know. I don't know. I haven't discussed it with anyone. I haven't discussed it with the few senators na kaibigan ko dito. So let's just be circumspect and careful from making conclusions. But as far as it is relevant, Mr. Presiding Officer, I appreciate the answer of the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator Go, thereafter Senator Padilla. Senator Go, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Balik muna tayo dito sa ating bayan. Masyado nang malayo, inaabot natin. To our Mr. Witness, some questions lang po. No? Nabanggit nyo kahapon na 20 years na kayo sa NBI.
12 years.
Be specific, anong year po nakapasok?
2014, Your Honor. Nagsimula po ako from the NBI Academy.
2014?
2014. 12 years na po, Your Honor.
Hindi 20 years?
Hindi 20 years, Your Honor. 12, Your Honor.
12 years. So, kailan ho kayo nag-head ng cybercrime?
February 2023, Your Honor.
February of 2023. Maupay na adlaw pala.
Maupay po nga adlaw gyapon, sir.
And to our prosecutor.
May hapon, sir. May hapon.
Maupay na kulop.
Maupay man.
Kailan ho kayo naging RD?
July 2025, sir.
July 2025. So, naging cybercrime head kayo February of 2023.
Sir.
Before that, saan ho kayo na-assign?
Chief ng Digital Forensics, sir, 2022.
2020. Anyway. So, meron ho bang nag-recommend sa inyo or wala na, nag-apply lang kayo o sino
Ng ano po, sir?
Naging head kayo ng cybercrime?
As Chief of the Digital Forensics, I was designated by the then Director Medardo J. De Lemos. Then as Chief of the Cybercrime Division, I was also designated by the then Director Medardo J. De Lemos, sir.
2016 to 2022, saan ho kayo na-assign?
2016, I think anti-organized crime and transnational crime.
Up to 2020.
AOTCD, yun, Your Honor. Then 2018, nasa cybercrime division na po ako.
So hindi po kayo head doon?
Hindi pa. As an investigation agent po noong 2018, sir.
Anyway, nabanggit niyo po kanina about sworn affidavit. And then nabanggit niyo about journalists, no, na part nung press conference. Tama ho ba?
Yes, sir.
Marami sila, di ba? Marami nabanggit sa
Yes, Your
mga
Honor.
nakarang araw, including last week, di ba? Bakit ho ba, ba't hindi nyo kinuha yung, bakit po hindi kinuha ang sariling sworn affidavit ng mga journalists na personal na naroon po sa press conference? Sa halip ay affidavits po ng agents na naglalaman po ng inyong summary ng mga sinabi po ninyo. Bakit hindi nyo pinursige yung mga affidavits ng mga nandoon sa...
Yes, Your Honor. Nung nag-appear po yung mga media personalities na nag-participate nung online press conference at the November 23, 2024, may kasama ho silang lawyer, and then we want to them to execute an affidavit. Ang advice sa kanila ng lawyer, hindi na raw. Pwede lang sila mag-participate ng interview. Pwede sila mag-sign sa minutes at meeting. So hindi na po namin pinilit.
So wala hong journalists or mga vloggers na kasama po doon sa sworn affidavit? Wala ho. Sa inyo lang, purely puro po ito sa
NBI.
Nanggaling sa NBI lang po?
Yes, sir. Kasi ayaw po ng lawyer nila na mag-execute sila ng affidavit.
Okay.
Pero may kasama po silang lawyer doon, sir.
Yung mga detalye pong nakasaad sa inyong affidavit tungkol sa naganap na press conference, galing ho ba ito sa personal knowledge ng mga agents o batay po sa sinabi ng mga journalists na nakausap po ng agents pagkatapos?
Yes, Your Honor. Q&A, yung mode nung interview at nag-reflect ho yan doon sa minutes of meeting, and then nag-execute ng affidavit yung nag-interview na agent. So magkasama ho yung mga dokumento na yun, sir.
Mako-consider mo ba ito na second-hand account? Paano nyo masigurong naging actual ho yung pag-interpret ninyo sa mga sinabi?
Ano pong interpret, sir?
I mean, kung batay po ito sa second-hand account, paano nyo masisiguro na sakto, walang naidagdag, o hindi na misinterpret sa pagitan ng aktual na sinabi ng mga journalists at mga nakasulat sa inyong affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why inauthenticate namin yung video mula simula hanggang sa matapos para hindi kami mawala sa tunay na nangyari. That's the reason why transcribe din ng ating agent on case kung ano laman ng video, kung ano yung naging tanungan doon, para hindi ko kami mawala sa investigasyon namin. And in fact, Your Honor, when we try to establish whether or not nag-utter ba talaga ang Vice Presidente na may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay sa tatlo, na confirm namin ito nung November 26 video, Kasi ni-reiterate ng Vice Presidente, inadmit niya, instead na sinabi niyang hindi ko sinabi yon, sinabi niya nung November 26 na video na indeed may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay doon sa tatlo. So, nabuo yung aming investigation na ang tawag po namin doon is admission against interest doon po sa ginawa ni Vice President during the November 26, 2024, sir.
Anyway, last question na lang po on sedition. No? How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Ano po yung, sorry?
On sedition charges, di ba?
Yes, sir.
How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Well, in inciting to sedition, Your Honor, specifically in the case of People versus Nabong, it is not necessary na magkaroon ng actual sedition. The law also penalizes if the seditious words would encourage people to do illegal acts or to overthrow government. In other words, if the speeches would stir up the people to go against the government, if the speeches would disturb the peace of the community, if the speeches would undermine public order and public security, hindi ho necessary na magkaroon ng actual na sedition. That's under
Meron
law,
ho bang nagawa yung Vice Presidente na yung gaya ng sinasabi niyo ngayon?
Nagawa pong inciting to sedition, sir? Based sa findings namin, sir, yes. Based po sa findings namin. Ganito po ang nangyari. Kinumpare po namin based on the content and context of the utterances made by the Vice President in November 23, 2024, the utterances made by the Vice President in October 18, 2024, then the utterances made by the Vice President in 26 November 2024, and other facts and circumstances. Nung trinay po namin i-compare siya, may nakita ho kami ng mga utterances that would stir up the people against the government. For example, Your Honor, nung October 18, ang sabi ng Vice Presidente, walang number 1 ang Pilipinas na to, hanggang number 2 lang to para sa akin. Wala itong number 1. Kinumpara ho namin nung November 23, ang sabi doon sa November 23, I do not recognize anybody above me. It's a reiteration dun sa kanyang sinabi. That's number 1, Your Honor. Then number 2, may sinabi siya noong October 18 na anong magagawa ko? Hindi marunong maging presidente yung nakaupo. Kasalanan ko ba yun? And then, November 23, kinumpara namin yon. Ang sabi niya doon, this country will go to hell because the person na nakaupo is hindi marunong maging presidente and who is a liar. So nakita namin yung pattern saka consistent na utterances. Then tinira namin yung pangatlong line, ang sabi niya doon, alam ko si BBM may 5 impeachable offense, pero papasa ba dyan sa House? Siyempre hindi. Then pagdating sa November 23, sinabi naman niya doon na the President is lying through his teeth para makuha lang niya yung boto ng mga tao. Tapos minura niya sila, PI ka, BBM, Liza Marcos, and former Speaker of the House. So, tinignan namin, sino ba yung nagsasalita? Kung ang nagsasalita, Your Honor, is yung ikalawa sa pinakamataas na posisyon in public at yun yung kanyang utterances, definitely, Your Honor, there is a tendency to stir up the people against lawful government.
Kindly wind up, Senator Go.
No more question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you,
Salamat
Senator
po.
Judge
Salamat.
Go. Senator Judge Padilla intimated to the presiding officer that he will defer his questions to a later time. Counsel for the respondent, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Just a manifestation, Your Honor, in relation to the query or the manifestation of Senator Judge Villanueva.
In relation to the query of
his manifestation, Your Honor.
No need, counsel. Proceed, unless he asked you a question to save in the court's time. Please proceed with your cross-examination.
All right, I'll just transform it into a question. You were asked about that December 2, 2024 letter, correct?
December 2, yes, sir.
That is the letter where you gave a schedule for the Vice President to attend, correct?
Yeah, signed by our assistant
All right.
director.
But the
sir.
schedule that you gave was November 11, 2024 at 10 a.m. and then you gave the address. So in other words,
Sinabi ko na ho yan kahapon, typographical
okay,
error yun, sir.
my question naman is this if tama yung schedule sana at nakapunta si VP Sara, would it have affected your investigation?
Your Honor, even up till now, ready ho kaming tanggapin kung anumang information na threat against the life ng Presidente, continuous, ng Vice Presidente, continuous po yun. In fact, sabi ko nga kanina, yung intelligence service namin is may ginagawang monitoring from time to time dun sa threat to life against the Vice President, President, etc.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Now, let me show you a portion of the interview of Dempsey Reyes of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. Please direct your attention to paragraph 13 of the minutes of the meeting. This is also the transcription made by Agent Kalilong. Page 173 of Annex G9 as well. So, here, it says, may press con kasi earlier than that, sabi niya na parang sabi niya lang, gusto daw siyang patayin daw according to her ni Speaker. That was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. So, considering that this is part of the minutes of the meetings, this is also part of the NBI's own records, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, my question is this. Did you issue a subpoena against Speaker Martin Romualdez, former Speaker Martin Romualdez?
Did you issue a subpoena? Kay Speaker Romualdez, sir?
Yes.
Kasi, ba't ako mag-issue ng subpoena? Wala pa kaming sufficient na...
So you did not issue?
Hindi kami nag-issue,
All right.
sir.
So, in other words, for VP Sara, you issued not just one, but two subpoenas. But for the former speaker, you did not issue a subpoena. That's just a question.
There is an apparent commission of the crime for grave threats and inciting to sedition, sir.
I see. So, for this particular portion, you just turned a blind eye and did not issue.
Well,
anyway,
there is no validated information on that, sir.
Let the witness answer. There was a question.
Yeah, but based on
Counsel, kindly don't argue with the witness.
But based on your testimony yesterday, you said that you have a system of evaluating factors, correct? My question to you is, based on that system, does Martin Romualdez have the capacity to execute a death threat, for example?
We haven't established any apparent crime committed by the former speaker, Your Honor. So hindi kami nag-delve dyan sa issue na yan.
Yeah, at any rate, this minutes of the meeting, which you all confirmed that is part of the NBI's own record, isn't this information regarding the death threat against VP Sara?
Well, ang sabi po dyan, if I may read my press con, kasi earlier than that, sabi niya, sabi lang niya, gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker, that was during a press conference the day before. Precisely, Your Honor, the reason why we issued a letter noong November 22 is to ask the Vice President kung ano ho yung facts and circumstances dyan sa issue na yan. But since hindi ho nag-appear ang Vice Presidente, wala ho talaga kaming mapagsimulan. Wala kaming validated information.
But you issued the subpoena against Dempsey Reyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero ang tinanong nyo kay Dempsey Reyes, yung case lang against VP Sara. Hindi niyo siya tinanong ng threats to her, correct?
Well, unang-una, ang ini-establish namin, ang focus ng investigation namin, the reason why we subpoena the late Dempsey Reyes is whether or not nag-utter ba yung Vice President doon sa statement niya na nag-contract na siya ng tao para patayin si BBM, si Liza Marcos, at si former Speaker. Sir, yun po yung focus ng investigation namin.
So despite that track, you still maintain that this part of the investigation, you did not have bias?
We don't have bias.
Argumentative,
All right,
Your Honor.
I'll move on. Let's go back to the investigation that you did against VP Sara. So you mentioned yesterday that the offended parties in this case, if at all, are BBM, FL, and the former speaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you subpoena any of them?
No, sir.
Did they appear before the NBI?
No, sir.
Nakausap nyo ba sila ng personal?
No, sir.
And yet, you concluded that they were victims of grave threats, correct?
Based on the evidence we've gathered, yes, sir.
So without any personal correspondences with them, you came to that conclusion?
The evidence is clear, sir.
According to you.
Oh, objection, Your Honor. I move
So-
that. Oh, wait.
Counsel-
We cannot
counsel-
let this
No,
pass.
that's part
I
of-
move, Your Honor, that the defense counsel, with all due respect, be admonished from stating those unprofessional remarks. We are in front of national TV.
No, that's
That is his answer. If you are not satisfied with his answer, please don't lay any value to what the witness answered. Your Honor, may I move that the
This is a
counsel...
reminder. This is a reminder for counsel for both parties. Kindly avoid side remarks. Henceforth, the presiding officer will have it stricken off the record. And whatever question you pose and afterwards withdraw will likewise be stricken off from the record, so as to avoid any attempts at showmanship usually seen on TV, yes, but will not be tolerated by this impeachment court. Counsels are so reminded.
we will comply, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
To clarify, Mr. Witness, yung NBI subpoena against VP Sara that you issued was her being a respondent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero as a complainant, you did not issue.
We issued a letter, sir, December
No.
2.
As the complainant na siya yung subject naman ng threats, walang subpoena as to that effect.
Walang sampina, sir.
So in other words, hindi talaga siya naka-explain kasi what you sent out was a letter and not a subpoena.
Yung letter is to inform the Vice President na iniimbestigahan din namin yung threat against sa life niya. So therefore, kailangan namin yung presence niya or any information na pwedeng makatulong sa investigation.
Yun na nga, pero hindi niya siya sinenda ng subpoena. Isn't it that in a regular case, the prosecutor sends out a subpoena both to the complainant and to the respondent?
With the prosecutor, sir?
Yes. You're a lawyer, you know this.
What
When
do
you
you
file
mean,
a
sir?
case before the prosecutor's office, the handling prosecutor issues out sa subpoena sa parehong parties.
Ang
Tama?
alam ko, during the case concern, I think nag-appear yata ang Vice Presidente sa DOJ. Yan,
Alright.
doon ako na-inform, sir.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Let's talk about the reversal by the DOJ. Diba? There was a initial finding on February 5 and then it was eventually reversed. Now, would you agree with me that the rectifications that you made for the first affidavit of investigation were procedural deficiencies?
Procedural deficiencies.
Like the
No,
TSN?
it's part of the case build-up, Your Honor.
But what you added were TSNs, affidavits of your own agents, correct? Don't you consider that as...
Those were affidavits.
Yes, but don't you consider that those as procedural and not substantive?
Part of the evaluation and case build-up, yes, sir.
All right. But in effect, the substance of the case remained the same.
Walang nabago ho sa affidavit, sa una at sa pangalawa, parehas po yun.
Very good.
Sir.
So, in other words, no additional discussion on the merits of the case.
On the merits of the case, yung findings namin, hindi ho nabago
All
yun,
right.
sir.
Very good. So, no additional witnesses were interviewed.
What do you mean, interview, sir?
Wala nang additional interviews. Kung ano yung sa first affidavit nyo, yun na rin yung sa second affidavit. Wala nang additional interviewees?
Kung, I think, ang naalala ko, 6 ho na media personalities ang na-interview namin at yun ho yung nag-reflect sa affidavit. At the same time, we tried to issue subpoena sa, I think, head ng ABS-CBN.
I understand that, but be more responsive.
Your Honor, if I may, the witness is still in the process of answering
Yeah,
his...
but Your Honor, but the answer is not
Exactly.
responsive. My question is very
Let him
simple.
finish first, with all due respect, Your Honor.
With the permission of the counsel for the parties. Attorney Lotok, the question was, sa pagitan ng una at pangalawang sinubmit ninyo sa DOJ, may mga testigo ba kayong dinagdag sa pangalawa niyong submission sa DOJ? O pareho din po yung mga testigo, nilakip lang yung mga affidavit na hindi na ilakip dun sa unang pagsubmit?
Yeah, insofar as I'm concerned, Your Honor, parehas lang po.
Okay.
All right.
May proceed, counsel.
But we will never know that for sure because you never released your first affidavit of investigation, correct?
Well, I think it's in the DOJ. Ang binigay sa amin yung certification kung ano yung mga requirements na dapat namin i-comply.
Yeah, but what you attach, when you received the subpoena from the House Committee on Justice, which was used as the basis for the Articles of Impeachment, the first affidavit of investigation was never included, correct?
Yung nag-submit ho dyan, Your Honor, sila Agent Kalilong, wala akong idea
Hindi
dun
nyo
sa...
alam. Alright, that's okay. So, I have a question about the affidavit of investigation, okay? An affidavit, or I'll just be more specific, your second affidavit of investigation was subscribed and sworn to, correct?
Yes, sir.
On February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Before who?
Can I check, sir?
Sure.
Witness may consult
Thank you,
the document before him.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the parties may assist him.
Your Honor, we'll just confront him with our own...
Subscribe and sworn to in a record.
Alright, so do you remember that you subscribed along with the other agents before General Ricarte now?
Yes, sir. May signature kami rito.
Alright. And you did this because the first affidavit of investigation cannot be altered anymore.
What do you mean, sir?
An affidavit, as you know, you are a lawyer. Once an affidavit is subscribed and sworn to, it is a complete document already.
Yeah.
Okay? Meaning, even if you take out one page or you add an annex, you already alter the meaning of that document. Will you agree with me?
Your Honor, the process is legal evaluation by the prosecutor and case build-up. So pag nakita ho ng prosecution...
Your Honor, I'm just talking about the nature of the affidavit. I'm not
Attorney
talking
Lotok,
about...
kindly answer the question. It's a general question pertaining to an affidavit in general, not this particular one.
Ano yung question,
Okay,
sir?
an affidavit, once you subscribe and swear to it, that already becomes a, if I may use the term, untouchable affidavit in such that you cannot take out one page, you cannot alter one paragraph, you cannot add annex.
Well, I think kung sinubmit nyo na ho yan officially, sa halimbawa, sa korte, hindi na ho pwede yan. Pero yung process ho namin, yung evaluation,
This is part of the records and also uploaded in the Senate website already last July 12 so that the public can peruse. Annex GGG, this is page 13. Based on this document and observation, can you notice any received stamp on this document?
Based on that document, wala hong naka-stamped or received.
Precisely my point, that was attached, if this was really received by the DOJ, there should have been an IDF, right, or a transmittal letter attached to this.
Again, yung makakasagot po niyan, yung executive officers, Agent Calilong, and the prosecution, sir, kasi sila ang nag-uusap dyan. Sila ang nagdala ng dokumento na yan. Sir, kasi sila ang nag-uusap dyan. Sila ang nagdala ng dokumento na yan.
Now, Article 4 of...
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano?
Mr. President, I wanted to take the floor before the defense went to another point, so I wouldn't interrupt his train of thought.
The lady has 2 minutes and may proceed when she's ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is actually addressed to both counsels and to the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
So the witness also happens to be a lawyer. 4 na abogado po tayo mag-uusap dito. Pero ang pakiusap ko, speak in layman's term because we want the public to understand. Very simple question. I want to understand your appreciation of the crime of grave threats. Okay? It sounds like a simple question, but when I look at the elements, so explain ko din sa mga nakikinig. Pag tinignan natin ang definition ng crime, nandiyan yung elements. So the prosecution must always prove yung elements of the crime. Ang question ko ay, in your appreciation, dapat ba na ang supposed victim nakaramdam talaga siya ng threats? Or is it enough that the general public considers the statement threatening? Okay, so is it personal or is it a general sentiment? Now, before I proceed, gusto ko magbigay ng example para maintindihan mga kababayan natin. Kung magkapit-bahay, nagkapikunan dun sa bakod, tapos sabi nung isa, bubulohin ko to. Is that a grave threat? Second example, 2 boksingero, nagkainitan, susuntukin kita. This is among 2 professional boxers. Is that a grave threat? Third example, police. Sabi, bubunutan ko to ng baril. Is that a grave threat? Maybe it's just offensive dahil sa professional, you shouldn't say that to a fellow police. And my fourth example is a senator. Pag sinabi niyang bibit-biting kita, kikwelyuhan kita, palalayasan kita, is that a grave threat? I'll add some details. If that is supposedly addressed to a fellow senator, and she's a female senator like me, na kahit na hindi naman isa hong kilalang runner, marathoner, but a non-violent person, is that a grave threat? Well, I'll just tell you my personal opinion, and then I'll tell you now. I felt that was a grave threat. So, may I ask the counsel and the witness to now answer the question? Thank you.
If you may, Your Honor, please, yung prosecution po.
Senator Judge Pia, who do you want to answer first?
Good
In the
question.
order that you
Pag-iisipan ko
prefer.
ng matagal yan, Mr. President. I give you the decision on that one, Mr. President. Siguro prosecution, kasi
Yes po.
sila naman ang kailangan mag-prove ng case nila. And then the witness, and then the defense counsel.
Again, an admonition from the chair, without stating conclusions of fact and law, that again is reserved for the impeachment court, you may state your opinions with respect to the elements of the
Definitely.
crime of grave threats specifically identified
Yes.
by the senator judge.
And if I may, presiding officer, feel free to interrupt them if you feel that they have crossed the line, as
Yes.
I will. That's why I just
Opo,
want, I repeat my question, I want to understand your appreciation of the crime. You may, Mr. President, will we allow them to cite jurisprudence? I leave it up to you. I just
Opo.
want to understand the appreciation kasi.
Opo.
What do you think?
Doon sa particular pong katanungang yon ni Senator Judge Pia Cayetano na dapat ba may takot na naramdaman? Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Judge Pia.
Yes.
Yung taong tinatakot o subject matter ng grave threats o pampublikong pagtanggap pa na nakakatakot yung mga sinabi niya laban dun sa taong tinatakot niya.
Siguro a simple yes or no with a very short explanation would
Opo.
suffice, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Attorney Ligutan, you have 2
Maraming
minutes,
salamat,
please.
Senator Pia Cayetano. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon. Yung sagot sa tanong na iyan, yung sagot po ng prosecution, hindi po galing sa opinion ng aking mga kasama. Ito po ay isang decision. No less than the Supreme Court of the Philippines. It just so happened, Your Honors, as an answer, in answer po sa tanong ni Senator Pia Cayetano, may 2 kaso na po yung Supreme Court. Yung isa is Paera versus People. Yung GR number, siguro yung mga law students, no? Mga law students. GR number 181626, May 30, 2011. The title is Paera versus People. Sinabi ng Supreme Court doon, wala pong batas na nagre-require na may private complainant. Ibig sabihin, hindi po required na yung biktima mag-execute ng affidavit upang yung akusado po pwedeng ma-found guilty ng grave threat. Paera versus People. But more than that, Your Honor, please, may isang kaso pa. No less than the Supreme Court in the Philippines. Sinabi doon, hindi po kailangan na yung recipient mismo nakaramdam ng takot or that sineryoso yung pagbabanta. Your Honor, to repeat, etong sinabi ng Supreme Court, all that needs to be proven is that they were intended by the accused to have that effects. Yung sagot sa tanong, hindi po galing sa prosecution, hindi po opinion, galing mismo sa Supreme Court of the Philippines, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. President, can we now ask
If I may add, Senator Judge Pia, if I remember my memory aid correctly, there are only certain private crimes that need a private complainant, and most of these are personal crimes, such as concubinage, adultery, seduction, abduction, rape, and acts of lasciviousness. Although these crimes are all entitled People of the Philippines versus the accused, without a private complainant, these crimes cannot be filed by the prosecutor in court without the cooperation or affidavit of the private complainant. Counsel for respondent will please reply to the query of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano. You also have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. I will try to avoid making conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor, but I will answer in light of the facts of this case and leave it up to the discretion of this honorable court.
Please, sir, you may proceed.
It is our position that the statements made by the Vice President were not threats in the first place. That's why we were categorizing it as response, a mere response to a Q&A, number 1. Number 2, it was never aimed directly at BBM, FL, and the former speaker. In other words, had they not watched the video, for example, they wouldn't have known about it. So in other words, Your Honor, there was no threats to begin with. And so even the discussion on the elements is not really applicable insofar as determining the innocence or guilt of the Vice President. That is basically our position. That is one more thing. And practically, we maintain this position all throughout our pleadings. We never referred to that statement as threats. We always say that if at all they were alleged threats. But we referred to the statements of the Vice President as statements, as responses. And even in my speech, that's what I said. It was a response, Your Honor. That would be all, Your Honor.
Noted. Attorney Lotok, your response to Senator Judge Pia's question based on your investigation. You may proceed, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. In establishing, Your Honor, whether or not the crime of grave threat exists, we follow the rule. First, whether there is an actus reus, and then second, whether there is a mens rea. So actus reus, Your Honor, means whether the offender in fact uttered the threatening remarks. We were able to establish that. That's why in-authenticate po ng NBI yung video na kung saan nandoon yung utterances. The test of mens rea, Your Honor, what we did, we interpret the utterances objectively and in the light of the circumstances in which they were uttered, in the manner in which those utterances were spoken, the person to whom they were addressed, the utterances were addressed, the relationship between the parties, meaning the offender and the recipients, and then the reactions of the recipients, whether they treat the utterances serious or real. But again, I would agree with what Attorney Ligutan said. In fact, ang basis po namin dyan, yung Garma versus People. Ang isa ho doon sa sinabi ng Garma versus People, hindi ho kailangan na ma-intimidate o itrato ng recipient na seryoso yung threat na yan. Ang sufficient na maipakita lang na yun yung intensyon ng offender, na ma-intimidate at i-treat na seryoso yung utterances or threatening remarks na ginawa niya. Yun po yung naging basihan po namin, Your Honor.
I hope that satisfies Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
It actually does, but if I still have time, I have a follow-up question for all. Do I? Well, anyway, everyone went over time, so since my bell hasn't
No,
rung...
you don't, but you can ask your final question, Madam.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Siguro sa witness na lang. You mentioned the word threat, no? So can you just elaborate on that? What to you would be the difference between a threat and a sorry, I don't know if you uttered the word that I want to ask you now, no? But you referred to threat, of course. What would be the difference between a mere warning and a threat?
A mere warning and a threat, sir, ma'am.
At what point does a warning become a threat?
Well, Your Honor, if I'm going to, based on our investigation, kung i-apply ko ho yung...
Hindi na.
Yung...
You don't have to. Just asking you your legal opinion. You're a lawyer. He may answer. Is it not correct, Mr. President?
I think...
if he knows.
Just in my own opinion, although... warning is maybe there is a what we call an event-based condition. Pwedeng ganon na pag inulit mo itong gagawin ko sa'yo. Pwede hong warning yon.
Di ba ganun din yung threat?
Yung threat, Your Honor, pag ang threat is with a condition, pwede ho siyang mag-fall ng ganon. Pag sinabi ng threat is pag ginawa mo to, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo. Papatayin kita. Papatayin ko yung pamilya mo. Papatayin ko yung ganyan. So para siyang nag-overlap, depende sa appreciation for us ng investigator, Your Honor. But insofar as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, what we did is we established the elements of the grave threats based on the surrounding facts and circumstances, and then we conclude that indeed nag-violate ho ang ating Vice Presidente.
Attorney Lotok, warning in Filipino is babala.
Yes, opo.
Threat in Filipino is banta.
Yes, opo.
Kaya di ba, babala, bawal magtapon ng basura dito. Warning.
Pwede po yun, sir.
Di ba? Ang tanong ni Senator Pia, kailan nagiging banta yun?
Well, depende sa konteksto siguro, Your Honor. May warning din po kasi na I warned you. Sinasabi ko, pag inulit mo to, ito nang mangyayari sa'yo. May konteksto ho na ganun, Your Honor. Na somehow nag-overlap siya doon sa elements ng grave threats na conditional, na sinabi na pag ito ang nangyari, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo. So, depende ho sa konteksto, Your Honor.
So depende sa konteksto, sa delivery, sa taas ng boses, gaano kagalit, may kapasidad,
Yes po.
maraming bagay.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Pia?
Yeah, so in other words,
Your witness?
it depends on the circumstances surrounding the incident or at the time that
Yes,
the
yes, ma'am.
utterance was made.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so laging contextual. Okay, maraming salamat sa lahat. I just want to emphasize na, Mr. Presiding Officer, I posted my question to each of the counsels and the witness precisely so that tayo masabihan na may bias. Isa lang yung binibigyan natin ng opportunity to explain their side. I really genuinely just wanted to know what their appreciation of the definition of grave threats is. Thank you so much.
We thank the good Senator Judge for intervention. All of the comments are noted. Counsel for the respondent, proceed with your cross when you're ready.
All right. I'll move on to a new point. Now, Article 4 of the Articles of Impeachment against VP Sara deals with 3 accusations. Number 1, contracting for the assassination. Number 2, making grave threats. And number 3, actively inciting sedition. So, on page 28 of your affidavit of investigation, which is page 40 of Annex G9 again, you recommended only 1 count of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threats. You confirm this?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the 3 counts was for 3 counts of grave threats were for BBM, FL, and the former speaker.
Yes, sir.
My next question is very simple. Did you include any charge relating to contracting for the assassination?
Relating to contracting for the assassination? No, sir. Yung charge
No.
namin is grave threats,
All right. That's enough.
inciting to sedition, and on that grave threat, doon ho pumasok yung appearances na may kinontrata ang Vice Presidente.
All right. So, pinagsama nyo na lahat. Even yung contracting assassin, sinama nyo na sa grave threats. According to you now.
You know ang basis ng
Alright.
grave threats namin.
All right. In fact, let's go to page 13 of the Affidavit of Investigations G9. We flashed it on the screen. There. It says 1 count of inciting to sedition and ano ba to? 3-1. So 3 na 1 count of grave threats. So
Typographical
ano to? Typo na. Alright, typographical error na naman. Alright, so with all these mga infirmities, and you mentioned yesterday that your case is airtight, don't you think that these errors constituted violations of due process?
Your Honor, the existence of these typographical errors does not alter the fact that the video exists, does not alter the fact that the Vice President uttered those statements, does not alter the fact na ang NBI mayroong findings at ang findings nila, the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay. Now, inciting to sedition punishes someone who incites others to overthrow the government. Is that accurate?
Who incites others, or
All right.
who steers,
Now, it has been over 1.5 years since VP Sara's speech. My question is, has the government been overthrown following her speech?
Again, as I've said, as I've explained that, Your Honor, it is not necessary to be a
Your Honor, can we
seditious
ask that the witness answers in a more
Witness,
responsive
kindly,
manner?
Attorney Letok, kindly answer the question directly so that the court's time is not wasted.
Again, question, sir?
Has the government been overthrown following VP Sara's speech?
Not
Yes or no?
necessary, sir.
Huh?
No.
No. Okay.
It's not necessary, sir.
Has any agency or department of the government been overthrown following her speech?
Not necessary, sir. No.
All right. Now, I am showing you a news article entitled Palace Dismisses Destab Rumors versus Marcos Admin. This was marked as our D-4-66. If I may ask my co-counsel to confront the witness
You
with
may
this.
do so with the participation, if so desires, by assisting counsel for the prosecutors.
For the benefit of this honorable court as well as the people watching, we already also flashed that news article.
Okay.
So based on this article, you confirm that Claire Castro speaks on behalf of BBM.
I don't have personal knowledge
Don't
on
have personal
that event, sir.
All right, that's okay. But based on her statement in this news article or title, do you confirm that there has been no destabilization efforts against BBM?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge on that statement made by Attorney Claire Castro.
Okay, that's okay. I'm showing you another recent article, June 12, 2026. This has been marked, Your Honor, as our D-4-67. Can we confront the witness and show also the document on screen?
Your Honor, before the good counsel proceed, can I make a manifestation? Again, these documents have yet to be authenticated. So for the record, it's like presenting these documents without proper basis and proper authentication, which I do believe should have been done before a witness is confronted with the documents.
Your Honor.
Wait, I'm not yet done. As per our rules,
It's
Your Honor.
not an objection, counsel for the respondent. The remarks and comment of the counsel for prosecutors is noted. But counsel, for clarity, this is a pre-marked exhibit for the
Correct, Your
respondent.
Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
So again, based on this, just your basic reading of this, it says Sara Duterte, I won't grab Marcos's position. Is this news article consistent also with the previous article that no destabilization efforts are present against the government?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge, sir.
Can I make a counter manifestation, Your Honor? This is dated June 12, 2026, 2 years after the event. Manifestation, Your Honor, please. 2 years after the Vice President uttered the threats.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Okay, I want to talk about the discussion in your affidavit of investigation. Just, I want to go through it very quickly, but the affidavit of investigation is also marked as our D-1-145-A. You mentioned in your affidavit of investigation the case of Garma versus People, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you cited the doctrine of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you the one who typed that portion in your revised affidavit of investigation?
Or I'm the one who typed?
Yes.
Being the chief, sir, inuutos ko yan
All right.
sa executive officers.
But did you read the case in full?
Yes, I think, pero not thoroughly.
Not thoroughly.
Isang basahan lang.
Now, did you read? Was there a video recording involved in that case?
No.
All right. Did that case include a public official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved a group of 3 farmers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the case of Reyes versus People. You also cited that, page 29 of your affidavit of investigation. Did you read this case in full?
If I may check my affidavit,
Sure.
Your Honor.
The witness may do so.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Did you read this case in full?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read the facts of this case?
I think it's about yung threat against a person nung nasa Navy office siya, and then sinundan siya hanggang sa bahay, may dalang mga placard. Yun yata yun, sir.
All right,
If I'm not
but did
mistaken.
it involve a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve an official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
You cited Ruwaza versus People, page 29. Did you read this case in full?
Ruwaza. Saan yung Ruwaza? Yes, sir.
You read the case. Did it involve, again, a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve a public official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved tree-cutting activities. Do you confirm that?
Based on the...
Tree-cutting. Okay, but at any rate, in paragraph 48 of your affidavit of investigation, and I'll flash that on the screen, after citing all these cases that you mentioned, you concluded, and I will read, further, the threat is intended by VP Duterte to create to the mind of President BBM, FL, former House Speaker, that regardless of the reason of death of VP Duterte, they will be killed by the person contracted by her. So in other words, you spoke about the mind of BBM, FL, and the former Speaker, correct?
Your Honor, what we cited is the principle laid out by the Supreme Court and not the facts of those cases, Your Honor. And those principle is applicable in this case, Your Honor.
But that is based only on your own opinion, correct?
That is based on our investigation and the evidence that we've gathered, sir.
In fact, I have a different opinion than yours that I will show you.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
No. I'm
Argumentative.
Your Honor, I will introduce a new article.
Objection, argumentative. You don't argue with a witness. You ask question. If you're not satisfied with the answer, move on.
Then I will confront.
Attorney Gudan, kindly allow the counsel for the respondent to finish his question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The opinion is not mine. This is the opinion of the late Juan Ponce Enrile, who served under BBM as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel. This has been marked as our Exhibit D-4-64. Can you flash that article? Just the title, since we don't have time. This is Juan Ponce Enrile. I'll just read the title. No criminal charge could be made versus Sara Duterte over kill remark. So isn't this opinion inconsistent with your own?
I don't have personal knowledge on that, sir.
All right, no personal knowledge again. That's okay. I'll be winding up. But do you know the difference between a felony and a crime? There's a
felony
difference
and crime.
between the two, correct?
Yeah, tell me, sir.
No, I don't. I'm not on the witness stand, so you answer the question.
Mr. Witness, kindly respond to the question. The question is, do you know? So it's answerable by a yes or no.
I think felony, sir, is in the revised penal code, and a crime can be in the special law or
I agree with
Parang
you.
ganon, sir.
I agree. So in other words, like homicide, for example, it is a felony because it is defined and punished under the RPC, correct?
Yes, sir.
Clear. Now, a crime is broader than a felony in that it pertains to acts or omission that are not punishable under the RPC but punishable under special laws, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like BP 22, for example, it's not within the RPC, but it's covered by special laws, correct?
Your Honor, respectfully, can I now object as to the relevance to an impeachment case, the distinction between felony and a crime?
Just laying the basis,
Counsel,
Your Honor, I'll go
counsel,
to that.
He's on cross. I will give you some leeway, but kindly get your point, counsel.
All right, now,
Short leash.
but do you confirm that there are felonies, there are crimes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, there are other high crimes, which is another category than felony or crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to Article 4 of this Articles of Impeachment, there was high crimes that was charged against VP Sara, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it is a different category than felony or crime, correct?
What do you mean by
High
that?
crimes, it's a different category than felony or crimes.
Well, there are may mga high crimes po, sir, na nasa revised penal code din, sir.
Can you give us an example?
Your Honor, I mean, is that a question, Your Honor, please?
If he knows, counsel.
If you know.
If he knows.
It's like a classroom recitation, Your Honor.
Attorney Lotok, you are very well aware of the fact that you are here as a witness in an impeachment proceeding and that the crime you investigated is being used to charge the Vice President.
Yes,
And as
sir.
a lawyer, you also are aware of Article 11 of the Constitution with respect to accountability of public officers. So, if you know, you may answer. If you don't, you may say that you're not competent or that you do not know. So please respond.
Well, since kasi ho kayo nagbabasa, wala akong binabasa, nagre-rely ako sa memory. I cannot answer for now, Your Honor. I need to recheck the...
It does not
the
reflect
books.
on your competence or knowledge of the law, Attorney Lotok. It's okay. You were not asked to prepare for this anyway. Again,
Thank you, Your Honor.
These are questions on cross. So we're giving the counsel for respondents some leeway. Counsel, please proceed.
All right, my next question is very simple. Is grave threats a felony?
Grave threats, that's under the revised penal code? Yes, sir.
Exactly. So, it is a felony because it is defined and punished by the RTC, and it is punishable by arresto mayor, or 1 month and 1 day to 6 months of imprisonment, correct?
Your Honor, again, objection. What's the relevance?
Your
as
Honor,
to the, wait, Counsel, let me finish, please.
Allow him to finish,
easy.
Counsel.
Now,
Yes.
as to what is the penalty for grave threat? That's irrelevant. As to the impeachment complaint that we are litigating, Your Honor, on the ground of relevance, unless the counsel is able to prove the relevance, I will withdraw my objection, Your Honor, please.
This is
Show
to
the
comment.
connection, counsel. Again, you're on a short leash, but I know where you're getting at. Get to it, please.
All right. In other words, grave threats is under the jurisdiction of the MTC or RTC, as the case may be, correct?
Grave threats?
Yes.
Yeah, yung pag grave threats lang, sir.
All right. It is even bailable, correct?
Pag grave threats lang, sir. Pero pag in relation to Section 6 of Republic Act 10175, that's 1 degree higher, sir.
Yeah, but does it change in jurisdiction or still with MTC or RTC?
Ano na ba yun, sir? Prison correction. Ano yun, sabi mo, sir? Ano yung prison correction?
Arresto mayor.
Arresto mayor. Ang sunod na mas mataas po niyan is
Prison correctional.
prison
6
correctional.
months to 6 years.
Yeah.
All right. So, but either way, it's still under
Pasok siya sa
the
RTC, sir.
it's still under the trial courts. Correct.
Trial courts,
All right.
sir, yeah.
My next question is very simple again. Is inciting to sedition a felony?
Under the revised penal code, yes, sir.
It's also under the jurisdiction of the trial courts, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's even bailable, correct?
Yes, sir.
So both grave threats and inciting to seditions are felonies, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they are not impeachable offenses, if you know.
Well, if you mean by impeachable offenses, whether or not magka-qualify ba siya as betrayal of public trust, it's the appreciation of the judges. Your Honor, wala ho sa amin.
Appreciation of the judges, by that you mean the trial court judges, not the senator
No, since
judges,
impeachment
right?
to, yung impeachment court po.
Yeah, but there's a possibility that if it's in conflict with the trial court judge's decision, then we have a problem.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor, argumentative.
I will withdraw
Sustained.
Ang tanong niyo, hindi na.
Okay.
that. All right. Grave threats and inciting to sedition, you said that it is not high crimes, it is a felony.
Objection. The witness didn't say that. Misleading.
Misleading. Sustained.
All right,
Kindly reform, counsel.
I'll just move on to a new point, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized for his intervention. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Judge. Napag-usapan rin lang itong inciting to sedition. Nag-file ka ng kasong inciting to sedition against VP Sara based on dun sa utterances niya, yung sa online press con, plus meron pa bang iba?
Yes po, Your Honor. Yung basis ho namin, una, yung utterances in October 18, 2024. And then kinumpara ho namin siya sa utterances in November 23.
Right. So, meron bang elements of sedition doon sa mga utterances niyo?
Ang elements na ini-establish po namin, which is under the law, is whether or not the speeches
would tend to steer the people against the government.
So how would you know kung mag-steer yun ng uprising o magkukumbinsi sa mga tao na mag-alsamasa base doon sa utterances ng VP Sara?
Yes, Your
How
Honor.
did you know?
If I may explain, sir. Pangalawa po, if the speeches would tend to disturb the peace of the community, and if the speeches would tend to undermine public safety and public
So how would you know if it will tend to disturb or undermine the peace
Yes,
and
Your
order
Honor.
of the community? Paano mo malalaman?
The fact ho
Based
na
doon sa utterances niya.
The fact ho na nag-issue ng statement yung mga government agencies tasked to protect national security, at ang sabi ho nila, that's an active threat, that's an issue of national security. So definitely na-disturb ho yung ating...
How?
Well, nag-alala ho ang nasa gobyerno. Kami ho, per se, yung sabi ko kanina,
Nag-alala kayo o nag-alala yung taong bayan? Kasi iba yung nag-aalala kayo nasa gobyerno, kayo nag-imbestiga, versus nag-aalala yung nakarinig at yung mga at that time ay nagsusubaybay doon sa mga
Yes po.
sinasabi ng BP.
Nag-alala po ang taong bayan, definitely. Kasi
How?
Well, marami ho kaming nakita sa news, sa comments ng social media.
Comments. So that means you factored in yung comments and reactions sa social media doon sa ginawa niyang press conference, doon sa mga utterances niya, kung ano yung reaksyon ng mga netizens na nakapanood.
Yes po, Your Honor.
At ano naman yung mga sinabi doon?
Well, yun nga, yung iba nagwo-worry, ano na ba yung mangyayari sa bansa natin, bakit magulo yung mga nasa taas, yung iba nagsasabi, ano ba ito, saan ba ito patungo?
So hindi pa rin seditious yun. Nag-worry lang sila, saan patungo? Ang seditious is, tama ka dyan, VP Sara, go tayo, gawin natin yan, nasa likod nyo kami. Yun yung sedition.
Meron nung ganon na comment din po, Your Honor.
Meron?
Meron po. In fact, doon
Ano yung comment na yun? Kung meron.
Yung supporter po ng...
Ano ang sinabi?
Na... Yun nga, yung sa people power, yung sa... Nasa likod mo kami, kung ano yung...
Nasa likod mo kami, people power. Nabanggit yun sa comment section.
Sa ano, Your Honor, during interview with the Vice President, doon sa November 23, 2024.
So meaning, binase mo, isa dun sa mga reasons kung bakit ka nagpa ng kasong sedition, BP Sara base sa kanyang utterances, dahil finactor in mo yung mga comments ng mga nakapanood.
Yes, sir.
Yung sinasabi mo supporters.
Opo, yes, sir.
Okay, kasi pag sinabi ng mga nagko-comments, nag-worry kami, I don't think nandun yung elements of sedition. Maliban na pag sinabi na nasa likod mo kami, let's do it, go.
Well, Your Honor...
Gagawin namin kung anong gusto mong gawin, things to that effect.
Opo.
Were there
meron na kami
comments like those?
Meron na kami nakita sa mga Facebook comments, although hindi siya nasama,
Na
hindi siya nasama dito sa investigation.
at ano nga ulit, halimbawa?
Yung mga Facebook comments, Your Honor, na nagsasabi, lusubin na natin ang Malacanang, tapos may ganun na sign.
Lusubin na natin ang Malacanang.
Yun yung comments sa Facebook, yung mga nagko-comment.
At meron kang ebidensya tungkol dyan. Hindi mo to katang-isip lang.
Kung babalikan ko po, yun nga po ang sabi ko during those
Okay.
times, siyempre nagbabrowse kami.
Okay.
Nga lamang, hindi namin naisama sa authentication. Your
No further question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo. The Senate President is recognized. He has 2 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. On the same topic on inciting to sedition, Attorney Lotak, meron ba kayong nakausap na mga tao na naniwala doon sa sinasabi ni Vice President Sara on inciting to sedition? Nakita ko kasi doon sa grave threats, marami kayong in the interview. Pero in this particular case, meron ba kayong at least man lang nakausap na mga tao, inimbestiga further kung talagang mayroong epekto yung kanyang mga sinabi?
So far as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, Your Honor, hindi kami nakapag-focus dyan. Siguro ang pwede makasagot niyan, Your Honor, yung intelligence service po namin dyan sa issue po na yan. Hindi kami nakapag-focus dyan to conduct investigation on
Isa
people's
para sa akin
comments.
kasi sa kabilang banda, pwede ka magsalita, pero sa kabilang banda may naniniwala ba sa'yo? So ang gusto kong malaman, kung meron kayong nakausap na mga grupo o mga anyone o naimbestigahan nyo, naniniwala talaga doon sa kanyang pinagsasabi.
I think ang makakasagot po niyan yung the intelligence service, yung director po namin, sir.
Okay.
Sa kanya po yung pool ng information ng...
And then I believe na doon sa mga sinabi niya, nangyari rin ito doon sa 2-hour video. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pinatawag nyo rin itong may mga pinatawag kayong media personalities. Tinanong nyo ba sa kanila kung meron sa kanilang naniwala na itong mga sinabi ni Vice President ay inciting to sedition? Dapat naniwala ba sila na yung mga sinabi ni Vice President during the 2-hour video ay pinag-aalsa yung mga nandoon o naniniwala sila na yun ang tema ng kanyang sinabi?
Not specifically na inciting to sedition. Ang mga comment nila doon is na-shock sila. May comment sila doon na nasa real battle mode na siya. May comment siya doon na totoo na to, seryoso na yung galit niya. Yun ho yung mga...
Galit naman talaga siya, pero inciting to sedition ni mag-alsa. Meron
Wala pong ganong comment during the Q&A portion, Your Honor.
And just to, on a related question, Mr. Presiding Officer, inciting to sedition is serious rin. No? At kailangan din ito ng attention ng mga intelligence agencies natin. Meron ba kayong coordination with our iba't ibang intelligence agencies tulad ng National Security Council, ng PNP, ng NBI, not NBI, no, but ng ibang mga security intelligence agencies natin? Nag-coordinate ba ang NBI sa kanila? Kayo mismo nag-coordinate ba?
Ang nag-uusap po dyan, Your Honor, is kasi intelligence matter yan. Ang nag-uusap po yan between intelligence service ng NBI, intelligence units ng AFP, intelligence department ng PNP. So nasa level po nila yon, sir.
Katulad ng grave threats pagkukontrata, inciting to sedition, seryoso rito eh. Gusto ko malaman kung merong effort ang ginawa ang NBI para makipag-coordinate sa AFP, no? Sa PNP, dahil ito pinag-uusapan natin pag-aalsa o hinihimok mo mag-umalsa. No? Meron bang ganun na mga coordination na ginawa ang inyong opisina o ang NBI?
Ang alam ko meron yan, pero nasa level na po yan, sir, ng intelligence service namin, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted, entered into the records. We thank the distinguished Senate President. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Legarda?
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, just a few questions.
The lady has 2 minutes,
Yes.
ma'am. You may
Thank
proceed
you.
when you're ready.
It's just to provide clarity for this representation and just a few questions to Attorney Lotok.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Lotok, sa paragraph 53 ng Affidavit of Investigation na iyong pinirmahan, sabi niyo po na the Vice President's statements were brought about or motivated by unpleasant circumstances occurring before November 23, 2024 press conference.
I believe, nabasa ko po yan.
Yes.
Your
Kasama
Honor.
ba ho dito yung pahayag ng Vice Presidente noong Oktubre 18, 2024?
Yes,
Is that
yes, Your
part
Honor.
of your affidavit?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yes. Bago naman po magsimula ang press conference noong November 23, mayroon mga pangyayaring kasama ang Chief of Staff, si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, na may kinalaman sa mga na-cite in contempt, sa camera, detention,
Opo.
medical emergency, at mga planong paglilipat
Yes,
sa
Your Honor.
hindi pa po ako tapos.
Sorry po.
Ng piitan sa Correctional Institute for Women sa Mandaluyong. Tama po ba na mga pangyayaring ito ay naganap ilang oras bago yung sinagawang press conference na pinakita ilang beses sa video?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama ho yan sa
Yes.
investigation namin.
Kahapon po, sinabi po ng testigo, kayo po, na kinonsider ng NBI yung so-called bigger picture. I think those were the words that you used. Sabi niyo pa, you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, in your own words.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Para malinaw lamang sa impeachment court, trying to absorb everything, saan po yatang bahagi ng affidavit of investigation nakasaad yung mga factual findings ng NBI tungkol sa mga pangyayaring November 22 and 23 bago yung press conference? I was perusing the affidavit of the investigation, and I could not find the detailed circumstances leading to November 23, where admittedly there was emotions like an emotional hyperbole or an outburst, but the events leading to the press conference. Saan po yun sa inyong affidavit?
I think, Your Honor, nasa affidavit of transcription ho yan. Transcribe po yan as
I read
attachment.
it a few times. I could not see the detailed events leading to that, having mentioned the medical emergency, the transfers to the Correctional Institute for Women, and so that the person who will read the affidavit will have a accurate, factual, and complete appreciation of the events leading to the press conference. Perhaps your view, having been the person who filed the complaint, may have a different, perhaps, appreciation from my view, because I find it somewhat incomplete. And that is just my comment on this, because you clearly said you put all the pieces together. And during that time, alam ba ninyo na habang sinasagawa ng NBI ang investigasyong ito, may nakabinbin na direct assault, resistance, and disobedience to authority at grave coercion laban sa Vice Presidente, kaugnay yung insidente nangyari sa ospital, sa Veterans Medical Center?
Narinig ko lang po, Your Honor. Pero
Yes,
hindi
you
ko aware
heard
sa
about
facts na
that, yes. And was there an investigation that was done regarding that incident?
I think ang focus po namin, Your Honor, is yung violation ng grave threats by the Vice President and inciting to sedition. Now, pagdating ho doon sa nangyari sa Vice Presidente, yun nga sabi ko, hindi ako aware sa kabuuan ng facts na yon. Baka yung ibang agency nag-imbestiga po doon, hindi ako aware, Your Honor, doon sa circumstance na yon.
And so, would the answer, Attorney Lotok, be a no? Were these taken into consideration in the investigation?
Again, Your Honor, nasa
Or would this be a yes, meaning it is contained in the affidavit, which I'm trying to look for as well?
Nasa affidavit of transcription po yung nangyaring usapan during that time. Nag-execute ho ng affidavit of transcription ng agent on case, Your Honor.
Actually, ilang beses ko po binasa yung affidavit, and what I see is there was a focus on the October 18, but on all the events on November 22 and 23, the detailed events leading to the emotional outburst did not seem complete. And that's what I'm trying to elicit from Attorney Lotok, our witness, because when we say that we had considered the bigger picture and all the facts and circumstances leading to the cases of great threat and inciting to sedition that were recommended, we want to understand the whole process and the factual context in which it happened. Because if you are to take snapshots of events and focus on October 18 and the press conference, it can shock any person. However, if you see as well the events leading to the emotions and the detention of the Chief of Staff and the Vice President herself. Iba pa yung kasong ito, iba pa yung nadetina, iba pa yung sinampang kaso at pinagsarahan ng pinto ng ambulansya, kaya nagkaroon ng kasong ganon. I tried to read the affidavit a few times and could not find such a comprehensive enumeration of facts by the NBI, and that's why, thus, this query.
Pwede na po, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Meron hong affidavit of transcription kung ano nangyari, and then nag-submit po kami ng authenticated na video para humakita ng mga senator judges natin kung what happened during those dates for appreciation po ninyo. So makikita ho rito kung ano yung nag-took place during the November 23, 2024 online press conference. But then again, as I have said, at in-explain ko na rin ito kahapon, Your Honor, kinonsider namin yung situation ni Attorney Liza nakita namin yung complaint niya, yung reklamo niya, yung health condition na sinasabi niya. Sinama din po namin yun. Taking all the situation, the facts and circumstances attendant to that event, hindi ho na-alter yung the fact na nag-utter ang Vice President ng grave threats against the three. Despite of the fact na merong emotional situation na gano'n, hindi rin ho na-alter na merong violation na ginawa yung Vice President during that and as a matter of fact, even before that emotional situation, ito bro, maliwanag ho doon sa utterances, even before that dikit natin sa likod situation, sinasabi ho doon sa utterances, meron na akong kinausap. So nag-trigger na ho yun, ma'am. Meron na akong kinausap na isang tao na papatay sa presidente, sa First Lady, at doon po sa Speaker of the House. So, kahit sinama po namin siya to consider everything, again, Your Honor, hindi ho na bago yung utterances na ginawa ng Vice President. Hindi rin ho na bago na yung instruction niya is relentless in killing the three.
Yes. Attorney Lotok, what I've been trying to ask is not just the utterances which we've watched several times, but all the events leading to the utterances, and that is what I want. I understand what you're saying, that there were attachments or transcription, but the transcription would not be considered an assessment or an investigation. These were perhaps attached as transcription. And you earlier said that the threats are circumstantial. So the and that is the reason why I was looking for that in the affidavit of the investigation. In short, para pong nakulangan ako, pero kung sinabi nyong inattach nyo yung transcript, so be it. But then, if you will read the 50 plus pages again of your investigation, it seemed to me, at least at this point, that snapshots were taken focusing on the October 18 and the utterances, but there seemed to be events leading to it that may have not been included.
With the indulgence of Senator
leave
Judge
it at that.
Legarda,
Yes.
kindly wind up, ma'am.
Yes. So the last question, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Na-interview rin niyo po ang mga miyembro ng media and you asked them factual information. Did you also ask them about the emotional state ng mga kalahok sa media, yung mga pangyayaring naganap bago ginawa yung mga naturang pahayag? In short, not just the factual statement, but the atmosphere, the events leading to that Zoom press conference that led to the perceived or alleged utterances?
Wala po yan sa minutes of meeting, sa Q&A. Wala po yan, Your Honor.
Should you not have asked the members of media and the others who were part of that so that you would have, in your own words, sir, the complete picture, so that everything is taken into consideration on why such a highly placed person would give such utterances, because such conditions existed that might have, just might have, elicited it. But you did not do that investigation or at least conversations with the members of media. I leave it at that. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Pangilinan, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
And you may proceed when you're ready.
A few questions on inciting to sedition.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the witness, kasi pinapaliwanag mo yung sinasagot mo yung tanong ni Senate President Win kanina, no? Nasa NBI ka na Cybercrime Division since 2018.
Yes, Your Honor. 2018.
So, naalala mo ba yung kaso ni Ronel Mas? Yung taga Zambales na nagkaroon ng Facebook post.
Yes, sir. Naalala ko po, pero hindi ko kami may hawak ng case na yan.
Pero kung maalala mo, dahil division ninyo ang nagsampa ng kasong inciting to sedition, no? Tama ba?
I-check ko yung record. Hindi po yata ako may hawak
Dahil,
ng case.
well, to refresh your memory, nag-post siya sa social media offering 50 million to anyone who would kill former President Duterte. At that time, he was the president.
Yes, sir.
So,
That's the news.
you remember that?
Yes, sir. That's the news.
Oh. Tapos, inaresto siya. Sabi niya, I will give 50 million reward kung sino makapatay sa dating presidente. So, nakita ng inyong division na ito ay inciting to sedition. Tama?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, sinampahan siya ng anti-cybercrime law.
Opo, sir.
Meron ding isang kaso, 14 May 2020. Dito naman sa Osamis. Pero palagay ko police investigation ito, no? Pero same, Cybercrime Prevention Act, inciting to sedition, ginamit ang Facebook account, Joe Mark Medina, and posted that he would give 150 million to anyone who would kill then President Duterte. So ito rin, naging kaso ng anti-cybercrime law.
Nabalitaan din po namin.
Okay. So, dito sa dalawang ito, in other words, to explain inciting to sedition, ang ganitong mga remarks have the tendency precisely to if not attack the government, put it in, mobilize individuals or people to go against government, tama?
Yes, sir.
So that is what you found in the earlier, in the later case of inciting to sedition that you have recommended for PI
Opo, sir.
kay
Yes, sir.
Vice President.
As a matter of fact, yung isa sa mga heated arguments namin during that time nung ina-analyze namin yung case, nagtanong kami sa sarili namin, if we allow this unaddressed, yung pagganyan na nagbabanta sa buhay ng presidente, pag hinayaan lang natin at yan yung maging norms na ng ating society, kahit sino na lang po pwedeng gawin yon. At alam ho natin magkakagulo pag ganon at walang ang regulation at pagdiho in-strict yan, sasabihin ho ng mga tao, okay naman pala kahit
Lalo na ngayon dahil sa social media, no? Malaki ang impluensya. Pag nakikitang nangyayari ito at hindi natutugunan,
Opo, sir.
sabi niyo may problema. Thank you. No more.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer, just one question, quick question on this particular topic on inciting to sedition, if I may.
The gentleman may proceed.
Yes, again, let me ask the witness just to clarify the factual basis for the National Bureau of Investigation's possible inciting to sedition. No? We recognize, Mr. Witness, yung strong criticism of the President may fall within the realm of what we call protected political speech. And it's really a balance. And somehow, yun yung confused paminsan. Kailan nagpo-fall into grave threats, kailan nagpo-fall into inciting to sedition. Pero bilang investigador, ano po yung inyo na sa mga pahayag at sa surrounding circumstances na naging basihan po ng NBI para tignan ito bilang posibleng inciting to sedition at hindi lamang ito pumapasok doon sa tinatawag na political criticism?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, una, kinonsider namin sino yung utterer. So, una, yung utterer, the Vice President, the second highest official of the land. Then, pangalawa, kinonsider namin, ano ba yung mga in-utter ng Vice President. And then, pangatlo, ano ba yung surrounding circumstances na like naging reaksyon nung recipient nung utterances o threats. Nakita ho namin na kung pwede palang gawin ito ng isa sa pinakamataas na posisyon ng Pilipinas at hindi natin ito i-address, hindi natin i-regulate, pwede na rin po pala itong gawin ng kahit na sino. Remember, Your Honor, Vice President is kinukonsider ho natin na model bilang public official. So tinitingnan po natin siya kung ano yung actuation siya sa public, kung ano yung pakikipagrelasyon niya sa ibang public official. So again, Your Honor, nung makita ho namin yan, may effect po sa mga tao. Kung ang Vice President kayang gawin yan at wala namang nangyari, gawin na rin natin yung iba. Yung ini-explain ko nga kahapon, may pattern, may consistent siya, and the fact na bold yung mga statement, pupugutan ng ulo, this country will go to hell because the person na nakaupo is hindi marunong maging presidente. Yung mga factor ho yun, finactor in namin. Pag nakita ito ng taong bayan at walang kilos na ginawa yung gobyerno, parang domino effect po yan, pwede na. So, sunod-sunod na. Alam naman po natin ang nangyayari sa social media. So, nakita namin na dangerous to, alarming siya. So, definitely, nung nag-imbestiga ng NBI at nakalap niya lahat ng kinakailangang ebidensya, yung findings po namin, kasama po doon yung inciting to sedition.
Is it safe to say na yung pinaka-core nito is that when it falls under that category na it somehow steers public uprising?
Definitely, based on our investigation.
Yun
yes,
po yung
sir.
core, would
Yes,
you say?
sir.
And do you use the same methodology as you use doon sa grave test? For example, yung 4 stages na binanggit po ninyo, identification, collection, analysis, legal evaluation, yung elements na binanggit nyo yesterday, yung factors considered, delivery, literal meaning, nature, relationship to the parties, blah, blah, blah. Ito ba?
Yes, sir.
Same?
Opo,
Same?
kasama po yan sa analysis namin. Ano yung epekto nito sa publiko pag ito yung naging norms na natin.
So
at
this is
hindi
the
natin-
same na ginamit po ninyo?
Yes, sir.
And last but not the least, Your Honor, Mr. Witness, for purposes of investigating itong inciting to sedition, may we clarify, because it was, I don't know if Senator Bongo made mention about this. To clarify lang, is it necessary that someone was actually incited? Yun po ba, just for purposes of investigating itong inciting to sedition, is it necessary that someone was actually incited para mag-fall dito?
Well, ang basis po namin, yung people versus Nabong, if I'm not mistaken, in order to be seditious yung speeches, it is not necessary na mayroong actual sedition. The law also penalizes or punishes those statements na mag-i-encourage to overthrow the government or to steer the people against the government or to disturb the peace of the community or to undermine public safety and public order.
Thank you
ang
for
naging
the
consideration.
clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Senator Judge Ejercito, thereafter Senator Judge Villar, Mark. What is your pleasure, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding. For just one question.
You may proceed, sir.
Nabanggit mo kanina yung yung admission against interest. Maaari po ba niyong ipaliwanag para mas maintindihan po ng nakarami? At why did you rely on this, if ever, ito pong admission against interest?
Yes, Your Honor. Maalala po natin yung November 2023, yung utterances niya na that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker, and that she instructed to be relentless. Itong utterance na to, instead na i-deny niya, which is definitely it should be denied kasi that's against her interest, instead na i-deny niya po iyon, nung November 26, na video, nung tinanong siya openly and in public, kung sinabi niya yon, nireiterate pa po niya, Your Honor. In fact, inadmit po niya na, oo nga, may kinausap akong tao tungkol dyan. And in fact, sabi niya, may krimen ba? Ano ang nakikitang krimen doon sa may kinausap akong tao na pag namatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, patayin mo si Speaker, patayin mo si Liza Marcos.
Was this, ito pong sinasabi niyong admission against interest, was this considered in your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po yun. Yun nga yung naging basis namin na aside doon sa utterances niya na no joke, kasi mukhang hindi, yung no joke, sufficient na ba na talagang seryoso siya? Nung makita ko namin yung video, na nireiterate pa niya at nag-admit siya, we concluded na seryoso ang Vice Presidente nung in-utter niya yun.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you,
Thank you
Senator
po, Your
Judge
Honor.
Ejercito. Senator Judge Mark Villar, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Just a brief question for the witness. You mentioned...
Opo, Your Honor.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there are many factors that come into play when you decide whether or not to file charges regarding grave threats.
Opo.
Now,
Yes,
there
Your
are
Honor.
many factors in how you decide what constitutes a grave threat.
Yes, Your
And I
Honor.
wanted to know, what weight do you give those factors? Are there certain aspects of a grave threat that you put more importance on, whether it's the type of threat or who the threat is made to? What does does the NBI give more weight to a certain element?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a convolution of these factors na kinonsider namin. Una, yung delivery or manner in which the utterances were spoken, which is sabi ko nga, nasa atmosphere na kung saan furious and fumingly mad yung Vice President nung sinabi niya yon. And then, aside from delivery and manner, kinonsider namin yung literal meaning ng statement, which is, on its face, makikita natin na even before the press conference was held on November 23, 2024. In fact, even before the questions was thrown by Princess Maui to the Vice President, the Vice President had already contracted.
But is there what do you give the most weight to? I'm aware that you have different factors that come into play. Is there a specific, because binanggit nyo po yung, halimbawa, meron kayong 2 tests for grave threat. Binanggit nyo po kahapon. I just wanted to know what is the basis for, or if there is a hierarchy in the level that in all these elements, if there is a hierarchy, what the elements are, but is there a hierarchy in those whether or not when you decide on whether or not to file charges of grave threats?
Your Honor, it's a combination ng lahat po na factor po
So nothing is given more weight than not one in your past experiences. There's no, everything is equal. All these factors that you've mentioned.
Well, in this case, yung literal meaning, at the same time, yung nature ng instruction.
Is it more of the type of the actual threat? If it's a death threat or if it's a, halimbawa, kung sasabihin niya, whether it's a threat of, is the gravity of the threat a factor, or is it who the threat is made to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there something that triggers your investigation more? I mean, what is there a factor that you place more weight to, or that you place more weight to when deciding whether or not to file these charges?
Yung status ho ng nagsasabi nun.
When you made the decision, I was curious as to what factors did you put the most weight to?
Yung nature of the instruction as well as yung the fact na may kinausap na siya bago pa man siya tanungin. Yun po yung dalawa na yun, sir.
And these are defined, but are these defined in any legal, or this is just purely the discretion of the NBI, or is there a particular definition in the law that would create a hierarchy of?
I would say it satisfies the elements of grave threats, Your Honor.
Okay, but it's not necessarily defined in the law. A lot of it is open to interpretation of the NBI.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on facts, nakita ho namin papasok ba yung elementong ganito, elementong ganyan, elementong ganon. Nung nagkaroon ho kami ng findings, nirefer ho namin sa DOJ. DOJ, sir, ito ang findings namin. Ano po masasabi nyo? Then nag-issue ho ng certification ng DOJ at ang sabi ng DOJ, certified, all of the elements required for the crime charged is complete. So pwede na tayo mag-proceed sa preliminary investigation.
Yeah, thank you. Importante po kasi na ma-define po natin kung ano po yung grave threat, kung ano po yung... and I just want to know what latitude does the NBI have in deciding whether or not to file a charge of grave threat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Opo, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Mark Villar. Counsel for the respondent.
Just have last few questions, Your Honor.
Apologies. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. You may proceed when you're ready, sir. You have no more than 2 minutes.
Thank you. Just one quick question to our witness. Inciting to sedition po yung kinaso ninyo.
Opo, Your
Tama.
Honor.
Pero hindi ba nagbo-border ito yung inciting to sedition to propaganda? Kasi po ayon po sa diksyonaryo, propaganda is a form of communication that aims to shape the people's belief, action, or behavior. Na you say something para udyukan yung tao, para magalit. So, nagbo-border ito between propaganda and inciting to sedition. What made you say that this is inciting to sedition yung pinagsasabi ni Vice President Sara Duterte?
Again, Your Honor, we consider the elements ng inciting to sedition, one of which is yung whether the speeches disturbs the community. And then in-explain ko na po kanina yung mga comments. At the same time, yung responses ng recipients, gaya ng several government agencies and the President himself, as well as the Speaker of the House. And then, Your Honor, whether it would undermine public safety and public order, which is malinaw ho dun sa comments at reaksyon ng ating government agencies like the PNP, like the National Security Council, at ganun din po yung Presidential Communications Office. So, pinapakita ho nila doon na alarming yung situation, it's an active threat, at the same time, it's a matter of national security, at hindi ho ito dapat palampasin. In fact, may classification pa nga yung ibang agency natin na yung kinausap is assassin. Both the PNP and the PCO, sir. So, sila ho, nakalampag ho sila, itong mga government agency na to doon sa utterances na ginawa ng Vice Presidente. So, aside from that fact, nakita ho rin namin yung comments from social media platforms na meron ho talagang nabubuong magiging kaguluhan. Although, sabi ko nga po kanina, yung comments sa mga Facebook at social media platforms, hindi na ho namin nakasama sa affidavit of investigation po namin, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Counsel for the respondent, for the continuation of your cross. I heard you say...
Last few questions, Your Honor.
After the cross, before redirect, we shall pause for a 15-minute break. Counsel for the respondent may proceed.
Attorney Lotok, does a Filipino citizen have the right to express dissatisfaction with our government?
Definitely, sir.
This is part of freedom of speech, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as long as we do not commit an act to overthrow the government, this is allowed, correct?
It depends, sir, kung magpo-fall siya sa inciting to sedition,
Okay.
sir.
But in that press con, did VP Sara directly urge the public to overthrow the government?
There was no such kind of a statement, but there was a sort of tendency because of those utterances.
All right. She merely voiced out her personal opinion during the press con, correct? Opinions during the press con.
I cannot answer to that, Your Honor. Based doon sa nakaalap namin kung ano hong nandito.
That's okay. So, and just like any other ordinary Filipino who has the freedom of speech, she should be allowed to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Unless we are under martial law again, she should be able to speak, correct?
I cannot speak kung yung situation na yan. That's hypothetical, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honors. Okay.
Thank you, Counsel for Respondent. Again, as stated by the presiding officer, wala pa kayong balak mag-break talaga? Senator Judge Soto, let's give way to seniority. Thereafter, Senator Judge Pangilinan. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. This will be very quick. Naliligaw ako eh. Because I think that even some members of the public that are watching naliligaw doon sa discussion of grave threat and inciting to sedition. Di ba sa regular courts naka-charge yun, Mr. Witness?
Sir, wala pa hong, as far as I know, as far as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, wala pa ho sa court, Your Honor. Nasa preliminary investigation pa lang ho yung case natin.
So, pero sa regular courts pinafile, di ba?
Yes po. Opo.
Ang nakafile dito sa impeachment court, betrayal of public trust, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
At saka other high crimes.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Hindi grave threat at saka inciting to sedition, di ba?
I think yung Article 4 yata may nakalagay doon, Your Honor, na...
Pero hindi yun ang main charge, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Betrayal of public trust.
Opo.
Sige. Kasi naliligaw ako eh.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Soto. Senator Judge Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly lang dahil napag-usapan ito since nag-umpisa tayo ng hearing. Yung authenticated video ba AI?
No, sir.
Ito ba fabricated?
No, sir.
Ito ba spliced?
Hindi po, sir.
So in other words, yung video ay accurate
Yes, sir.
and representation of what happened.
Authenticated.
Kasi
sir. Yes, po.
dalawang linggo na nating dinedebate kung i-admit ba o hindi, o et cetera. Hindi naman din sinasabi ng prosecution na altered or spliced or yung defense, altered or spliced. Tama?
Yes, sir. Obviously,
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
well, obvious. One of the ways to identify whether AI siya o hindi, isa ho doon yung tinatawag naming visual analysis. Number one, yung human anatomy anomalies. So pag yung merong asymmetrical facial feature, pag merong unnatural positioning of hands, pag merong tinatawag...
Nagiging 6 o 7 yung daliri, ganun.
Opo, Your Honor. And then, kinukonsider din ho namin yung tinatawag naming temporal artifacts doon sa visual analysis. Meaning, kung sa one frame, ito ang condition, then pag tinuloy-tuloy mo nang i-play, minsan mawawala yung buhok, mawawala yung rilo. So wala hong ganon na mga circumstances na
So for the
nakita
record, lahat ng mga video na pinakita natin dito sa impeachment court, na pinakita ng defense at ng prosecution, lahat yon authentic.
Yes,
for
Your
the
Honor.
record, no?
Yes, Your
Whether
Honor.
the witness or at least both. Okay. Just to put it also on record na dito sa mga sinulat, kasi nung nag-imbestiga kayo, sumagot yung lawyer, di ba? Ni Vice President Sara. Itong dated saan ba yun? Annex I, sorry. Annex J. Yung Annex J, sinasabi, sumagot yung Vice President, yung abogado ng Vice President, no, na our client vehemently denies Annex K having made any threat constituting grave threats under Article 282 of the revised penal code in relation to so forth and so on. Since your office acknowledges, kayo yun, ano? That it has access to publicly available materials on the internet, diba? We are confident that the content will and context of the entire press conference subject matter of your investigation will bear this out.
Yes, po.
So my question is, ito ba yung ginamit ninyong video? Yung sinasabi nilang it has access, since your office has access to publicly available material.
I believe so, Your Honor. In fact, yung video na yan is existing up to May
Yes.
2025.
Okay, so in other words, kahit ang Vice President's office referred to the video in your possession as part of yung kanyang clarification and defense na hindi grave threats ang nangyari.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. No other question for this matter.
Thank you. Chair declares. You want to do that now, Senator Judge Padilla? Yes, Senator Judge Padilla would like to interject before we go on a break. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapamahala ng Hukom at sa ating Ginoong Pangulo. Maari po ba makapagtanong sa ating mahal na saksi?
Opo, Your Honor. Maaari po.
Ang una ko pong katanungan sana ay taga saan po kayo na lugar, na probinsya?
Tacloban, sir.
Tacloban.
Tacloban City,
Opo.
sir.
Kayo po ngayon ay Regional Director ng NBI sa BARM.
Yes, sir.
Opo. Yun po ba ay isang promosyon para sa inyo na madala sa BARM? Dahil totoo po ba na kayo ang tinatawag na Golden Boy ngayon sa NBI?
I cannot comment on that po, Your Honor.
Kasi po ang...
nasa BARM po ako. Wala ho ako ngayon sa main office, sir.
Promotion po ba yun? Yung napunta kayo sa BARM? Balita ko po kasi ilang beses na kayo na-promote sa NBI. 12 years na po kayo, no? Sa NBI.
Yes, sir.
Opo. Ilang beses na po kayo na-promote?
Since na pumasok ko ako sa NBI,
Opo.
sir. From investigation 1, 2, 3 noong 2015, 2016. Well, nung mula ako na pumasok ako sa academy, from investigation 1 hanggang ngayon sa regional director, sir.
Ilang beses po yan? Sa isang taon po,
Sa isang taon? Anong taon po, sir, ang tinutukoy nyo?
Bago po kayo napunta sa BARM.
Bago ho ako napunta sa BARM, regional director po ako ng Mimaropa.
Mimaropa.
Region 4B, sir.
Opo. Kayo po ba ang pumili sa BARM? Na
Hindi
kayo
po, sir.
mapunta to?
In the exigency of service, doon po kami nilalagay kung ano ang tingin ng direktor na makakatulong kami sa Bureau.
Bakit po kaya naisip ng direktor na sa BARM po kayo? Kayo po ba ay may kaalaman sa Islam?
Hindi ko po alam kung ano ang naging basis ng direktor, pero...
Kayo po mismo. Ang BARM po kasi is Muslim Mindanao.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Meron po kayong kaalaman sa Islam?
In terms of what do you mean kaalaman, sir? Yung...
Sa religion po ng Islam kasi Muslim Mindanao. So, ibig sabihin, kahit basic po siguro ng Islam, no?
Yes, sir. Kahit naman ho sino pwedeng i-assign kahit saang regional office dito sa Pilipinas.
Di ba po parang
Regional
autonomy ang autonomous region ng Muslim Mindanao. So, kailangan man siguro kahit paano meron kayong kaalaman sa Islam.
Konti siguro, sir.
Ano po yung konti na yun?
Well, isa po akong Kristiyano at hindi ko ho malalaman yung kabuuan nung
siguro po dapat meron kayong basic din na knowledge ng Islam, ano? Sa pangalawang tanong po, okay na po yun. Pangalawang tanong po, meron po ba kayong, sa tagal nyo po, sa NBI, 12 years, meron po ba kayong na-encounter na kaso ninyo sa NBI? Kayo po mismo na-filean ng kaso?
Your Honor, normal ho sa mga NBI agents na makakasuhan, in fact, maging sa sinumang law enforcement agency, that's the price we pay for doing our job and for protecting the country. As a matter of fact, in the NBI, Your Honor, we avoid the noise. We just finish the job.
So,
sir.
ano po yan? Yes? Yes po yan? Yung sagot nyo? Yes?
Normal ho yan yun sa amin.
So, yes po?
Attorney Loto, kindly answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Ano pong, pwede po bang malaman kung ano pong mga naikaso sa inyo?
Well, wala ho pa akong natanggap na official case galing sa ombudsman, pero may nakita na ho akong complaint na binigay sa akin from NBI. Hindi ko na humaalala yung sa case na yan. Pero nung chinek po namin yung case na yan, Your Honor, sabi ko doon sa mga kasama ko, tingnan nyo nga yung validity at authenticity ng case na pinuntahan ho namin yung nagnotaryo, I think Makati Court yun. Yung Makati Court, nag-issue ho ng certification na fake yung notary dyan sa reklamo na yan. So sabi ko, huwag nyo nang pansinin, marami tayong trabaho. Kung fake yung notaryo na yan, mere scrap of paper yan. Huwag na nating pansinin. Although, nag-aantay po ako, Your Honor, na mag-notify sa akin ng OMB kasi sasagutin po namin na eto ho ang nakalap namin, may 2 Chinese na nagreklamo, chinek ho namin doon sa BI, yung 2 Chinese na yan, I think, 9 months nang overstay at pinaghahanap din ng
Ano pong kaso po
Bureau of
yung
Immigration.
ipinatong sa inyo? Anong kaso?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor. May mga kaso ho doon na nakalagay. Pero again, sabi
Wala
ko
po
nga,
kayong isa kahit maalala na ipinatong sa inyo?
if I'm mistaken, arbitrary detention, may ganun ba? May unlawful arrest? Wala ho sa akin ng record kasi nga, sabi ko nga, nung makita namin na fake yung notary, hindi na ho namin binigyan ng pansin, Your Honor.
Kasi napakakapal po nitong hawak ko.
Wala akong problema, Your Honor. Sasagutin po namin yan.
Apo.
Sasagutin ko
Hindi
po
niyo
yan.
pa po nasagot magmula noong February 29.
Kasi wala pa hong official notice galing sa kung anong ahensya.
Na nakarating po sa inyo, wala pa?
Wala pa ho. Ang nakuha ko lang, yung kopya niyan, siguro may nagpadala sa akin. Sabi ko, teka muna, wala akong official na nare-receive from OMB. So, nung chinek ho namin, kung nag-i-exist ba yung kaso, fake yung notary, hindi na namin
Ibig niyo
yan
pong
ang pansin.
sabihin hanggang ngayon, hindi kayo sigurado kung nag-i-exist to.
Dapat may notice na ako from Ombudsman.
Di ba po dapat ang reaction ng isang kaso harapin?
Precisely, Your Honor. Hinihintay ko nga po yung notice from na. Pag meron na hong notice
Wala po
ang
kayong notice hanggang ngayon? sa
Wala pa
Ombudsman?
po, Your Honor. Nga ang inaantay ko kasi sasagutin namin kasi meron po kaming certification na fake yung notary. Inaantay ko po, Your Honor.
Mas maganda po, maharap nyo kagad.
Definitely, hindi ko namin tatakbuhan, sir.
Kasi napakahalaga po ngayon nito.
Yes, sir.
Oo, ito po ay ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay napakahalaga.
Yes, sir.
Opo, at ito pong mga kasong ipinatong sa inyo, perjury, robbery, extortion, theft, mainam po ito
As I've said, Your Honor, in the NBI, we avoid the noise. We just finish the job, sir.
Opo, opo. Mayroon po akong tanong. Pangatlo. Opo. Kanina po na ang ganda ng lakayan nyo tungkol sa Romanov.
Yes, sir.
Opo. Alam niyo po ba yung istorya ng Romanov? At ang gaganda po ng mga sagutan ninyo, alam niyo po ba yung historical background ng Romanov?
Ang alam ko lang po dyan, Your Honor, yun yung nangyari sa, I think, Tsar, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, sa Russia.
Sa Russia. Opo. Sino po ba yung nakalaban ng Tsar?
Again, hindi ko po maalala, hindi ko po nakita yung buong...
Yun. Kasi napakahalaga po malaman ng taong bayan kung sino po ang tinatawag natin na Romanov at sino yung nakalaban nila. Kasi po, katabi ko ang isa sa Marcos family.
Yes, sir.
Alam naman po natin lahat, batid natin lahat, na si Apo Lakay, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., ang number 1 na lumaban sa komunista dito sa Pilipinas. Batid naman din po natin na ang nag-execute sa Tsar kay Nikolai at sa kanyang mga anak, sa kanyang pamilya, ay ang komunista. Alam mo po ba niyo?
Yes, sir.
Opo. Ngayon, sino po ba ang pangalawang pangulo na lumaban sa komunista?
Sino po, sir?
Ay di si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Hindi ba po dapat isipin natin yung Romanov ay tungkol sa threat na pumapasok sa mga pamilya na mga namumuno dito sa ating bayan na lumalaban sa komunista. Komunista po ako Gusto ko lamang pong alamin ninyo.
Yes, sir. But well, insofar as the investigation on the issue of whether or not may Romanov or operation of Romanov, ang sabi ko po kanina, nasa intelligence service po namin yan. At I think ang makakasagot po niyan, Your Honor, yung director po namin.
Opo, kasi nabanggit nyo kanina sa usapan po ninyo, si Baste.
Yun po yung...
Sinasabi nyo po kasi kanina sa usapan po ninyo, sa napakagandang usapan, na yung Romanov, hindi na ipapaliwanag kasi kung ano ba yung ugat nun. Napakahalaga po na alam na ang lumabas sa commitment 1986.
Yes, sir.
Ngayon, sinasabi ni Baste na nagkakaroon ng threat sa kanilang pamilya sapagkat alam naman nating lahat na ang nagpatuloy ng paglaban sa komunista pagkatapos ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay si Inday Sara Duterte, ang ating Vice President. Sumasang-ayon po ba kayo doon?
Wala po akong personal knowledge, sir.
Ay, bakit po kayo walang personal knowledge? Eh, yun po ang sumunod na assignment ng ating Vice Presidente pagkaupo niya. Siya po ang nag-take over ng NTF-ELCAC. Hindi po alam ng NBI yun.
Well, nag-NTF-ELCAC siya, pero yung factual circumstances doon,
factual?
Wala pa po akong...
Wala po kayong... Pero alam niyo po, sagutin na lang po ninyo na siya ang nag-take over ng NTF-ELCAC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Isa na lang po, ginoong tagapamahalang hukom. Sabi niyo po kanina, ulitin ko lang po, gusto ko lang pong malaman uli. Inamin niyo po na wala kayong personal knowledge tungkol dun sa threat ng Pangulo. Ng pangalaw, sabi niyo po kanina, wala kayong personal knowledge na kumuha na ng assassin o papatay sa Pangulo, ang pangalawang Pangulo?
During that time?
Yes or no lang po?
During that time, ongoing ho ang validation namin,
So,
sir.
ibig niyo pong sabihin ngayon, meron na kayong personal knowledge na meron na kayong...
Hindi po, ongoing po ang validation. At sabi ko nga po, ang makakasagot po niyan, yung intelligence service namin at ang director po namin, sir.
So hanggang ngayon po, wala pa kayong personal knowledge?
In so far as the Cybercrime Division is concerned back then, ongoing ho yung
yes or no po?
validation.
Ngayon po, sir, mahal naming saksi, ngayon po.
Kung ako tatanungin, wala pa po akong idea, pero baka meron ang intelligence service o ang director po namin.
Attorney Lato, kindly answer the question directly. It's answerable by yes or no. And I think
Yes, sir.
you know the answer.
Opo. Well, ako personally, wala pa po, sir.
Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po,
Thank
mahal
you.
na saksi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Your
you, Senator Judge Padilla. Chair declares a 15-minute recess. We shall resume at 5:38. At exactly 5:38. Trial is on short recess.
has witnessed what she's been saying all along. The complaint is not supported by evidence. Sinasabi niya now that threats didn't exist, an assassin didn't exist, etc. To us, to VP Sara, no, we ask, did we watch the same impeachment trial? Pakiramdam natin, hindi lang tayo ghosted, pero gaslit din. Dahil all of us, the whole nation, watched the video. We all watched the evidence. Nakita natin, binitawan ni VP Sara yung mga salita na yon. At simple lang po yung pinag-uusapan natin. Yung mga salita na yon, threats sila, and is it enough to continue her hold on to power, yung hawak niya ng posisyon ng kapangyarihan, given may ganun po siyang binitawang salita. Ganun po kalala yung banta, kaya po naging bahagi siya ng Articles of Impeachment. And to clarify, isa lang po yung other high crimes na impeachable offense that falls under yung act na yon. Meron din po yung culpable violation of the Constitution and even the betrayal of public trust. So itong dalawa, at yung other high crimes, it is up to the Senate para i-assess kung ang ebidensyang nalatag, which again includes the video and its authentication na nangyari, no matter the cross na hindi naman po na-impeach yung evidence na yon with their cross-examination, kung alin po sa kanila or all of them, pasok doon yung offense of the threats made against individuals by the Vice President. So for now, we look forward to the continuation of the examination as well. Pero hanggat hindi pa rin po na aatake yung existence of the video in the first place at walang denial of the claims made, merely explanations, the argument of the Articles of Impeachment is still strong.
Dagdagan ko lang ulit ng napakaikli. No? Isang video lang ang pinag-uusapan dito. Ang video ito ay ginamit din ng depensa sa kanilang pagkocross. No? Ginamit nila ito to prove that apparently meron daw justification kung bakit nagpahayag ng gano'n ang ating Vice Presidente. Hindi po pwedeng baguhin ang ebidensya kahit anong tingnan nila, kahit anong gawin nila dun sa pagtatanong dun sa ating mga witnesses tungkol sa mga clerical or typographical errors na nangyari dun sa mga dokumentong ipinakita dito sa impeachment trial. It will not change the fact na itong videong ito na nakita ng milyong-milyong Pilipino ay nakita na nagpahayag ng pagbabanta ang ating Vice Presidente sa ating Pangulo, sa ating First Lady at sa ating former Speaker. And that will not erase. That will not be erased. Kasi nga, kung makikita natin yung pattern of questioning na ginagawa ng defense doon sa aming witness, doon nakatutok sa mga minor things that did not speak about the substance of the testimony ni Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Meaning, itong video ito na inauthenticate nila, na ginamit din ng defense, hindi naman din nila dininay, which makes it authentic. Pangalawa, hindi din naman nila dininay na nagpahayag ng pagbabanta ang ating pangalawang Pangulo. So kitang-kita po yan dyan sa video na yan na kung saan ipinesentang ebidensya ng prosecution panel.
All right, we are ready to receive questions, if any. Ano bang nais ninyong linawin sa ating mga spokesperson ngayon ayon sa mga developments dito sa ating impeachment?
Sir, ma'am, clarify ko lang yung paano makakatulong sa prosecution yung line of questioning na nangyari kanina regarding dun sa Oplan Romanov na parang na-establish na hindi naman nanggaling talaga, hindi unang narinig dun sa Princess Maui yung Oplan Romanov, yung term na Romanov, kundi kay Mayor Baste Duterte at in the context pa of threat, parang veiled threat against the first family.
In fact, na-confuse nga din ako no? Kasi when they were using the Oplan Romanov, they used it as a justification kung bakit nakapagbigay ng ganong klaseng statement ang ating pangalawang Pangulo. So, they made it appear that it was a threat to the Vice President. Pero ngayon, lumalabas na ito palang video ito na kung saan nanggaling ang idea na Romanov nanggaling mismo sa kampo ng ating pangalawang Pangulo because binitawang salita ito ni Mayor Baste Duterte, no? And implying probably na itong itong Romanov na story, parang merong some sort of a warning din kasi parang sinasabi dun sa video na think of what happened to the Romanovs and to Benito Mussolini. What happened to them ba? Di ba? It was a tragedy. They had a tragic death, di ba? Namatay si Benito Mussolini kasama yung kanyang misis, binitay siya sa plaza ng Patiwarhek. No, ito namang si Romanov, yung the Bolshevik Revolution, nung nanalo ang mga revolusyonaryo, kinuha ang pamilya ni Romanov at minasaker. So, anong ibig sabihin na yon? Doon sa pahayag, no, ni Mayor Baste Duterte na sinasabi niya, think as you sleep tonight. Diba? Parang ganun yung pagkakasabi. You think of the Romanovs and Benito Mussolini. Ano ibig sabihin nun? So again, hindi dapat ginagamit sa aming paniwala, hindi dapat ginagamit ito ng defense, no? Na merong Oplan Romanov against the Vice President because it was never. It was, kaya nga kino-confirm ng NBI, nag-imbestiga sila, but they did not get any cooperation from anyone. Doon sa video na yon, yung participants ng video na yon, nung live stream na yon, kasi inimbitahan sila at hindi naman sila humarap. Sinulatan din ng ating pangalawang Pangulo to shed light on what she knows about this Oplan Romanov kasi it appears na sinasabi nila it was a threat to the Vice President. And the NBI wanted to get more information so that they can build a case and probably run after those who might have issued the threat against the Vice President. So, at sa tingin ko, yun ang kaibahan. Na-confused lang tayo nung dalawang Romanov story.
Idadagdag ko lang, no? Apart from the unwillingness on the part of the Vice President and Princess Maui to share information to the NBI so that they can initiate investigation on the Oplan Romanov, hanggang ngayon sinabi naman ni Attorney Lotok na open pa naman hanggang ngayon ang NBI na mag-accept o mag-welcome ng anybody who can actually share the information regarding this perceived to be an operation to wipe out the family, the Duterte family. Hanggang ngayon ilang buwan na nakalipas, wala pa ring pumupunta sa NBI. And babalikan ko lang din yung sinabi ni Chairman Ace kanina na ang sabi ni Attorney Lotok, we were invited, the Vice President and Maui was invited twice, and the first response that received by the NBI came from the office of the Vice President is because of the office matters, no, administrative matters daw, kaya hindi siya makapunta. Ngayon, kung titingnan natin sa ordinaryo po na pag-iisip ng ating taong bayan, we're talking of life and death situation. We're talking about wiping up the entire family, your entire family, kung ikaw halimbawa ang Vice Presidente. Ano pa ba yung pinaka-importante doon, no? Office matters or itong opportunity para mabigyang rason and basis ang NBI para mag-imbestiga. Iwa-wipe out ang family nyo. Pero hindi rin pumunta because of office matters na marami naman assistant na po pwedeng mag-operate sa daily operation ng kanyang opisina. But then again, hindi rin siya pumunta. That makes the public think na is this a fabricated scenario? Kasi nobody is actually stepping in to provide information. Hanggang ngayon, sinasabi ng NBI, open pa. It can be based, as long as they have the information, it can still pursue the investigation when it comes to that operation of threat of having the lives of the Vice President and her family na to put into danger, no? So hanggang ngayon wala pa naman. So yun po ang isipin po natin at yun po yung katanungan ng ating taong bayan.
Siguro dagdag na lang din very briefly, yung whole point naman kung bakit nasa discussion natin yung Oplan Romanov ay dahil it wants, or yung pagbukas sa kanya ay gustong makapag-set ng double standard, kumbaga, sa kung paano tinitreat si President Marcos versus VP Sara Duterte. But now, in light of the new information, ng unang nag-release nga po ng name ng operation na to ay galing po mismo sa kampo.
Shown a copy of the video, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, I move that the same video marked as Exhibit P dash Roman numeral 4 dash 13 be played for consideration of the witness and the court.
So directed. Is it in a USB? Is that in the USB?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you will again have to break the seal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung seal, madali na i-break, ha? Mr. Witness, kindly break the seal
Yes, Your Honor.
in front of the assisting counsels for both the prosecutor and the respondent. Counsel, do you know the timestamp?
Your Honor, it's a we will be showing only the first half of the video,
Okay.
Your Honor. It's not too lengthy, Your Honor, please.
Okay.
Ano ba ito?
Nakakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagmumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa at kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente. Paano pa kaya ang mga pagkaraniwan na mamamayan? Yung ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinapalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan. As a democratic country, we need to uphold the rule of law. Ako, bilang pinuno ng Executive Department at lahat ng mga nanunungkulan sa pamahalaan ay may sinumpaang tungkulin na tutupdin at pangangalagaan ang konstitusyon at ang ating mga batas. Kaya hindi tama ang pagpigil sa mga halal ng bayan sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Hindi na sanang hahantong sa ganitong drama.
Your Honor, in fact, in the booth, we are satisfied. We may add at this point.
The tech is instructed to kindly pause and cease the playing of the video.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, sir.
Attorney Lotok, again, when did the press conference, the online press conference of the Vice President happen where she uttered that she already contracted a person to kill the President, for example?
Objection, Your Honor. It's misleading, Your Honor.
Why?
She never mentioned that there was a contract to begin with.
May kinausap na akong tao.
Reform Council.
Oh.
Reform the
Where,
contract.
if I may, Your Honor, where the Vice President stated that she already contracted a person to kill the president.
Objection, Your Honor. The Vice President never said the word contracted.
Kinausap, Counsel.
Kinausap.
November 23, 2024, sir.
Now, November 23, 2024. Now, if you know, when did the President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., issue that statement through the video that was shown a while ago?
If I'm not mistaken, I think November 24 or 25.
Of what year?
2024, sir.
So 1 or 2 days after the
Yes.
threats were made,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, now. You also mentioned earlier, in fact, I remember that instead of denying the threat.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, I'm not yet
Objection
done.
on the use of the word threat, Your Honor.
Kindly let him finish his question, Counsel. Counsel for the prosecutor, finish your question.
Yes, Your Honor. The question now is, you said that instead of denying her statement that she already spoke to a person to kill the president and the two others, you said that the vice president did not deny that. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, just the basis, Your Honor. I mean, in fact,
Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the video dated November 26, 2024.
A video dated what?
November 26, 2024, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this juncture, we move that video be presented again, but this time with a limited timestamp, Your Honor, please. And for the record, the same is marked as Exhibit P-4-26, Your Honor, please. It is sealed. I move that the defense may also observe the unsealing of such document, Your Honor, please.
Let the witness be the one to unseal it in full view of counsels for both parties.
Ready.
Thereafter, Tech is instructed to kindly play the timestamp to be identified by the counsel for the prosecutors.
And the timestamp is 10 minutes to 40 seconds to 11 minutes 50 seconds.
For the record, assisting counsel for the prosecutor, accompanied by assisting counsel for the respondent, are bringing the USB to the tech booth to be played.
Pardon me. And then I was asked during a press briefing by a media person if I know of these plans, if you can say the word, if that is the correct word to use here, plans. So I answered. I was asked Romanov, and then I answered. I was told by two people, this is the first time I've heard of Romanov, so that is the third already. And I said, don't worry about my security. If they kill me, if I die, kapag pinatay ako, or kapag namatay ako, in the context of, don't worry about my security. So this means, pinatay ka. Diba? Kasi hindi ka naman mamamatay by heart attack in relation to your security. Diba? So, pag namatay ako, I already asked a person to take revenge against 3 individuals. So.
Okay, pause now. Mr. Witness, when did this event where the Vice President utter those statements? When did that happen? If you know.
Again, Your Honor, November 26, 2024.
That is 3 days after she uttered in that November 23 press conference that she already spoke to a person, and the person said yes,
Yes,
to
Your
kill the
Honor.
president to others now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now. Mr. Witness, what is your impression, if any, as to the emotional states of the Vice President when she confirmed that, in fact, she uttered those threats?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is incompetent
All
to
right,
answer.
good. Your Honor, I invoke Rule 130, Section 53 of the Rules of Courts. If I may read, opinion of ordinary witnesses, general rule not allowed. But I think if we read the exceptions, Your Honor, it says the witness may testify, however, on his impressions of the emotion, behavior, condition, or appearance of a person. Section 53, Rule 130, specifically allows the question I just posed as to his impression as to the emotional state of the Vice President when she uttered those confirmation threats. It's in the rules, Your Honor.
Comment, Your Honor.
Comment?
Your Honor, the rules provide that the person should be sufficiently acquainted, Your Honor.
no.
And that is not the case here, so such rule does not apply, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Overruled. Witness may answer if he knows.
okay,
Attorney
so
Lotok, kindly answer if you know.
Yes, Your Honor.
what is the emotional state of the Vice President 3 days after November 23 when she confirmed that she uttered those statements?
Yeah, again, Your Honor, when we tried to connect that in the November 23, 2024 event and the November 26, 2024 utterances, it shows na hindi ho nagbibiro yung Vice Presidente nung inatter niya yung mga utterances nung November 23. At the same time, yung pagiging furious niya, at yun nga, yung sabi ko, yung fumingly mad ng November 2023, dala pa niya hanggang doon sa November 26 kasi nireiterate po niya, Your Honor, at inadmit po niya na meron siyang kinausap na tao to take revenge.
So she admitted it again 3 days after.
Objection, Your Honor, as unanswered.
All right, let me proceed, Your Honor, please.
Move
Now,
on, counsel.
Mr. Witness, earlier it was pointed out by the defense that now that line where the Vice President said that she spoke to a person and the person said yes to kill the President and the 2 others, that was just in response to a question by a certain Princess Maui. Do you
Objection, Your
remember that?
Honor,
Yes, Your
leading.
Your Honor, these are just preliminary questions. Your Honor, this is the purpose of redirect.
Let's move on. Let's move on, counsels.
yeah.
We all know what we're talking about here.
Yes.
Witness may answer.
Did you consider that statement, that fact, that it was only in response to Princess Mau's statement? If any, if at all.
Objection, leading.
Witness may answer.
Well, I don't think so, Your Honor, kasi yung utterances, yung nature ng utterances, may kinausap na ako, ma'am, huwag kang mag-alala. So, ibig sabihin, even before the questions was asked, may kinausap na ho ang Vice Presidente base doon sa utterances niya.
Again, what is the significance, if any, and if you know, and if at all, that fact to your investigation?
Well, it's very much significant because we were able to determine there is intent on the part of the Vice President. The Vice President is determined insofar as that statement is concerned. At the same time, the utterances were not product of a temporary fit of anger or spur of the moment. In other words, the utterances, the threat was real, was serious, Your Honor.
No. You remember during cross-examination yesterday, the good counsel for the defense presented you with a diagram using their props that the NBI is under the DOJ. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And that the DOJ is under the NBI is under the DOJ and the DOJ is under the President, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were asked point blank whether the President, if they refer to the President as BBM, I would like to refer to our President as President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. You were asked if he intervened. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, intervene, the President, to your investigation?
Objection,
if you
Your
know,
Honor,
if you
leading.
know, if you know,
Leading. Objection leading, Your Honor.
if you know,
Witness may answer.
None at all, sir.
what will you say that not at all?
Well, wala hong dumating sa akin na any information o any direction o any directive, even from the director, na nakipag-communicate ang presidente sa NBI during that time na nag-iimbestiga kami.
If you know, what is the basis of your findings in filing the cases for grave threats and inciting to sedition against the Vice President? If you know.
Ano, sir, what is the...
Basis of your findings.
Objection, vague.
That the witness
Objection, there's an objection.
Understands, you may answer.
Basis of the findings? Well, as I have explained that, Your Honor, there were several factors that we considered before we come up into a conclusion. Yung una nga, yung manner, delivery, or the manner in which the utterances were spoken. And then the literal meaning of the statement. Inexplain ko na rin ho yan. And then the nature of the instruction, relentless, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo mapapatay sila.
All right.
As well as the relationship between the parties involved, meaning the Vice President and the President, Your Honor.
No, thank you so much. Now, earlier, the counsel for the defense, in their argument that it was merely an exercise of the freedom of expression of the Vice President, when she uttered that, and they said that the Vice President is an ordinary citizen. Do you remember that?
Objection leading.
So, Your Honor.
Your Honor, again, this is the purpose of
Witness may
redirect.
answer.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that? That the Vice President is an ordinary individual?
Definitely not, Your Honor. The Vice President is the second highest official of the land, sir.
Okay, now, let's proceed. Mr. Witness, yesterday, the defense devoted more than 2 hours in pointing, for example, number one, an alleged discrepancy in the subpoena, okay, dated November 6, 2024, and according to the defense, the NBI supposedly started its investigation on November 23, but there was already a subpoena dated November 6. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Witness, how do you characterize this error, if at all?
Typo, sir. Typographical error, sir.
Typographical. Para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, Attorney Lotok, ano ba ibig sabihin kung alam mo ng isang typographical error?
Well, basically, hindi ito substantial insofar as the document is concerned. Ito yung may mga, for instance, maling spelling o nagkamali lang ng date. Then pag makita mo naman dun sa surrounding circumstances, ito naman ang tinutukoy na date. Ugaya ng mga case numbers.
Case numbers. Now, what effect, if any, did this typographical error have on the statement of the Vice President threatening the President and the two others? What's the effect, if any, of these errors?
They don't have any effect at all insofar as the findings of the NBI is concerned, sir.
Why is that?
Well, because those typographical errors does not alter the fact that the video exists. It does not alter the fact that the Vice President uttered those statements. And it does not alter the fact that the findings of the NBI is that the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay,
Your
now.
Honor.
Okay, now. You also, the defense also mentioned that there is a lack of signature of Attorney Ria Asuncion on one of the several minutes of the interview, this time with a certain Jason Rubrico of SMNI. How do you characterize that error again, if you know?
Typo, sir.
Typo error.
Sir.
What effect, if any, does that typo error have on the statements of the Vice President threatening the President and the two others?
Again, sir, hindi ho nabago yung utterances ng Vice Presidente. Hindi rin ho nabago yung video. Hindi rin ho nabago yung findings namin na indeed kumpleto yung mga ebidensya at ang Presidente ay nag-commit ng crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay. Third point. What about the alleged discrepancy in docket numbers? How do you characterize that error?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness already testified during cross-examination that he was not privy to the assignment of docket numbers, as that is the function of the DOJ. So he won't be competent to answer.
Your Honor, I do remember, despite that, the counsel asked several questions after that, and the witness was able to answer those questions.
Your Honor,
It's for the witness
Your
to answer
Honor,
that.
he mentioned, Your Honor, that he does not have personal knowledge.
In fact, Your
Counsel, counsel, if he gives a different answer, then you can address that in your
Yes.
recross.
Okay, sorry.
Witness may answer.
This discrepancy in the docket numbers, how do you characterize this error?
Again, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor, he won't be competent to answer that because
Oh.
docket numbers are assigned by the DOJ, not by the NBI.
Exactly, that's the point.
Again, counsel, let him answer. What if he answers that he's not competent, then that's his answer. Witness may answer.
Well, kung docket number lang ho ang pag-uusapan, hindi ho nawala yung existence ng video. Hindi rin ho nabago na ang Vice Presidente ay nagsalita na meron na siyang kinausap na tao.
Attorney Lotok, your answer is not responsive though. Kindly answer the question of the counsel.
Okay, how do you characterize that error?
Typographical error.
Okay, next
sir.
question. What effect, if any, does that typographical error have on the statements of the Vice President threatening the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., His Excellency, and the two others?
No effect at all, Your Honor. Hindi ho na-alter yung utterances ng Vice Presidente.
Okay, now, let's go to the affidavits of investigation which the good counsel mentioned in yesterday's cross-examination. During your cross-examination, you were asked questions concerning the January 30, 2025 affidavit of investigation. After that affidavit was submitted, now the question is, what action, if any, did the Department of Justice take, and if you know?
The Department of Justice evaluated the referral by the NBI. And then after evaluation, nag-issue po sila ng certification na kulang pa, insufficient yung inyong sinubmit. So dapat i-comply niyo muna itong mga requirements na to. So nagbigay ho sila ng, I think 7 ho ang nandoon. Yun po ang ginawa ng Department of Justice.
All right. Now, what did the NBI do, if any, in response to that recommendation from the DOJ?
The NBI complied the requirements of the Department of Justice, and as a matter of fact, nung na-comply na ho namin, the DOJ issued a certification stating to the effect na you have complied all the elements of the crime charge and you are now good for preliminary investigation, sir.
In fact, you also remember yesterday that you mentioned that the NBI also submitted a letter to DOJ. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why did the NBI submit a letter to the DOJ, if you know?
No, well, I think that letter was signed by the then director Jaime V. Santiago, and the then director was notifying the Department of Justice that the NBI has already complied with all the requirements, and that the NBI is now submitting its affidavit with all the requirements attached therein, and with explanation, specifically yung requirement na kailangan may complaint ang recipient, gaya ng Presidente. Ang explanation ho doon sa letter na yon, na for purposes of preliminary investigation under the new NPS rules, hindi ho kailangan yung complainant himself, kundi pwede ang law enforcement agency gaya ng NBI na mag-file na complaint. Again, for purposes of preliminary investigation.
Attorney Lotok, if shown a copy of that letter of former Director Santiago, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process through Attorney Stephen Magallon of Sa Legal Law, showing you a copy of a letter dated February 11, 2025. We invite the defense to also peruse the same.
Yes, sir.
Also assisted by a lawyer also from Cebu. What relation, if any, does this document have with the one you mentioned?
The same docs that I mentioned, sir.
Your Honors, at this juncture, we move that the letter dated February 11, 2025 by Director Santiago, identified by the witness, where the NBI informed the DOJ that it already complied with all the requirements, be marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-34 for the prosecution.
This is not yet pre-marked, counsel.
Not yet pre-marked, introduced in response to the to the cross-examination by the defense.
Comment from the counsel for respondent.
We do not object.
No comment.
We do
Okay.
not object, Your Honor.
Counsel
Just a
may proceed.
photocopy, Your Honor. Just a the comment is that the document is a photocopy.
That's what I was waiting for. Counsel may proceed.
Right on cue, we have a certified true copy of the same. We move. We invite the defense.
Assisting counsel for the respondent, kindly confirm.
Ang gagawin?
May we have a stipulation from the defense?
Is the certified true copy or is the photocopy rather a faithful reproduction of the original or certified true copy presented by the assisting counsel for the prosecutor?
For the record, Your Honor, it's a photocopy.
Is it a certified true copy, counsel?
It is a certified true copy compared with a photocopy. So we are moving for stipulation that the photocopy is a faithful reproduction of the certified true copy of the same document.
Same manifestation, Your Honor.
Noted.
All right, now, Mr. Witness, which parts of the attached letter did the NBI explain that no law requires the offended party to execute a complaint to conduct preliminary investigation for grave threats?
I think first page, the last paragraph, which says, it is to be emphasized that on 2024 new rules on preliminary investigation and inquest proceedings, a law enforcement agency like the NBI can file a complaint for the purpose of preliminary investigation unless the crime to be filed falls under Section 5, Rule 110 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure.
Okay, thank you so much. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, counsel.
Mr. Witness, you were asked whether the NBI already identified the particular individual contracted by the President, by the respondent, the Vice President, to kill the President and the two others. Okay, you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, to clarify for the record, what investigation, if any, did your own NBI Cybercrime Division conduct on this matter, if any, if you know?
Again, sir.
Okay.
Let me clarify.
You were asked whether the NBI already identified the particular individual contracted by the respondent to kill the President and the two others. And you said you remember
Objection,
that.
Your Honor, on the use of the word contracted. We never said contracted.
Reform, counsel.
That the Vice President already spoke to a person to kill the President, and that person said yes, so that's a contract. Now, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a conclusion of law made by the counsel for the prosecution.
Witness may answer.
All right, now, to clarify, sorry, Your Honor, this is now the question, Attorney Lotok. No, to clarify for the record, what investigation did your own NBI Cybercrime Division conduct on the identity of this person that said yes to the order of the Vice President to kill the President and two others?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, the reason why we sent a letter December 2, 2024 to the Vice President is for that purpose. We informed the Vice President that we are also investigating on that alleged threats against her life. Unfortunately, hindi ho siya nag-appear, so wala ho kaming makitang validated information. Then aside nun, we also issued subpoena to the media personalities who were present during those press conference and who have personal knowledge na nangyari yung event na yon. And in fact, tinanong po namin din sila isa-isa. Kilala nyo ba yung kinausap ng Vice Presidente? May idea ba kayo kung sino yung tao na yon? At bawat isa sa mga nasabina ho namin at nag-appear, sinabi ho na hindi ho namin kilala, wala po kaming alam, Your Honor. And then, nung chinek namin yung open source, nung nagkanta kami ng open source investigation, kasi yun nga, sinasabi ko kanina, Your Honor, tinitrace namin yung sinabi ni Princess Maui na Romanov, ang nakita lang ho namin doon, yung statement ni Mayor Baste nung January 2024. Tiningnan din ho namin kung relevant ba yung pag-aalis ng 75 PNP personnel from the VP-SPG at inilipat sa Manila para doon sa peace and security, parang i-augment yata sila. Kinonsider din ho namin yon, pero wala ho kaming na-validate na information relative to the threat against the life of the Vice President. But, ganun pa man, Your Honor, I know for a fact na yung aming intelligence service ay continue hong nagmamonitor at naghahanap kung sino yung tao na yan. Baka ho sila ang pwedeng sumagot o yung aming director, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Lotok. Let's move to another point. Now, in your investigation, Attorney Lotok, what significance, if any, did the NBI give to respondent's own admission that she already spoke to a person to kill the President and the two others? What significance, if any?
Well, mabigat ho yun kasi lumalabas na hindi lang ho siya nagjo-joke doon nung nireiterate niya yon, nung inadmit niya nung November 26. Ibig sabihin, may intention ho doon ang Vice Presidente base doon sa mga utterances na yon. Pinag-isipan ho niya yan. In fact, I can classify it as...
Objection, Your Honor. The answer is already based on his own interpretation. May we move, Your Honor, that it be stricken off the record?
Your Honor, whose interpretation should he be answering?
Witness will please complete his answer and then Chair will consider the objection of the counsel for respondents.
Yeah.
Finish your answer, Attorney Lotok.
Yes po, Your Honor. Yun nga, sinasabi ko, it was contemplated, sir.
Okay, now, Attorney Lotok.
Your Honor, move to strike it off the record, considering that he included conclusions of law in his
Your Honor, he's
answer.
a lawyer. I mean, you have been asking questions on the basis of law and we did not complain. Now I'm asking question to him as a lawyer that you
Counsel,
are moving...
please, motion is denied. Let it remain in the record for whatever purpose it may serve. Let the senator judges give it its due weight according to their discretion. Witness, counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, you were also asked about the NBI's alleged lack of coordination with certain government agencies such as the PNP, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the National Security Council in its investigation on the threats to the President and the two others. Do you remember being asked that?
Objection, Your Honor. It was
Yes,
not
sir.
covered by my cross-examination. It
Your
was
Honor, please.
a query from one of the senator
was
judges.
raised-
In the discretion of the court, the counsel can ask questions not covered by the cross-examination. We'll allow it.
Now, could you explain to the court how is this so, if you can?
Insofar as communication with other agencies, the Cybercrime Division back then, nakafocus ho kami sa investigation aspect. Now, pagdating doon sa security ng highest officials, Again, for a fact, I know na may ginagawa yung aming intelligence service insofar as communicating with other relevant agencies gaya ng AFP, PNP, PCO, and even National Security Council. Yun nga lang, yun sa amin, Your Honor, nakafocus po kami dun sa investigation. Ngayon, kung may binababaho ang direktor base sa mga impormasyong nakalap niya from different agency, mag-i-instruct po siya sa amin.
All right, now, let me proceed. Mr. Lotok, you were asked during cross-examination about the investigation that you conducted on the alleged threats to the life of the Vice President. You were asked whether there was an affidavit of investigation, a report on such investigation that you conducted, and you answered there was none, correct? You remember having said that there is no affidavit of investigation?
For the Vice President?
For the Vice President,
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you said, but there was an investigation, but there is no affidavit of
Yes,
investigation.
yes, sir.
Then the question now is, so whatever happened, what happened to that investigation?
Again, Your Honor, since wala ho kaming ma-establish na validated information, hindi ho gaya dito nung sa presidente na may apparent commission of crime, dito ho kasi wala kami mapagsimulan, hindi ho na kami pwedeng mag-produce ng affidavit of investigation kung that's the case. Ang ginawa ho namin, although nag-aantay kami ng validated information at nangangalap kami, continue ho na nagmo-monitor yung aming intelligence service. I know that for a fact kasi yun yung trabaho nila. Siguro ho pag sila ang tinanong natin, baka meron silang masabi kung ano yung nangyari dyan, ano yung update niyan. Maging ho ang aming director.
All right, now. But, Mr. Witness, you were also confronted with the facts that a certain Princess Maui mentioned in that press conference a certain Operation Romanov that allegedly is a security threat to the Vice President. Do you remember that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Now, what did you do, if any, on this information?
Yeah, security threat ang nakita naming relevant dyan. Yun nga po, yung pag-aalis ng 75 personnel sa VP SPG, then nilipat dun sa Manila. Then aside from that, base ho kasi sa record ng COA, meron pa ring 335 more or less na naiwan na security personnel ng Vice President. At ang narinig ko yata kay Honorable yung sa comment ng Ombudsman na ba siya noon o Secretary of Justice siya na yung number na yan ay mas malaki pa sa bilang ng security personnel ng Presidente.
Okay, now, I'm referring to, Mr. Witness, to Operation Romanov. Okay, what did you do, if any, on that information offered by Princess Maui, information on Operation Romanov?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
That was his answer in the previous
Asked
question.
and answered, Counsel.
All right. Now, what else did you do, if any, in relation to the investigation, your investigation on the security threat to the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, yung open source, we trace, kung ano yung mga relasyon nung security threats, yung Romanov na yan, uulitin ko, na rinig namin yan first time sa bibig ni Mayor Baste nung during Maisog Rally in January 2024. And so far as the NBI is concerned, during that time, nung ako yung hepe, wala ho kaming na-establish na validated information vis-a-vis yung threat to life against the Vice President, sir.
Okay, now, you also mentioned that you issued a subpoena to the Vice President and a letter asking her to shed light on the threats she said she was facing. You remember having mentioned
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, again, what was the response of the Vice President to the NBI's official investigation to her to appear before it to shed light on the threats she was complaining about?
Based on the second letter, sir.
What is it, Counsel?
Your Honor, that is misleading, Your Honor, because the subpoena was for her to answer.
I think he mentioned letter, Counsel.
Yeah.
I heard letter, if I'm not
Letter.
mistaken.
Let's focus on that letter, if you may.
Yes, I think that was the December 2, 2024 letter, if I'm not mistaken. And then nag-reply ho sila ng letter at sinabi po doon ng lawyers na the Vice President is confident that the NBI will also investigate the alleged threat against her life. Yun po yung tenor nung letter na yun,
Now,
sir.
Mr. Witness, you also mentioned that since the Vice President did not heed the letter you issued, you were not able to elicit information from her. You remember having said that, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, on the part of the threats to the life of the President and the two others, you did not need to interview them personally to proceed with the investigation. You remember having said that?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question now is for clarification before our honorable senator judges, what's the difference? Why the difference between the two?
Again, ulitin ko po, Your Honor, insofar as the threat against the life of the Vice President, we have not established a validated information. That remains to be allegation. Insofar as the threat based on the utterances against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House, that was apparent. Nasa video, narinig ho namin. Therefore, based sa aming jurisdiction, which is primary jurisdiction, kaya ho kami nag-imbestiga kaagad doon.
Okay, 3 more points, Your Honor, before the prosecution winds up its
Thank you.
redirect. Now, it was also raised during the discussion, during cross-examination, that the Vice President was merely exercising her freedom of speech and she was not committing a crime of inciting to sedition. Do you remember being confronted with that issue?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell the Honorable Court, what is your response to that issue, if any?
Objection, Your Honor. It will call for his opinion.
Exactly, he is a
Will call
lawyer.
for
Opinion, Your Honor. He's not an expert on the matter.
He's a lawyer.
witness may answer if he knows.
Well, again, I've already said, Your Honor, to reiterate, if the second highest official of the land uttered openly and in public that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, the former Speaker of the House, and she instructed that person to be relentless in killing them, and that person said yes, we failed to see any amount of freedom of speech in that utterances. Number 2, should we allow that kind of argument? Should we allow that to become the norms of our society? Then nobody would prevent from anyone from doing the same. Imagine the chaos, the disorder, and the anarchy, Your Honor. And number 3, as a lawyer and being in the law enforcement, freedom of speech protects lawful expression. But it does not protect utterances that satisfies the elements of a criminal offense like this one, Your Honor.
A criminal offense like this one. Now, as a lawyer, Attorney Lotok, when the Vice President utter in public that she already spoke to a person to kill the President, the First Lady, and the 2 others, as a lawyer, did the Vice President betray public trust?
Objection, Your Honor. That will call for a conclusion of law already. And
Honor,
as a lawyer, it will call also for his
Your Honor,
personal opinion.
If I do recall, the counsel were propounding questions on also
Your Honor,
issues
may we
of
get
law,
a ruling on
felony
the motion
versus
and the objection,
crime, what is
please?
the penalty? I'm also asking the same line of questions, Your Honor. What is sauce for the goose should also be sauce for the gander, Your Honor.
A similar question was asked by the counsel for the respondent, and the witness may answer if he knows. If he knows.
Yes, Your Honor, as a lawyer.
She betrayed public trust.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last question. Listen, Attorney Loto. As a matter of law, if the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is killed, God forbid, who assumes the presidency?
Objection, Your Honor.
The Vice President, sir.
Speculative.
Asked and answered. The Vice President. No more redirect, Your Honor.
Before recognizing counsel for respondent for his recross, Chair would like to recognize Senate President Gatchalian for his interjections. You may proceed, sir, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok, napakinggan ko kanina yung isang sagot ninyo at sinabi niyo dito, just this afternoon, yes, we do believe that the Vice President had contracted. Naputo lang siya, but obviously contracted someone to commit a crime or to kill the President and the others. Kahapon, narinig ko na ipinapasa nyo sa investigative division ng inyong or intelligence service ng inyong ahensya itong tanong na ito. So, ano ba? Meron bang nakontratang papatay o walang nakontratang papatay?
Yes, Your
Dahil
Honor.
this morning lang sinabi nyo, you believe na merong nakontrata.
Yes, Your Honor. Base ho doon sa utterances, we believe the Vice President na hindi ho siya nagbibiro nung sinabi niya yon. So, ang stand po namin, meron na ho siyang kinausap na tao.
Anong ebidensya na meron kayo o meron ka o meron yung Cybercrime Division na made you believe na merong nakontrata?
Una, Your Honor, kung yung pagbabasihan po namin is yung November 23 na may kinausap siya, pwede hong sabihin na nagjo-joke lang siya doon kahit galit na galit siya or etc. But then nung na-incorporate po natin yung November 26 na ni-reiterate pa niya at sinabi niya doon openly and in public na totoo may kinausap na siya to take revenge kung sakaling mamatay siya. So ang belief po namin may kinausap ang Vice Presidente. Now, insofar as kung sino yung kinausap na yon, insofar as yung existence ng tao na yon, ang makakasagot po, Your Honor, since trabaho nila yun, yung aming intelligence service po o kaya yung aming director.
So yung belief mo ay nanggaling doon sa mga statements
Yes,
ni
Your
Vice
Honor.
President Sara? No more?
Statements and admission, sir.
Yun doon lang nanggaling? Wala nang iba?
Insofar as the Cybercrime Division, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. And then, meron din siyang reply. Na sinabi niyo nga kanina, nagpadala kayo ng letter dated
December 2, Your Honor.
December 2. And may reply rin si VP na dinideny niya na merong grave threat. No? So pag dineny niya na ginawa niya yung grave threat, obviously dineny niya na may kinontrata siya. Di ba? So bakit pa rin ninyo i-file o recommend na mag-file ng grave threat and inciting to sedition kung may denial na?
Hindi ho, Your Honor. Ang na-establish po namin doon yung the elements of the crime of grave threat. So nung nakita namin na nasatisfy siya at na-comply siya, nung nirefer po namin ito sa Department of Justice, nag-concur sa amin ng Department of Justice na indeed na-comply ninyo and therefore tuloy yung proseso.
But what made you not bakit hindi nyo tinanggap itong paliwanag ni VP Sara sa kanyang letter? Dahil kaagad dito sa letter niya may denial na ginawa niya yung grave threat and therefore wala rin na kontrata, no? Kasi magkadugtong yun.
Well, Your Honor, mere denial would not discount the fact na na-utter niya yon at may kinausap na siyang mga tao. Yun nga ang problema doon. Kaya namin siya gustong makausap personally para makapag-tanong pa kami ng other questions para makita namin, totoo ba itong kinontrata ng Vice Presidente o kinausap o hindi. Kaya lang, Your Honor, wala ho doon, hindi ho siya nag-appear. Yung kanyang sagot is mere denial lang, walang mga basihan, even circumstantial na basihan. So hindi ho namin siya sinama sa factor in considering whether or not a crime of grave threat has been committed by the Vice President.
With your permission, Mr. Presiding Officer, just one last question. Nakita nyo ba kung merong capability si Vice President Sara?
Definitely po. Your
Ano
Honor.
ang nakita nyong mga ebidensya kung meron siyang capability gawin yung kanyang sinabing pagbanta at yung kanyang gagawin?
Well, for one, she is the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. And number two,
Hindi naman porket Vice President ka, may capability ka gumawa nun. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, not necessarily. But alam naman po natin yung background, naging presidente ang...
Hindi ka naman porket Senate President, may capability ka gumawa nun.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anong ebidensya na meron kayong nakita na kaya niyang gawin yun?
Alam naman po natin yung background na yung tatay niya na dating presidente ay hinaharap ngayon yung kaso sa ICC dahil sa mga extrajudicial killings, etc. So, tiningnan namin yon na indeed being in that situation, may capability ho, aside from the fact na vice presidente siya.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Ejercito, thereafter Senator Judge Ontiveros for their interjections. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok, given that the Vice President repeated her alleged threats as presented kanina, sabi niyo, twice or thrice sa mga videos.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider her persistent in making the threat or in going through with the threat? Because these two are different.
Yes, Your Honor. I think yung in-explain ko po yan yung nature of instruction. Kasi yung nature of instruction niya, sabi niya doon, pag namatay ako, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo mapapatay sila. So there, that's indicative of persistence na determined din po ang Vice Presidente na gawin yon at porsigido siya na doon sa kanya mga utterances kasi maliwanag po na sa instruction na hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay, huwag kang titigil.
So hindi ba ito tinatawag na persistent lamang doon sa threat kung may mangyari sa kanya? If something happens to her, di ba? Parang yun yung nasa...
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the heat of the moment still matter here? Kasi maaring dahil sa bugso ng galit o sa takot ng gabing yun, nang nangyari dahil sa sitwasyon na nandun po sila sa batasan.
Again, Your Honor, pwede pong mag-matter yan kung yan lang ho ang pinagbasihan namin yung November 23, 2024. Kaya lang, gaya nga ng explanation ko, kinonsider namin yung mga previous statements na may patterns, may consistencies, yung October 18, 2024, as well as after ng November 23, which is November 26, 2024. So marami ho ang mga factor na kinonsider namin bago kami nag-conclude na indeed may violation ang Vice Presidente.
Dahil dun po sa Attorney Lotok, sa Israel versus People, GR number 265736, dated November 19, 2025, sinabi ng Korte Suprema na sa pagtukoy kung may mens rea o kriminal na intensyon, kinakailangan ding umiral ang pagpupursige or persistence.
Yes, sir.
Nabanggit natin.
Yes, sir.
Kung walang ganitong pagpupursige, walang krimeng grave threats.
Yes, sir.
Gaya ng mga bantang binitiwan lamang sa tindi ng galit o bugso ng damdamin, yung nabanggit natin kanina,
Opo.
o bilang biro at hindi naman sinundan ng anumang kilos o karagdagang pagbabanta.
Yes, sir. Insofar as persistence is concerned, nakita po natin yan noong November 23 utterances. At the same time, persistence in the sense na aside doon sa November 23, inadmit po niya at reiterate niya yon in the November 26, 2024 statement.
Dahil meron po sa Article 282, yung threats without persistence are not considered grave.
Yes, sir.
So, in conclusion, Mr. Presiding Officer, sa inyong palagay, ano-anong ginawa ng Vice Presidente ang may tuturing na pagpupursige o persistence sa kanyang mga banta?
Well, Your Honor, October 18, sinabi na niya doon na I imagine myself cutting his head, na gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba. In fact, may instance doon na sinabi niya na pag di kayo tumigil, huhukayin ko yung tatay nyo, itatapon ko sa West Philippine Sea. Merong ganun nung October 18. And then pagdating dito sa November 23, she was hurling profanities and invectives habang galit na galit siya. Sinasabi niya, this country will go to hell dahil yung tao na yan na nakaupo, hindi marunong maging presidente. Wala akong kinukonsider na mas mataas sa akin. At the same time, he was lying through his teeth para lang makuha yung boto ng mga tao. And then nung kinausap niya na papatay sa 3. At the same time, dinugtong ho namin yung November 26. Inulit pa ho niya yun. Aside na persistence na yung nature ng kanyang utterances, inulit pa ho niya nung November 26 openly and in public na indeed may kinausap siya to take revenge. Na kung mamatay siya, patayin niyo yung 3. That's much persistence kung i-establish po natin yung persistence, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Latok. That's all. No more further questions, Mr. Presiding.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you
Judge.
po.
Senator Judge Ontiveros, you may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness,
Yes po, Your Honor.
nabanggit niyo kay Senator Judge Ejercito, hindi ngayon lang, kanina, yung admission against interest. Sabi niyo po, ang mga pahayag ng Vice Presidente ay maituturing na admissions against interest. Tama po?
Yes, ma'am.
May diferensya po ba sa pagtrato sa pahayag ng isang tao kung pabor sa kanya o against sa interest niya ang admission?
Yeah, I think so, ma'am.
Ano po?
Kasi base dito sa issue natin, ang Vice Presidente is abogada, alam na po niya yon na the moment she uttered those kind of statements, pwede ho siyang mag-fall in any criminal violation. So pagdating ho nung November 26, instead of avoiding mentioning those utterances, instead of denying that she made those utterances, ang sinabi po niya, ni-reiterate niya, yes, sinabi ko yan, na someone has to take revenge kung sakaling mangyari ito, mamatay ako. Yun po, Your Honor, ang nakita namin. Kaya ako nasabi na admission against interest po yun.
So kung sa halip na i-reiterate niya, i-deny niya yung naunang sinabi, kung sinabi niya na hindi ko talaga minimin yan or may sinabi siyang maituturing na pabor sa kanya, iba po yung pagtrato niyo sa ganyang klaseng pahayag sana.
Baka maging iba, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ano po yung diferensya at saka halaga dun sa bigat na binibigay ng batas dun sa admission against interest?
Well, pinapakita ho rito in the natural order of things, hindi ho i-admit ng isang tao yung isang bagay na ikakasira niya o na ikakaharap niya sa isang paglilitis, something like that. Kapag ho inadmit ng isang tao yung isang bagay na ikakasira niya, maliwanag na ginawa niya yon, sinabi niya yon, at determinado siya sa mga pangyayaring yon o porsigido siya sa mga pangyayaring yon.
So masasabi po bang mabigat o napakabigat ang diferensya, ang halaga na ibinibigay sa isang o sa ilalim ng batas ang isang admission against interest?
Yes, Your Honor. Opo.
Okay. Panghuli na lang po, Mr. Witness. Bakit nga po pinaparusahan ng batas ang grave threats kahit pa hindi natuloy sa physical act?
Well, Your Honor, for purposes of peace and order among the populace, pag hindi ho in-address yung speeches o yung utterances na magka-qualify as grave threat, magkakagulo ho yung mga tao. Pwede na lang ho sabihin kahit na sino na papatayin kita pag ito nangyari, gagawin ko to sa iyo pag ito nangyari. So I think the wisdom of the law is to avoid the disorder, the anarchy, and the chaos that it would create, Your Honor.
So yung sinasabi niyong wisdom of the law ay hindi lamang sitahin o parusahan yung isang bagay na tumuloy sa physical act, kundi mag-serve ng deterrent para gawin
Yes, Your Honor.
ng taong iyon or ng ibang tao,
Yes, Your
yung
Honor.
grave threats.
Pwede po yun, Your Honor. To serve as a deterrence, Your Honor.
So may preventive na value din nakikita kayo
Yes po, Your Honor.
bukod sa curative.
Opo, Your Honor.
Alright. Salamat po, Mr. Witness. Salamat po, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Alan Cayetano before the recross of counsel for respondent, if any. Senator Judge Tulfo, you may proceed and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, aware ba kayo at one point in time, I just don't remember what date was it, na pinulled out yung certain numbers of security personnel ni VP Sara?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the news, may nakita po kami noon.
When was that? When did that happen?
2024 yata, yung 75 PNP personnel
Correct.
from BPSPG, sir.
Was that before the utterance of VP Sara in sa press con or after?
Before, sir.
Before.
I think that's before, sir.
So would it be possible na because of that, nakapag-isip siya na meron threat against her life because yung security niya being pulled out and walang binigay na reason kung bakit, kaya maaaring iniisip niya na, well, medyo sabi nga sakali na praning at...
Very much possible, sir. Po, yun po.
But hindi niyo ba inimbestigahan bakit na pinull out yung security details niya?
May nakita ho kami, sir, doon sa November 26 na video, kung nalimutan ko lang yung timestamp niya, may sinasabi siyang issue sa security niya doon nga sa BPSPG, parang from military attached unit, ginawang under na ng Presidential Security Command. I'm not familiar with that. So,
Sino pong nag-cause ng pull-out? Sino pong nag-utos? Saan galing yung utos?
Hindi ko ho siya masyado. Pero I think part ng reorganization, Your Honor, ng PSG, if I'm not mistaken.
Part ng reorganization. So, ilan po yung na-pull out? 75? Na
Hindi ko po alam
personnel?
kung yan yun. Ang sinasabi ko po, Your Honor, yung dating BPSPG is under ng attached unit ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, kung di ako nagkakamali. And then, inilagay na siya sa ilalim ng Presidential Security Command. Yun po yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente during November 26 na security threat dahil dun sa event na yun. Yun po yung tiningnan din namin yan, pati nga yung 75 personnel. Kaya lang again, hindi po siya sufficient na mag-establish ng apparent violation of any criminal offense. Kasi nga, para siyang normal na function ng agencies and departments.
Yeah, Mr. Witness, yun sa akin na kasi yung pag-pull out ba ng security, was it sudden? Did it, I mean, ano yung naging dahilan? At kanino galing yung order para i-pull out yung ilang numbers of security details niya, particularly PNP, and then sabi nyo nga, yung sa PSG, nabawasan din ba? Base sa inyong investigasyon, bakit nga po nangyari yon? Anong nag-trigger noon?
Opo, yung sa 75, ang naalala ko po sa news, parang inilipat ho sila, Your Honor, sa Manila kasi mayroong issue ng kailangan nilang i-augment dahil may peace and order issue sa Manila. So yun ang nakita kong na nasa news na ginawa ng PNP o reason ng PNP bakit mayroong ganong pull-out. Then nung nakita ko namin, ilan na lang yung natira sa Vice Presidente. Nung chinek ko namin yung news, yung per record ng COA, if I'm not mistaken, meron pa siyang 335 na security personnel.
So marami pang naiwan?
Yes po, Your Honor. And
Okay.
in fact, kung di ako nagkakamali, narinig ko po yung sinabi ni Honorable Boying Rimulya na yung bilang na yan, mas marami pa doon sa bilang ng mga security personnel ng Presidente. So nakita ko namin na hindi siya sufficient para maging valid basis ng investigation. Hindi ko katulad dito sa threat against the President na apparent po yung utterances na nangyari.
Okay, dalawang katanungan na lamang, Mr. Witness. So, base sa inyong investigasyon at karanasan, ilan ba dapat ang security detail ng isang Vice President?
Sorry po, Your Honor. Wala po akong idea kung ilan
Okay.
po dapat yung...
Last na lamang. So, nung na-pull out yung ilan sa mga security personnel niya, sabi niyo nga 75, right? Sa PNP and then meron pa atay sa PSG. Nagreklamo ba siya? Sa inyong pagkakaalam?
Doon sa November 26, Your Honor, I think ang isa sa issue niya na may threat sa security is yung paglipat ng BBSPG from attached unit ng AFP na maging under siya ng Presidential Security Command. Yun po yung narinig namin. Pero yung dito sa 75 personnel, insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita sa reports, sa news, sa social media na nagreklamo siya na nawala yung 75. Pero baka maliho ako, baka mayroon lang akong hindi nakita. Pero insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita sa news na nagreklamo siya dun sa 75 transfer ng PNP personnel from BPSPG dinala dun sa Manila, Your Honor.
At hindi na siya nag-request ng augmentation o dagdag dun sa mga nawala na security detail?
Mukhang hindi na po, Your Honor. Wala ko kaming nalaman kung may ni-request ba siyang dagdag.
So is it possible na dahil doon sa pag-pull out ng security details, nasabi ko na kanina, tinatanong ko na again one more time, na yun probably ang tinitingnan na reasons ng mga sumusuporta sa kanya, siya or anybody sa circle niya na eto na siguro yun.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, you have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Presiding Officer, dear colleagues, susundan ko lang po yung kay Senator Risa, Senator Judge Risa at Senator Judge JV at yung ibang nagtanong sa admission against interest. You stated this already, but just for the record, you viewed the whole video, right? The whole 2-hour video.
The November 23,
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
Yeah, isang beses, sir.
Isang beses lang.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many times there has the Vice President made admissions against her interest?
No, sir. Ang tinutukoy ko pong admissions against interest doon sa November 26, sir.
No, sabi mo yung November 23 din na ayaw ng defense gamitin contracted, so yung kinausap is also an admission against her interest, di ba?
Di, sir. Ang sinasabi ko pong admissions against interest, yung November 26 video po, sir.
Na sinasabi niyang totoo yun at hindi niya
Yes,
sinasabi.
sir.
Okay.
Opo, sir.
So, doon sa November 23, may nakita ka doon na admissions against interest?
Insofar as I'm concerned, na ni-reiterate niya.
Hindi, not reiterate. Siguro, para malinaw, in your mind, or as a lawyer or as an NBI agent, what is an admission against interest?
Yun nga po, yung ini-explain ko po kanina. Ito po yung isang bagay na ginawa ng isang tao na...
Hindi ginawa, sinabi.
Sinabi
kasi
ng,
it's admission eh.
Apo, sinabi ng isang tao na ikakasira niya, but then, instead of denying na sinabi niya yon 26.
Mr. Witness, sagutin niyo na lang ako. Lahat ng admissions are utterances.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Admissions is verbal. Diba? Hindi to yung parang admission sa court. Pwede mo i-admit yung documentary evidence, pwede yung object evidence, pwede yung statements. When we talk about admissions against interest, especially in context of what we're talking about, may statement na laban sa interest niya.
Yes, sir.
So tinatanong ko, dun sa buong video, meron ka bang nakita? Wala. Yes or no lang yun, meron or wala. O meron at wala, hindi yes or no. Kayo nag-evaluate nun eh. Meron o wala? Admissions against her interest.
Yes, sir. The fact na in-utter niya yun.
Which one nga? So meron ilan at ano yun?
A little leeway, Mr. Presiding Officer, kasi hindi natukoy masyado yung tanong.
Senator Judge Alan may proceed.
Yeah. So, which statement that? That one you're mentioning now. So, yung sagot mo, meron.
Ang understanding ko, sir, nung sinabi ko yan, I'm referring to the November 26, 2024.
Mr. Witness, paulit-ulit tayo.
Yes, sir.
Burahin mo na yung pinag-uusapan natin you're referring to. I'm asking you a direct question.
Yes,
Sa
sir.
November 23, meron o wala bang statements na you will consider in your professional as a lawyer and as an NBI agent in charge of investigating this? Meron ba siyang admissions against interest?
Ang tinutukoy ko lang po again, Your Honor, yung 26.
No, I don't care.
Wala po yung 23.
I'm sorry. I don't care, Mr. Presiding Officer, kung anong tinutukoy mo. I'm asking you a direct question. November 23, video. Meron o wala siyang admissions against her interest doon?
Attorney Lotok, yes, no, I do not know, I do not remember. We're referring to November 23, not 26.
I do not know, sir. Ang
you do not know.
ang nire-refer ko na...
Don't tell me na. So you do not know. Okay. When she said, kung papatayin ako, may kausap na ako, patayin niyo yung tatlo, is that an admission against interest, yes or no?
Based on that utterance, sir, yes, I think so.
Yes. O kakasabi mo lang kanina, I don't know. Ngayon, yes. O ano pa? Ano pa sa video na yon na admission against interest? Meron o wala? Or I don't know?
Yung utterances na yun, sir.
Sir, bukod nga doon.
To me, sir, yung utterances na yun, that's admission against
Sir,
interest.
klaro na yon. Tinanong ka na ng presiding officer, sagot mo, I don't know. Tinanong kita ng diretso na sa video, biglang you know, biglang sasabihin mo na yun utterance na yon. So ang tanong ko na ngayon, bukod doon, aside from that.
Sir, ulitin ko po yung sagot ko.
No, you don't need to answer.
Yung sinabi ko po na
no, I'm
admission
asking
against
you,
interest.
aside from the utterance, the statement, na kung papatayin nila ako, patayin sila, is there any other utterance during in that video that you would consider admission against
In
interest?
so far as I remember, wala na po yun.
Wala na, okay. When the Vice President said, yung pinamigay sa DepEd, isn't that an admission against her interest kung may pinamigay?
Siya po yung namigay, sir?
Ikaw ang nanood ng video, ikaw nag-evaluate. Ako pa magsasabi sa iyo kung ano laman ng video. Akala ko ba, tinignan nyo ng mabuti yung video? Bakit hindi mo alam yung laman ng video?
DSW, sir, pwede ko pong tingnan yung sinasabi
No,
niyo.
so you do not know what the alaman ng video?
Again, tinignan ko po ang video one time and ang nag-review po ng video yung agent on case.
Yes, but you're the agent in charge and you're the one who filed the affidavit. Okay,
Yes, sir.
next question. Nung sinabing mag-people power, tapos ang sinabi niya, hindi yun yung solusyon. O kung nag-people power, sino magiging presidente? Kung nag-people power at mawawala ang Pangulong Marcos, sino magiging presidente?
Siya, sir.
So hindi ba admission against her interest din? Siguro sa interest niya, maging presidente. Pero ang sinabi niya, what?
I think so, sir.
Okay. So I mentioned 3. So my next question. When you have an admission against interest, do you take the whole admission or you can cut it up into parts?
Again, Your Honor,
If my admission against interest is 1 sentence or 1 paragraph or 3 sentences, can you take 1 sentence and say yun lang yung admission and the 2 other sentences are not? Can you divide
I think
it
it
up?
should be the whole, sir.
The whole sentence. So the whole sentence niya, nung sinabi niyang kung papatayin ako, is pinagbibintangan niya yung tatlo na papatayin siya. So if you say it's an admission against interest and you believe it, you also have to believe na papatayin siya nung tatlo. The same thing, if you're going to say na namudmud siya sa DepEd, ang sinabi niya galing sa First Lady yung pera. So you're also going to have to believe that. So if you're going to believe her, na yung ibang sinabi is seditious, ngayon sinabi nga niya, hindi solusyon ng people power. So as the evaluator, bakit hindi consistent yung evaluation niyo nung video?
No, I think yung in so far as people power is concerned, I think sinabi niya yata na, yes ma'am, natutuwa ako dun sa ginagawa niyo.
Hindi.
Pwede ko pong ulitin.
Let the record speak for itself. It's on
Yes,
page 26. Same paragraph nung sinabi niyang papatayin, no? But having said that, last question, no? bakit sa cybercrime ni-refer? Ba't hindi sa anti-terrorism or sinabi mo meron intel group? Bakit sa cybercrime?
Your Honor, my cyber aspect po kasi yung violation.
Okay. What are the aspects of the alleged threat? One is the cybercrime grave threat. The other one is a possible assassination threat, right?
No, Your Honor. Yung sinasabi kong my cyber aspect, the utterances was made through
cyber. And the utterance, in accordance with you, constitute grave threat.
Yes, sir.
But if she meant it, and if it is true, and if it is accurate, it's also an assassination plot, isn't it? Kung totoo yung utterance niya, napapapatay kita, may kausap na ako, hindi ba assassination plot yun?
Maybe, sir, yes.
No, hindi maybe. NBI kayo nag-aano eh. May nagsabi sa presidente, papatayin kita. How much plain can that be as an assassination plot?
That's why, sir, may validation process.
That's why may validation. Kaya yung tanong ko, ano ba mas mabigat, yung assassination plot o yung cyber aspect?
No, Your Honor.
No, diretso yung tanong. Hindi no. Anong mas mabigat? It's a direct question. If you were NBI director now or whatever, you were PNP chief, dalawang iniimbestigahan mo, yung cyber aspect na pwedeng cyber libel, pwedeng grave threat, at yung assassination plot, ano mas mabigat sa dalawa? Ano yung prioritize mo?
Your Honor, yung cyber aspect, based on the law, mag-a-add siya ng 1 degree higher doon sa...
So, magdidebate tayo kung anong higher, papabayaan mong mapatay ang presidente.
Kindly wind up, Senator
Yes,
Judge.
I'm winding up. The point I want to make, Mr. President, is whether I was the PSC, the Executive Secretary, NBI, or an ordinary citizen, my first concern is wag mapatay ang presidente.
Yes, sir.
But instead of the NBI director taking it upon himself, giving it to the anti-terrorist or to the intelligence, sa cybercrime binigay.
Your Honor, again, uulitin ko, yung utterances was made through information and communication technology. Kaya may
I hope if
jurisdiction
any
on
one of my
cybercrime
colleagues here
division.
become president, magbago yung attitude ng NBI. Mas importante pala cyber kaso sa buhay ng presidente.
Not necessarily,
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
President.
Noted. Was recross, if any.
Just a few points, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
So,
Yung October 18 may kinalaman kasi ang unang sinabi niya doon, walang kinukonsidera kong number 1 hanggang number 2 lang yung Pilipinas na to. Then pangalawa, I imagine myself cutting his head. Then kinumpara namin siya noong November 23.
Already satisfied with the answer.
Consistent po yung...
What was that, Council for respondent?
We are already satisfied. No need to
I
elaborate.
think already answered, yes.
All right. Last two questions. So you said that the February 14, 2025 DOJ certification found your findings or your investigation or the case that you filed sufficient.
Based on the certification, the DOJ stated that you have complied all the elements of the crime charge, sir.
All right. So this DOJ evaluation, does this amount to a final verdict of guilt or innocence by VP Sara?
Your Honor, ang maliwanag ho doon, for purposes of preliminary investigation. Wala ho akong sinabing na final verdict, Your Honor.
All right. So you also mentioned the concept of open source investigation.
Yes, sir.
Does this include internet browsing?
Yes, sir.
So you Google search, kasama ba yun?
Yes, sir.
So you Google search mga news articles, websites, videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Including mga YouTube videos.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll show you a short video and I'll ask one final question.
Kindly show the video, Tech.
Worry ko lang is yung mga anak ko dahil hindi talaga yan sila sanay na wala ako. Nasanay kasi sila, lumaki kasi sila na katabi ko yan sila sa tulog. Yan yung worry ko, yung aking mga anak. Dahil nawalan sila ng nanay. Yan yung hindi ko kasi magawa remotely, yung pagiging nanay. Pero yung trabaho dito at trabaho dyan sa Pilipinas, kung saan man ako, ay magawa ko siya remotely.
So in the course of your open source investigation, did you encounter this video?
Hindi ko po na-encounter yan, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honors.
Before we let go of the witness, the presiding officer just has a few points. Number one, to clarify, Attorney Lotok,
Yes,
sa
po,
pagtatanong po ni Senate President Wen Gatchalian kanina, sabi niyo po, maliban sa mga salitang binanggit o sinambit ng ikalawang Pangulo na may nakausap na siya nagagawa ng kanyang kautosang patayin, di umano, ang tatlong opisyal ng bansa, wala po kayong hawak na ibang ebidensyang may kinausap na nga siya.
Insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, sir, opo.
Pangalawa po, sabi niyo po, sa ilang katanungan pinukul sa inyo, na hindi nyo alam kung totoo o hindi ang ilang mga sinabi ng ikalawang Pangulo. Sa video na napanood po ninyo ng isang beses, yun mahigit 2 oras, sa kabuuan po, totoo po yun. Ang kaya nyo lang pong sabihin na sinabi niya yon, pero kung totoo man yun o hindi, wala po kayo sa lugar sabihin na totoo nga ba lahat ng mga sinabi niya.
Well, una, since Vice Presidente siya at base doon sa circumstansya na galit siya at nagbabato siya ng mga pagmumura, we believe na totoo yung mga sinasabi niya, Your Honor.
And as an advisement perhaps to the senator judges and the public as well, an admission against interest, as mentioned in the rules, is nothing really special. An admission against interest under the rules is simply an exception to the hearsay rule, where a person who is about to die or is unavailable to testify, his statements against his or her interest may be admitted, testified to by another person, not the weight we seem to be giving admission against interest na parang umami na dahil labag sa interest niya yun. The rules are specific and the purpose also is specific. It is an exception to the hearsay rule. If there are no other points or questions to be raised by any of the senator judges, Attorney, talagang photo finish. Senator Judge Padilla is recognized for his intervention.
Pwede po bang magtanong?
You have 2 minutes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
Apo. Kanina po nabanggit kanina ng isang senador na meron pong 2 kaso sa panahon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte na inimbestigahan niyo po, isang 150 million, tsaka ano po yung isa?
Ang naalala ko, Your Honor, yung kay MAS yata, yung sa... Hindi ho ako may hawak noon, Your Honor, hindi ho ang Cybercrime Division. I think ibang unit ang nanghuli, although ang Cybercrime Division yata yung nag-file. Pero hindi ho ako may hawak.
Hindi po panahon niyo. Pero ano po nangyari doon? Na-dismiss po ba yun?
Ang alam ko na-dismiss yata, sir.
Nagsagawa din po ba sila ng masusing investigasyon?
Hindi ko po masasagot. Hindi ho ako nag-imbestiga, Your Honor.
Wala po kayong nabalitaan kung gumawa din sila ng masusing investigasyon?
Again, Your Honor, kung ibang unit ho ang nagsagawa noon, wala po akong personal knowledge.
Opo. Kasi po doon malinaw na mayroong involved na pera. Kasi alam niyo, matagal din po ako nakulong. 3 taon din po ako sa kulungan. Marami po ako nakasama dyan na mga hired killers. Katunayan, pati po hindi hired killers, nakasama ko din po dyan. Sila Tihanki. Katunayan, excuse po sa aking seatmate. Madami po talaga. Pag usapin po kasi ng pera, talagang may threat. Pero sa tingin po ba nyo, yung mga nangyari nung November 23, birthday ko pa po yun.
Opo.
Sa tingin nyo po ba, walang involved na kahit anong pera dito, walang kahit anong threat pa rin po ba yun sa palagay ninyo? Kasi ang hired killer, pera-pera po yan.
Based on our findings, grave threats, Your Honor, and inciting to sedition.
Meron po ba, inciting, okay. Maganda pong pag-usapan yan. Doon po ba, pagkatapos po ba noong November 23 na mga sinabi ng ating Vice Presidente, meron po bang ginawa ang ating mga taong bayan para maging inciting for sedition? Nagbunga po ba ito?
Your Honor, ulitin ko po yung sagot ko. In the case of People versus Nabong, hindi ho necessary...
Pakisagot na lang po kung yes or no, kung meron po bang naganap na pagkilos ang mga tao.
Insofar as yung Seditious Act, wala kaming nakita, sir.
Wala po, opo. Meron pa pong isang tanong. Doon po ba sa mga naganap na maraming protesta, merong trillion march, merong kung ano-anong march, nakita niyo po ba doon ang Vice Presidente? Yes or no lang po?
Saan pong protesta, Your
Sa
Honor?
lahat po ng protesta na ganap, Dilawan, Tinklawan, Duterte, ano man po.
But wala akong personal knowledge, sir.
Yes or no lang po, nakita niyo po ba doon? Si Vice Presidente, nagsalita po ba siya? Nagbigay po ba siya ng panahon dyan sa mga yan?
Insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita, sir.
Wala pong nakita. O lang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Attorney Lotok, you are excused and the court thanks you for your time and cooperation with this impeachment court.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
May I ask, good that the Honorable Defensor is standing up. Tomorrow, the subpoena for Attorney Lopez is only for today and tomorrow. The subpoena thus far, yesterday rather, and today. The subpoena for Captain Bello is for, no subpoena, but she is scheduled to testify tomorrow. So what is your pleasure, Honorable Defensor?
Your Honors, before we proceed any further, the prosecution respectfully requests for a 5-minute recess. Just 5 minutes, Your Honor.
You can do your thing, Honorable Defensor, while I recognize Senator Judge, with the permission of Senator Judge Cayetano, of course.
Maybe they can...
Can they do their thing?
Yes, I was going to suggest that. I have a question about tomorrow. Maybe the defense can do their huddle while I ask this
exactly
question.
the point. Exactly the
The
point.
question naman is...
Senator Cayetano, Alan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. This is addressed actually to the presiding officer, Senate President, and our colleagues. So, are we going to have the oral arguments tomorrow about
Yes.
the... So, I think we all received the...
Copies have been
copies
distributed. The
last night.
memoranda of the parties have been
Yeah.
distributed.
More or
to the
less,
Senator
it's
Judges.
33 and 32 pages, so that's 60 pages.
I'm beginning to study it today because I had to study about other matters tomorrow. So the second question is, while we will have the oral arguments tomorrow, will we decide as a body tomorrow, or we have a little bit more time to digest what was discussed tomorrow and then decide on
We will
Monday?
decide as a body tomorrow, because my understanding is the parties will be needing time to analyze whatever data will be produced should the subpoenas be granted.
But that is for article, the subpoenas, for,
That is correct, Your Honor. That is for Article 2.
2, which we will start hearing in August, right?
As of now, it is the last one, but as we had talked
Yeah.
about earlier, the prosecutors can decide to bump it up depending
Yes.
on their strategy
So-
to present evidence.
No, so I'm not moving that we postpone but I do want to make an intelligent decision, and there are many issues from the test nga of if it's definite, is it a fishing expedition, 20 years, or so there's so many issues. Would it be possible that we also have our own huddle tomorrow before we decide, just in case we're not? I mean, if everyone's ready to decide tomorrow, who am I to stop the decision? But I just don't want to make a mistake in deciding at medyo makapal tong assuming we read it once tonight, maybe once tomorrow.
The presiding officer yields to the Senate President with respect to the calling of a caucus tomorrow and what time. Para siya magpakain, hindi ako.
Yeah. Well, let me leave it to the presiding officer and Senate President. My proposal is after the oral arguments and after all the senator judges have asked their questions, just so that we have one more night or one weekend to go through it and to... If we're not going to vote on it and we have a consensus, then no problem. And there's a precedent because we did this during the time of the late Senate President Enrile when it came to issues that were of utmost importance that could decide the impeachment trial results one way or the other. But that do have implications in terms of precedents, especially ito pinag-uusapan natin AMLA at saka BIR.
The Senate President is recognized to respond.
I share the same feeling with Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. I started reading both memos, and indeed it's quite lengthy and complicated, and we need to also consult our legal teams. So may I propose, Mr. Presiding Officer, to have a caucus tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that we can thoroughly discuss this.
After.
Mr. Senate President, I mean, I really thank you that twice already during impeachment, without talking, we have the same wavelength. May I propose that if we have a caucus after, just so that we can, for all we know, maganda yung discussion and we're enlightened by the prosecution. And,
So during the break.
And to be honest, I'll probably still be reading this at 10 a.m. No?
If that is the pleasure of the body, we can have a caucus maybe after.
No, during the break. when we
After
call a
the
break.
after the oral arguments, we'll pause for a break and have a caucus.
We can call a longer break, Senator Judge.
Thank you,
All right.
Senate President and
Thank you.
Senator.
Is the Honorable Defensor ready after his 5-minute huddle?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I request the court to recognize the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, Your Honor.
Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the prosecutors, is recognized. What do you have for us, ma'am?
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Attorney Lorna Kapunan, counsel for the prosecutors, under the control and supervision of the House Panel of Prosecutors. If I may, Your Honors.
Please proceed.
I can see Senator Panfilo Lacson coming in at narinig ko po yung kanyang interview nung sinabi po niya na baka magkaapo na tayo dito at magkaroon na ng national bird, hindi pa tapos ang impeachment trial na to. We have seen, this is,
Ma'am, you said national bird?
hindi po ba, Senator Lacson? Well, somebody who interviewed you said that you said that.
It must be another senator judge or another person.
Talking about birds, okay.
Please proceed, ma'am.
I never talked about birds.
Then definitely my information was hearsay. In any event, in the last 4 trial days, we have had several hours of legal calisthenics, direct examination, cross-examination, and today we also had redirect and recross. A total of approximately 8 hours a day, and 2 witnesses. Today we are supposed to hear a subpoenaed witness, Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And after her, another witness, subpoenaed or called to appear here, Captain Belinda Bello. After hearing the 2 competent and credible witnesses, not expert witness, but through their credentials showed that they were competent to testify on the matters that they were asked to authenticate. After evaluating through these 2 witnesses, 19 documentary evidence from Agent Kalilong and 45 documentary evidence from our recent witness, Attorney Lotok. And after the very clarificatory and probing questions of our senator judges, after evaluation, and not only during this 5-minute huddle, pero hurdle na rin po yun. It is the wisdom of the public prosecutors as expressed through this representation that we find it totally unnecessary, redundant, and a surplusage to still present Attorney Zulaika Lopez and as well Captain Belinda Bello. Let me just state for the record the reasons why. Had we been able to present Attorney Zulaika Lopez, she would have proven 3 things, or we would want to have proven 3 things. First, that she was personally present inside that detention center when the Vice President uttered the video, Exhibit P-4-10, when she uttered the statements that she had contracted, that she had already contracted a killer, and you have heard this already before, and so on, to kill the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House. That would have been the first offer of testimony, that she was personally present inside that detention center when the Vice President uttered those statements. Admitted already, admitted by no less than Attorney Vinluan here, who in his closing remarks or opening remarks mentioned more than 10 times that that press conference occurred. Attorney Zulueta and the Vice President was there. And that in that press conference or a live broadcast, the Vice President did utter the statements we have heard time and again. Exhibit P-4-10. Although Attorney Vinluan says yes, 10 times, I counted just now. I counted that the admission there as to the utterance was made 10 times. Although Attorney Vinluan did say that it is a matter of interpretation. He says that the Vice President did not act as Vice President when she made those utterances. He attempted to give a humane picture to the Vice President that she had reacted as mother, sister, brother? No. And that she was not reacting in her capacity as Vice President. But in that statement that Attorney Vinluan mentioned, there was admission as to the utterances being made more than 10 times. He said, our interpretation is wrong, but again, that is left to the discretion of this court. So that was the first offer. The fact that there were utterances made in a press conference and that Attorney Zulueta was president. No need to present Attorney Lopez for this purpose. Secondly, our second purpose was that Attorney Zulueta Lopez was not only present, but so were other media personnel present there who heard the utterances of the Vice President. And lastly, we would have offered Attorney Zulueta Lopez to Zulaika Lopez to confirm the authenticity and the provenance of that video. Exhibit P-4-10. Totally unnecessary because why? Because the defense themselves used the very same video, said exhibit, in their defense when they showed Attorney Zulueta crying and allegedly complaining about the violation of our human rights. So by their own admission, there is no question about this video. And so it is our contention, and we hereby manifest, that with these admissions on file, and thank you to the senator judges for the clarificatory questions propounded. And I'd specifically like to say thank you to Senator Tito Sen, Vicente Soto, for, in his brief statement, by virtue of clarificatory, brought us back to what this trial is all about. We are not a criminal court, and much time has been spent. Is there grave threats? Is there inciting to sedition? All of this is relevant. But in the context of, is it by doing these grave threats and by inciting to sedition, does it make the Vice President a violator of the Constitution? Does it make her a violator of her solemn oath of office? Is this a high crime? Is this betrayal of public trust? That is what this impeachment is all about. It is not what Attorney Vinluan says. If it is grave threats, by all means, we admit. Prison correctional, 6 months to 6 years. And that's a fine of 2,000 pesos. If it is sedition, the same. MTC should be trying these crimes. or the RTC. But that's not what this is all about.
Attorney Kapunan,
Okay.
with your indulgence, kindly
Last sentence.
take up the matter of the presentation of witnesses.
Correct.
Because that is the subject at hand.
So going back to why we are making this manifestation, we have said, and I have said on behalf of the public prosecutors, Your Honors, that we will no longer be presenting Attorney Sulweca and Sulaika Lopez. And, Your Honors, in addition, because the testimony of Captain Belinda Bello is merely corroborative, she would have been presented only to corroborate the fact that there was a transfer order made in the detention center and that that transfer order had been the subject of the video or press conference of November 23, 2024. And so, Your Honors, we are also no longer going to call as a witness Captain Belinda Bello. With that, Your Honor, I think the reminder of Senator Lacson that the accused, that the respondent is entitled to a speedy trial. Prosecution, the prosecutors would want this to be a reminder to all. We are doing our part. We have reduced trial dates by lessening our presentation on this article by 2 witnesses, Your Honor. And therefore, we would also request that the same be also a reminder to the defense counsels or the counsels for the defense. Your Honor, please, in my 48 years of practice as a private lawyer, and I'm grateful for this chance, I have learned 2 things in litigation. The first thing I have learned is, first, learn when to present and not to present a witness, and second, learn when to stop. And I think that should be our takeaway from this manifestation. We have decided from the evidence presented and from everything in consideration that we will not present these 2 witnesses. And on that note, I will also say we know when to stop. And this is where I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, thank you, Counsel, for the...
Comment.
Mr. Presiding
Just a
Officer.
Madaling
comment,
malito
Your
kasi sa sinabi ni Ma'am Lorna.
Just a quick reply, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Yes, Senate President Gatchalian is recognized.
First of all, let me thank the prosecution for foregoing the 2 other witnesses that is supposed to be presented this week. I was actually talking to our presiding officer earlier on, and I was just computing the number of witnesses. Based on our pre-trial order, the prosecution will present 57 witnesses. The respondent will present 45 witnesses. That's a total of 102 witnesses. At the rate we are going, of 2 days per witness, we will finish in 17 months. That's a year and a half, or a year and 5 months to be exact. So any chance of shortening the proceedings will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Presiding officer also thanks the Counsel for Private Prosecutors. So therefore, tomorrow, what is calendared for our agenda is the disposition of the 2 requests for subpoena by the counsel, by the panel of prosecutors, namely motion for the issuance of a subpoena for bank records and AMLC records, and a motion for the issuance of subpoena ducis tecum, as well for the BIR records that we returned via a sealed box. Given that there are no other witnesses to be presented tomorrow, because Director Matibag was scheduled based on an earlier decision of the court on Monday, July 20. I hope we will have sufficient time to discuss these two subpoenas tomorrow in our trial. To remind, both parties shall be given 10 minutes to discuss the two motions, given that, and this will be discussed jointly already, given that you filed your respective memoranda jointly as well, discussing the two issues. You will be given 3 minutes by way of rebuttal and 3 minutes by way of sur-rebuttal, should it be necessary. Thereafter, the senator judges will proceed to discuss the matter in caucus and thereafter in plenary. Yes, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano.
May I just ask, through the presiding officer, is 10 minutes enough?
Your Honor, we will be
Because-
raising our request to make it at least 15 minutes
Yes,
per party.
because, sorry, I'll just use myself as an example. No? I want to draw the line between a fishing expedition and this is definite, di ba? And of course, if you can answer it in your presentation, better, I don't have to ask questions anymore. And I can tell you very honestly, I'm really interested in this issue. So may I ask my dear colleagues, can we, since we don't have any other witness tomorrow, I think it will go faster if we give them more time and ourselves less time. Maybe 15 or 20 minutes each, and then
15?
Maybe, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, you said 3 minutes rebut. I mean, can we give them more time to rebut each other? I'd rather they be rebutting each other than rebutting us. But I think this will really be an issue that will educate all of us, and it'll really be good for the impeachment court and the Filipino people. So, may I ask
The Honorable Defensor, 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor, 15 minutes per argument and 10 minutes per party on rebuttal, Your Honor.
So 15 and 10?
Yes, Your Honor, if
How
the
about
defense will
counsel for
agree.
respondent?
We will just submit, Your Honor, to the discretion of this honorable court.
15 minutes for the oral arguments in chief, and then 10 minutes by way of rebuttal and sur-rebuttal. And a reminder to the senator judges. Each senator judge can speak for a maximum only of 10 minutes and for a total of 1 hour for each side. Meaning to say, the side to grant the motion and the side not to grant the motion. So kindly discuss also among yourselves to make use of the time with respect to taking up and tackling your position if you are for or against the motion, so that the period of time will be maximized. Senator Judge Soto is recognized. Yes, sir.
Did I hear you right, Mr. Presiding Officer, that you're going to allow us each 10 minutes?
But in no
That's,
case to
I'm
exceed
sure
a maximum of 1 hour, Senator Judge Soto.
for everybody, but I'm sure not everybody will avail of 10 minutes. But if we do, that's 240 minutes.
Again, to reiterate, Senator Judge Soto, a total of 1 hour for each side. But a maximum of 10 minutes per Senator Judge each time they stand to speak. So it will be a maximum of 2 hours for this interlocutory issue of the motion for subpoena. Yes, Senator Judge Allen.
with the permission of former Senate President Soto, let me clarify. 2 minutes to ask clarificatory question. You're referring to the 10 minutes, 1 hour, when there's a motion already.
Yes.
So that assumes, dear Senator Judges, that we don't have a consensus after the caucus, and then we're going to debate it. Yeah, yes, that's why it won't last that long. I mean, assuming we all have questions na 2 minutes, so it's 48 minutes,
If
give
I
or
may
take.
correct, Senator
Then
Judge.
the 10 minutes and 1 hour is if we have a debate whether or not to grant.
If I may
it,
correct,
diba?
Senator Judge Allen, the 2 minutes, if at all, applies to evidentiary issues and questions that we can throw to either party or the witness. But in this case, after an elongated oral presentation by both sides, both in chief and on rebuttal, we should just listen and then go into caucus and decide if we can agree. If not,
Yes.
then we go out and debate for a maximum of 2 hours, 1 hour on
Agree.
each side.
each side, but those are different subpoenas, different for the BIR and the
As I said,
AMLA.
Senator
So,
Judge Alan.
to your point, former Senate President Soto, that's times 2 pa.
No. Senator Judge Alan, as I said earlier, since the memoranda was submitted by the parties jointly on these twin motions, we will be deciding on it jointly as well.
But would it be possible that we all agree, let's say, on the AMLA but not agree on the BIR, or vice versa, or we both agree on both? Because there are different laws governing AMLA and BIR. Anyway, that's why we'll have a caucus.
Yes, so may I suggest, Mr. Presiding Officer, and of course, my esteemed colleague, may I suggest that we decide on how long each senator would be given after we caucus?
Yes.
Instead of setting it now, let's set the prosecution and the defense and and then we'll go into caucus, and then we decide in caucus how long will we be giving each member if we so decide to still debate here instead of getting into a consensus in the caucus.
Senator Judge Soto, I completely agree. However, the presiding officer was merely citing what's written in our rules right now. We can, of course, change it by agreeing amongst ourselves to lower it or increase it. Hopefully not in the direction of increasing it.
Hopefully after the caucus, we will have a win-cheese solution.
Thank you, Senator Judge Alan. Any other points? Senator Judge Pangilinan is recognized.
Very quickly, Mr. President, this is pertains to an earlier manifestation. I beg the indulgence of our colleagues because it took me some time to retrieve the file. This is reference to my earlier interpellation with the witness on the matter of the case of People versus Mas. Earlier, it was manifested that this was an inciting to sedition case, which was dismissed by the Regional Trial Court. Just for the record, it was dismissed by the Regional Trial Court, not on the merits. It was dismissed by the Olongapo Court because on June 24, by Judge Richard Paradesa of the Olongapo Regional Trial Court, because it was an unlawful arrest. In other words, Mr. Mas was arrested unlawfully, and therefore the Regional Trial Court had no jurisdiction, and so the motion to quash was was granted rather, and the case was dismissed. In other words, it was not dismissed on the merits. For the record, Mr. President.
Yes, Honorable Defensor, just to remind you that tomorrow, kindly give us a list of your witnesses for the following week for the information of the court as well as for the other party.
We will, if necessary, Your Honors.
And will you be needing a subpoena for Director Matibag for Monday?
We won't need a subpoena anymore for Director Matibag for Monday's testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, then no need to issue a subpoena. Any other points the council for respondent would like to raise?
No, Your Honor, just to, before we end, can we
Yes,
request
Honorable
the
Defensor.
clerk of court to reseal the evidence, especially...
Yes, after we adjourn, may I request the council, assisting councils for the parties to kindly meet and reseal the USBs that were opened by the witness earlier amongst yourselves.
Your Honors, we have no other matters for consideration this evening, Your Honor.
There being no other business to be taken up by the court, trial is hereby adjourned until 2 p.m. of Wednesday, July 15, 2026. Thank you very much to everyone.
Nakabaw doon sa kanya yung arrival dapat. Hindi, nakalay na ulit. Iwan niya, yung walang pantay. So yeah, size my anyway, tapos bintana pa yung ano mo. Hi, boss. So, inimarlan yung ID.
Game na? Game na? Sige po. Good evening. Game na? Good evening. For July 14, 2026, the Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian opened the session at exactly 2 p.m. on July 14, 2026 with 21 senators present constituting a quorum. The prosecution proceeded with its evidence in chief for Article 4 presenting the second witness, NBI investigator Attorney Jeremy Lotok, for continuation of his cross-examination by Respondent's Counsel Attorney Mark Vinluan. Redirect examination was conducted by Counsel for Prosecutor Attorney Amando Ligutan, while the recross-examination was conducted by Attorney Mark Vinluan as well. The witness was excused at around 7:10 p.m. Senator judges actively asked clarificatory questions to the witness and counsels. For media reference, the inquiry centered on 5 primary evidentiary themes. Theme number 1, sufficiency of the legal elements of inciting to sedition and grave threats. Several senator judges examined whether the evidence presented by the NBI sufficiently established the legal elements of the offenses attributed to the respondent. Senator Judge Joel Villanueva questioned whether the offense of inciting to sedition requires proof that another person was actually incited before criminal liability may arise. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo asked why the NBI considered the respondent's statements to constitute inciting to sedition rather than mere propaganda for protected political speech. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano explored the legal appreciation of fear in the offense of grave threats, asking whether fear must be experienced by the intended victim or whether public perception is sufficient, and at what point a warning legally transforms into a criminal threat. Theme number 2, reliability, credibility, and evidentiary weight of the NBI's evidence. Several senator judges focused on the credibility of the witness and the reliability of the evidence relied upon by the NBI. Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros asked the witness to explain the evidentiary significance and weight accorded by the NBI to admissions against interest in establishing criminal liability and in determining whether sufficient evidence exists to support the filing of charges. Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan confirmed that the videos presented before the court were authentic, complete, and neither altered, spliced, nor generated through artificial intelligence. Senator Judge Robin Padilla established the witness's qualifications and credibility by asking about his professional background, credentials, prior cases filed against him, his appreciation of the respondent's political stance against the president, and whether he possessed personal knowledge of the alleged threats against the president. Theme number 3, scope, fairness, and thoroughness of the NBI investigation. Several senator judges scrutinized whether the investigation was conducted comprehensively, consistently, and without selective treatment. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian asked whether investigators identified any persons who actually believed the respondents' statements and whether media personalities interviewed by the NBI themselves believed the alleged threats. He further examined the factual basis of the NBI's investigations by asking whether the Bureau had actually found that an assassin had been contracted and whether there was any finding that the respondent possessed the capability by virtue of her office to engage or contract such an assassin. Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros sought clarification on whether the NBI's factual findings had changed or evolved between the filing of its original affidavit and its subsequent affidavit, testing the consistency and integrity of the Bureau's investigative conclusions. Senator Judge Joel Villanueva asked about the NBI's letter requesting information from the respondent concerning threats to her life, whether an investigation continued despite her failure to appear, and whether threats against the respondent were investigated with the same diligence as threats against the president. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo inquired whether the NBI seriously evaluated the disclosures made by Princess Maui and sought clarification regarding the Bureau's classification system for intelligence information. Theme number 4, context, intent, and surrounding circumstances. Several senator judges examined surrounding factual circumstances relevant to the respondent's alleged intent and the proper interpretation of the statements at issue. Senator Judge Panfilo Lacson clarified that Operation Romanov appeared to concern an alleged threat against the president rather than the vice president, and questioned why open source intelligence had not been incorporated into the NBI's affidavit. Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan asked whether Princess Maui would likewise have been investigated had she appeared before the NBI, and whether ordinary citizens making similar social media statements had been treated in the same manner. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo asked whether Mayor Baste Duterte's reference to Russia's Romanovs was directed at the first family. Senator Judge Alan Cayetano emphasized that the court should not infer from the evidence that Mayor Baste Duterte had actually threatened the first family. Lastly, theme number 5, relationship between the criminal case and the impeachment proceedings. Several senator judges examined the relationship between the pending criminal proceedings and the constitutional impeachment process. This was done by Senator Judge Tito Soto when he asked whether the criminal cases filed before the regular courts involved the same allegations now before the impeachment court, or whether they were distinct from the constitutional charge of betrayal of public trust. As to the manifestations and motions, upon query of the presiding officer on the duration of the subpoena ad testificandum for Attorney Lopez, which was only until today, the House Prosecution Panel, through the Counsel for Prosecutor Attorney Lorna Capunan, manifested that they will not anymore present Attorney Lopez and Captain Belinda Bello to abbreviate the proceedings. The presiding officer noted the manifestation. The Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian joined the motion of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano to conduct a caucus after the oral arguments tomorrow, July 15, 2026. Upon motion of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano and House Prosecutor Defensor that the time be increased to 15 minutes for oral arguments each side and 10-minute rebuttal, while the senator judges are given 10 minutes each for a maximum of 1 hour for each side, based on Rule 19 of the Senate impeachment rules. The presiding officer reminded the House Prosecution Panel on their duty to disclose by tomorrow their witnesses for next week. Following rulings by the presiding officer on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session tomorrow, Wednesday, July 15, 2026 at 2 p.m. The agenda is the oral arguments on the issuance of subpoena duces tecum to the BIR, AMLC, and the banks. Any questions?
Would you know kung last witness ng prosecution si Attorney Matibag, si NBI Chief on Monday? Kasi naalala namin 11 days ang hiningi ng prosecution para mag-present ng evidence and witnesses for Article 4.
Yes. Hindi pa. They listed more witnesses. Nandyan din si Sheriff Abbas, as I remember from the pre-trial briefs. And then they listed an unnamed psychiatrist, and also they listed a person that was threatened by the Duterte family. So those persons are still unnamed.
Okay, so mababawasan lang yung 11 days because finorgo na po yung pagpe-present kina Attorney Lopez.
Yes, I don't know as to the other witnesses. Marami pa eh.
And then isa pa po, si Vice President Sara Duterte naglabas ng statement kanina, dinideny yung allegation. Hindi ba inexplain po ninyo na saklaw din ng sub judice rule ng impeachment rules ng court ang respondent, ang Vice President. So ano ang pwedeng gawin dito ng impeachment court as to the statement made by the Vice President?
Again, Rule 18 is very clear on who are the persons required to respect the sub judice rule. So the determination of whether or not there was a violation of that rule will be done by the Senate Impeachment Court themselves. Usually, if it was done by any party to the case or any counsel to the case, usually it's one of the parties that will raise such motion for the implementation of Rule 18. So sila po ang magmomosyon. No? I think the policy of the presiding officer is not to motu proprially determine any violation and to sanction any person. So without such motion, he will not act on it by himself.
And what happens pag may nakitang violation po, Attorney?
Based on the rules, they can be cited in contempt. Based on the rules. Of course, again, that will be a highly contentious issue, which only the senator judges can determine by themselves. They will, of course, hear both sides. There will be, again, several schools of thought. Sasabihin ng iba, hindi, di ba? May executive privilege, etc. Courtesy, may isa pang school of thought na pwede dahil nakalagay sa rules at wala namang special circumstance for her to be excluded from the rules. So, yun yung mga in-anticipate na mga contentious issues when the time comes. But it's only the Senate Impeachment Court who will determine it once motion or once the issue is put forth before it.
But in general, Attorney, kapag ka may witness na kinontempt, katulad din kapag ka legislative body ay pwedeng ma-detain?
May due process muna yan, no? So, papatanong muna, bakit mo ginawa ito? Bakit ka lumabag sa rules? O bakit ka lumabag doon sa proseso na kinokompel ka ng korte na sumunod o sa order ng korte? At pag nakapagbigay ka ng maayos at reasonable na dahilan, wala namang ipapataw sa iyo. Pero kung hindi ka makapagbigay ng dahilan o ayaw mong magbigay ng dahilan, then doon i-determine ng court, no? There are many ways naman to discipline parties in ordinary courts. Sometimes, most of the time, we are just merely admonished. Ang ibig sabihin ng admonished, pagsasabihan lamang ng impeachment court. Pinakamababa siguro yan, papaalalahanan. And then, pagsasabihan. Tapos dun na magre-resort siguro to the more serious na penalty of contempt. So ang contempt po base sa natin, pwedeng either pagbayarin ng penalty o kaya naman po yun nga pwedeng i-detena hangga't hangga't sumunod ka doon sa utos ng korte. So those are general concepts in law na mababasa naman yan at makikita natin dyan sa rules of court natin pati sa Senate impeachment rules.
Sir, mangyayari lang yan kapag may nag-motion na senator judge?
Tama po, either senator judge po or any party po.
Pwede po sanang presiding
Hindi po. Of course, pwede if the matter is brought forth before him or it was done in front of him, in front of the court. Kunwari, yan yung mga instances na parang sinasabing tumigil ka na magsalita tapos hindi ka tumitigil magsalita. So by obvious reason, the presiding officer would have to rule na you are in direct contempt of court because hindi ka sumusunod sa akin. So yun, as a matter of example lang.
Attorney, yung sa tig 15 minutes po sa oral arguments, is that per request or 15 minutes total both request for subpoena ng bank tsaka tax records?
Kanina hindi pa malinaw, no, kasi nga ang ruling ng presiding officer jointly na siya. So kasama na pareho 'yon na pag-uusapan kasi may mga joint issues sila doon. Pero nagre-raise nga ng si Senator Judge Alan Cayetano na ito ay different laws ang involved. So, I think pag-uusapan pa nila finally after the caucus kung ilang oras. But the determination of the presiding officer earlier is to give them 15 minutes and then 10 minutes per senator judge. Basta ang overall niyan is 1 hour. Kasi yun yung nakalagay sa rules. But of course, sabi niya kanina, he's open to discussing it after the caucus, after they hear the parties already, the oral arguments.
Sir, clear na po ba na bukas din magkakaroon ng decision o after pa ng caucus, pag-uusapan nila sa caucus?
Bukas na talaga magkakaroon ng desisyon after the caucus. So of course, the caucus will have to consider kung ano yung sinabi sa oral arguments and at the same time, we'll have to consider the points of view of each of the senator judges. So that's why after the caucus, that's the time they will determine amongst themselves if they will go with the presiding officer's time limitation imposition or they will have to extend or shorten it dun for the senator judges themselves.
Sir, attorney, pengi lang po ng picture kung paano yung magiging takbo ng oral arguments.
Kala ko picture ko.
Pwede rin. Paano po yung magiging takbo ng oral arguments bukas?
Okay, so both parties will present their main position, no? The prosecution because sila po yung nagre-request ng subpoena at yung depensa naman po dahil sila yung kumukontra sa subpoena. Pag nasabi na po nung dalawang primary speakers yung kanilang position, babalik po doon sa prosecution para naman i-rebut yung sinabi naman nung depensa. So yung sa rebuttal ang tawag po, 10 minutes po yung rebuttal, 15 minutes yung main position. And then pagkatapos po ng prosecution ng 10 minutes niya na rebuttal, babalik naman po sa depensa para naman mag-rebut siya doon sa rebuttal nung prosecution. So ganun, parang debate po yung format.
Tapos pwede po sumingit doon anytime yung mga senator judges or after pa nung rebuttals?
After po ng rebuttals, after ng pareho nilang oral arguments, doon po magko-caucus and only after the caucus will the senator judges are allowed to argue or even ask questions regarding the issue.
Thank you po.
Attorney, may explanation po ba ang House bakit gusto na lang ipasubpoena itong bank records tas yung BIR box given na nasa huling articles pa yung Article 2? Nasa pinakahuli siya sa...
Wala naman sinabi yung BIR dun sa request nila for subpoena. As a matter of right, they have the right to ask for that compulsory process. So I think gusto lang nilang maaga masettle yung issue kasi nga nagkaroon ng issue dun sa BIR box. So mas mabuti nang maaga nilang na ibigay sa korte para at least medyo ma-lessen na rin yung burden on the impeachment court regarding these certain issues.
And then sabi po kanina ni Senator Judge Chis Escudero, pwede po daw i-up ng prosecution ng Article 2? Pwede na siyang sumunod dito sa ano? Okay lang
Yes.
po ba yun? Pwede po ba yun?
Yes, because under sa Supreme Court decisions, the prosecution has the right to determine how they will present their case. And also, by parity of reasoning, the defense will also have that same right on how they will present their case dun sa sequencing. Kaya nung una pa lang, pinayagan na sila doon sa unang request nila for the sequence to be jumbled, na hindi siya sequential because of that same Supreme Court decision of Tanenge.
Sir, di ba po Monday nag-submit ng kanilang memorandum ang prosecution and defense tungkol dun sa subpoena for the bank and tax documents. So ibig sabihin kaya may oral argument because nag-oppose ang defense panel. Tama po ba, pwede ba kami makahingi ng gist kung anong laman ng memorandum nila? Particularly po ng defense panel.
Basically, ang arguments po against the issuance of the subpoena, which they have always argued since the time na nag-answer po sila, pati sa pre-trial brief nila, sinabi na po ng depensa na as to the BIR records, covered daw ng confidentiality yon na absolute yung Section 270 of the tax code na if the matter is walang exception ang impeachment doon sa BIR records na yon. Second, ang objection nila is to the term of the ITRs and the tax records that is being asked, nakasama yung mga years na bago pa man naging yung vice presidente, bago siya naging impeachable officer. Tapos data privacy violation at saka dun sa mga 22 business interests, yung separate juridical entity of the corporations na hindi pwedeng ipasabina yon kasi they are not parties to this case dahil sila ay iba yung identity ng korporasyon doon sa mga stockholders. So yun yung some of the arguments that I remember from the memorandum.
Okay, thank you, Attorney. So tomorrow po, walang witness, oral argument lang talaga and decision doon sa pagpapasabina sa bank and tax records?
Tama po, yun lang po.
Attorney, sorry. If may karoon na po ng decision tomorrow regarding nga dun sa pagsasapina ng records, speculative lang, can still any team pa rin ba file sa Supreme Court, kunyari TRO, regarding that decision that will be made tomorrow? Is it still possible or Supreme na yung mangyayaring pagdedesisyon bukas?
Actually, there's two schools of thought. No? May mga strict constitutionalists, yung mga textual constitutionalists, they say that it is only the Senate as impeachment court who has the sole power to try and decide. So any matters regarding the trial is within the powers only of the Senate and cannot be reviewed by the court. There is another school of thought, yung mga liberal constitutionalists would argue that the impeachment proceedings is not outside of the judicial power of the court to determine whether a grave abuse of discretion resulting to lack or excess of jurisdiction na pwedeng tingnan ng korte at i-review. So dalawang nagtutunggali ang school of thought. Hindi pa natin alam kung ano yung mananaig.
Attorney, follow-up ko lang din po regarding dun sa BIR box. Meron na po bang coordination yung impeachment court sa Palace? Kasi nung nakaraan, nabanggit po ni Senator Lacson na yung hindi niya po susuportahan kung walang authorization from the President na buksan itong BIR box, and nagpahayag din po yung palasyo na pag-aaralan nila itong pagbubukas nga ng BIR box na naglalaman ng tax records ni VP. May coordination na po ba kaya?
Wala kaming naririnig regarding that because it is not the impeachment court's duty na makipag-coordinate sa palasyo. It is the movant or the requesting party's obligation to do so if ever yun yung gusto nilang tahakin para pumasok sa exception. So again, I reiterate, the courts are usually passive, and only if there is an actual controversy or actual motion that's raised by parties before it can the court act. It cannot be proactively acting on things na wala namang issue pa for the meantime sa harap niya.
So clarify ko lang, attorney. So dapat PROSEC ang mag-request nito?
Kasi sila po nagre-request nun sa impeachment court na i-issue.
Thank you po.
Clarify na po. Kasi bank and tax records yung pinapasapina. So doon sa tax records, doon po walang exemption ng impeachment?
Tatlo po. One, sa BIR po, the tax records, no? Tax records of the respondent, the husband of the respondent, and also the 22 corporations that are allegedly connected to the respondent. As to the Anti-Money Laundering Council, the reports, the investigation, the STRs, so suspicious transaction reports, and all other work product of the AMLC as regard to the respondent, the husband of the respondent, and the 22 business corporations as well. So, yun yung mga hinihingi nila. Tapos sa mga bangko, they also ask subpoena duces tecum sa mga banks na with stated na mga bank accounts and bank account name. Directly yun na i-issue sa bank. So tatlong subpoena, tatlong chunk of subpoena halos yung makikita natin ipapa-issue.
Ay no po. So yung ang walang exemption po sa impeachment ay yung tax records. Tama po ba? Pero yung mga bank
Section
records...
Section 270, sinasabi po ng depensa na confidential po yun. So, ang sinasabi ng prosecution, hindi naman confidential yun. Kasi nga, parang impeachment should override the privacy considerations of the tax code.
Yes, pero sa tax records po yan. Pero yung sa bank records?
Sa bank records po, dalawang issue rin po doon. One, sa peso deposits. Sa peso deposit po, merong exception sa bank secrecy law on impeachment proceedings. Habang sa foreign currency deposit law, wala pong exception. So, yun yung ina-argue rin ng depensa na hindi rin pwede po. And then lastly, yung argument nila sa data privacy, that it will violate the data privacy law. Nasagot naman po rin ng prosecution yung bawat issue na yon dahil anticipated na naman po ng prosecution din kung ano yung mga issues na i-raise ng depensa. Kaya maganda po yung legal arguments tomorrow. Lahat tayo matututo po. Yeah, nosebleed po ulit tayo. May questions pa? Wala na? Okay, salamat. Thank you.
Di po ba para makakatulong sana perhaps one of the closest aides ni VP Sara, si Attorney Zuleika Lopez, na ma-affirm or ma-attest po niya na yung character or yung naging emotional, yung temperament po ni VP Sara during that madaling araw po ng November 23, 2024, since sila po yung magkatabi dun sa kung saan po siya na-detain.
Well, if she were an unbiased witness, yes. No? But as you can see from her record, she has been with the Vice President, then as Vice Mayor, then as Mayor, and now up to now. answer your question. You think she's going to say, my boss is mentally unstable or emotionally damaged? I think that would not be fair to ask her that question, because obviously we know the answer.
Okay. Last question na lang po. So kahit po marami pong naging tanong yung Senator Judges kanina, lalong-lalo na po kay Attorney Jeremy Lotoc with regards to his halimbawa po yung tanong po ni Senator Robin dun sa mga cases po na kinahaharap po niya, and then yun pong tanong po ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano sa kanya. Hindi naman po na-diminish yung credibility ni Attorney Lotoc at confident po kayo na sina Kalilong at saka si Lotoc sapat na po para hindi na nga i-present sina Zuleika and Belinda Bello po.
In fact, we welcome, and we're very grateful that the senator judges and all of those names that you mentioned asked the questions, because it gave the witnesses, our two witnesses, the opportunity to explain more. And it became clearer. So nagpapasalamat kami na nagtanong ang mga senator judges, because when the senator judges ask questions, hindi makaka-object ang prosecution or defense. So they have wide latitude, and including the presiding judge, has wide latitude in asking questions, which is not what happens kung prosecution or defense ang magtanong, kasi may objections, objection sustained or objection overruled. So nagpapahaba yun. So we really are grateful for the questions being asked by or propounded by the senator judges. And because of that, that led us to our decision. If you can see, nag-huddle kami, Nag-huddle kami, and it took very short, although pinag-aaralan na namin to, daily. We had a very short huddle, and it was a collective decision of the public prosecutors in charge of this article and the private prosecutors to say it is not necessary. So it was a collective, collegial decision. And it was easy for us. And we thank the defense and the senator judges for paving the way for us to make a clear decision on dispensing with these two witnesses. So siguro hindi na tayo aabot ng Valentine's, hanggang Christmas na lang tayo dito.
Thank you po.
Mag-press lang po ako dun sa issue po ng ma'am. Yes po. Will it be disadvantageous po for the prosecution team kung ipepresent pa po si Attorney Kapunan, since na-establish na po yung si Attorney Lopez?
Huwag niyo naman i-present si Attorney Kapunan.
Sorry, si Attorney Lopez po sa witness stand.
No, as a matter of fact, this is not a preempt, but in our pre-trial order, nakalista.
But for the
in our pre-trial order, she is listed in some other article.
So, sa article lang po na grave threats and inciting to sedition po siya tinanggal. Pero it remains po sa iba pa pong article. So, pwede pa po siyang maipatawag sa iba pa pong article. Tama po ba?
Well, in the pre-trial order, kasi nasa pre-trial brief namin yun, ng prosecution, at minention rin yan sa pre-trial order. So, it will be a matter of discussion with the public prosecutors when and if Attorney Lopez will be presented for some other article. Kasi she is really listed as a witness.
Since drain up nyo na po sa list of witnesses po si Attorney Lopez and si retired Captain Bello po, dito po sa article na ito, standing pa rin naman po yung pong request nyo po na maipatawag si VP Duterte sa article po na ito? Kasi po, di ba, nag-manifest po kayo last week?
Yes. As regards this article, it will be a matter of study. But there are three more articles. And we don't want to discuss the merits. Baka masubjudice ako dito. But that is a matter of strategy.
But for this particular article po, ito pong grave threats and inciting to sedition, you're not considering na po si VP Duterte na ipatawag yung formal manifestation nyo or motion sa Senate Impeachment Court?
We will defer to the decision of the public prosecutors kasi we're just private prosecutors. And But if I were asked, it is not necessary for this article.
I see. Thank you po.
But that is my opinion. It depends on the public prosecutors.
Okay, Ms. Milky.
Good evening.
Magandang gabi po. Milky Rigonan of DSRH. Attorney Kapunan, kailan po nabuo yung decision ng prosecution not to call on the witness stand si Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Or is this really the strategy of the prosecution?
No, we as a matter of strategy, well, it is, I don't think it is, every day we evaluate, every day. Since this is a continuing trial, we evaluate what happened during the day and what will happen the next day. So this was a continuing evaluation. But it really depended on what would have transpired today. And it was after today, the nature of the cross-examination, the depth of the questions of the senator judges, and the clarity of the redirect examination that cemented our evaluation that it was no longer necessary. And that's why we needed the huddle, although sinabi ko hurdle. We needed the huddle. So that was it's not like we decided in 5 minutes, no. It was just a confirmation. We had to get the decision of the public prosecutors and the collective sense of the private prosecutors.
Attorney Kapunan, pakisagot lang po yung posisyon ng ilang mga lawyers na kapag natuloy sa witness stand si Attorney Kapunan, si Attorney.
Parang gusto niyo,
Pangalawa na yan.
parang gusto niyo akong i-convict, ha?
Si Attorney Lopez, ma'am, baka daw backfire sa prosecution. This is dangerous daw, kung sakasakali.
We would have been able to handle it because the truth will always out, no? The truth or falsity of whatever it is will always come out. As I said, there still is. She is listed in some other article, and that day may come or may not come when she will again be subpoenaed.
Thank you po. May tanong si Isa.
Opo, last question na lang po. Nabanggit niyo po kanina na dapat kayo po yung mag-handle kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez. Hindi po ba kayo nanghihinayang na matanong siya patungkol po dito sa Article 4?
Oo nga. Nanghihinayang nga ako. Manonood na lang ako ng Netflix mamayang gabi kasi parang, well, I had wanted to do it. Because I've never backed off from a challenge. And to me, it's very important that the truth must out, no? And I felt that with my years of experience, I could do it. But again, as I said, if you watched my manifestation earlier, we should know when to stop. And that was earlier when I said, enough na, stop na. And that is the pitfall. Sometimes we just love to listen to ourselves. That's the pitfall of some lawyers, no? Not realizing that hours and hours of cross-examination. The best rule in cross-examination is don't cross. Don't cross. If you have nothing to ask, don't cross. Or if the witness is an intelligent or competent witness, do not cross-examine too long because you will give the witness an opportunity to explain himself or herself. And that's what I think happened today. It was slow-paced, it was too long, and I don't think it contributed to their cause.
Okay. Hello.
I have a message po sa inyo po
I wish you well, Bea. People are asking, did I make the prenuptial agreement? Actually, I wish I did. Where did you get that?
We're just confirming.
Ano? No, no, I was not. But, ikwentuhan mo nga ako nun. Sino ba?
Alright?
Sana yun na lang ang prinesco natin dito.
Alright, on that note, pwede kayo magkwentuhan later, but...
A prenup? I really have no personal knowledge, but, well, putting on my lawyer's hat, I advise all of you girls here, don't get married.
Alright, on that note, thank you, Attorney, for giving us clarity on these issues. Salamat din sa inyo lahat. Take heed of the advice.
Baka talaga, Miss Marian. Actually, don't get married. Don't get married. Ikaw nagtanong yan. Don't get married.
witnesses namin. Don't think nilista namin siya. The witnesses from the OVP. So we will just determine kung kinakailangan.
Pero may possibility na maging witness din ng defense attorney Zuleika Lopez.
So is that possibility, although ayokong pangunahan kasi sa ngayon, the reason why hindi namin siya nilista is hindi naman, sa tingin namin, nung ginagawa namin yung pre-trial brief, is hindi naman integral yung magiging testimony. So as far as I can say now, as far as I'm concerned for now, hindi decision kung hindi naman siyang witness or hindi. Kaya hindi namin siya nilista.
Attorney, of course, sasabihin ng taga-prosecution, establish na nila yung threat at yung pagpaprat nga ng assassin, do you think ganun talaga ang itakbo ng dalawang testimony ng mga witnesses nila?
It is also expected for the defense to say na para sa amin, hindi pa nila na-establish, diba? But I guess what we can say for the defense is we had targets on the credibility of the witnesses. We had targets on the credibility of Agent Lotto. And we would like to say that as far as the defense lang po is concerned, I think we were able to establish what we wanted to establish. No? As far as the cross-examination went, we are very happy with the way we performed in terms of cross-examination. Now, as to kung na-establish o hindi, then we leave it up to the impeachment court. Very observant naman po yung ating mga senator judges. In fact, yung mga tanong nila very insightful rin. No? So, tingnan na lang natin kung anong naging appreciation nila doon. But again, medyo maaga pa rin, second witness pa lang. I think they will still be presenting Director Matibag on the NBI matter for Monday. So, we will also have to prepare for that.
Oral argument mo, kasi handa na ako.
Yes, handa naman po yung defense because nauna na rin yung member. We will be good.
Sir, reaction lang during the course of the cross-examination earlier and the recross and redirect. Kasi parang nagkaroon ng shift on the narrative of the Operation Roman, quote-unquote. Sinabi doon na from the Dutertes, ito pala ay alleged or apparent threats against the first family. Reaction lang po na.
I think it is unclear kung yung Roman allegedly nabanggit. At least to my mind, hindi siya clear, no? So, but again, we cannot discuss the merits. But kung reaction lang, yun lang ang masasabi ko na hindi pa namin nakikita kung we're talking about one and the same thing o iba ba yun?
Sir, one of the reasons why there was a lengthy proceedings tonight was because there were a lot of interjections from senator judges. Which of the points raised tonight do you think or do you feel was most helpful for your case?
Sorry, you always get difficult to also get insights from those questions and get a better insight on what really happened in terms of this investigation. So that regardless of the nature of senator judges, this will also help us for the next witnesses to come, no, in terms of that NBI investigation.
Sir, without going to the merits again, what was the logic behind playing a portion of Vice President Sara Duterte saying that she's worried about her children and all? What's the purpose or logic of ending the recross with that video?
Well, it's really, as we always tried to do, is really to provide context and to see and to show kung ano yung, well, at least to try to demonstrate the state of mind of the Vice President. Pero yun lang muna.
Sir, advantage ba sa inyo na mas maiksi na yung pagiging trial? Kasi nga, nawala na tayo ng dalawang witness. Di ba, kayo naman talaga nagpo-propose na mas maiksing na trial?
Actually, ganda pa. So, kung kahit namin, siya gagawin din po talaga namin. Kasi ayaw talaga nating tumagal to, no? Kasi the initial projection was around 8 months, I think, and I think all of the parties involved, meaning the defense, the prosecution, and the senator judges are hoping hindi naman tumagal ng ganong katagal yung paglilitis.
Attorney, sorry, going back to Attorney Zulaika. No, po ko, what is so special with Attorney Zulaika that the Vice President actually considered going here?
So I think it's not limited or it's not solely on Attorney Zulaika. Si Vice President, si ways na she really supports. No? If you remember, no, nagpunta rin po yung ating Vice Presidente doon. So, it's not really solely on Attorney Zulaika. It's really concern for all of her employees. Kanya naman talaga yung Vice Presidente. Based on my experience with her, not just a spokesperson of OVP for a very short period, but also in DepEd. In fact, if ito, wala itong kinalaman sa kaso, makukwento ko to. When we were going to the budget hearings, if you remember, in DepEd, sa totoo lang, hindi naman kailangan si VP noon eh. Pwede namang mga undersecretaries lang, hindi ba position sa Vice President. But she really insisted na pupunta siya sa mga proceedings. So, consistent lang naman ang ating Vice Presidente.
Sir, hindi lang reaction, sir. Kasi kanina may sinabi rin si Congressman Terry doon. Kung na lang, sir, kung hindi siya kumuha ng killer, ibig sabihin you have a Vice President that lies, hindi ba? Pero kung totoong nag-contract siya ng killer, then you have a Vice President that contracts a killer. So, dalawa daw yung mag-protest box, sir. Any reaction to that?
Sa amin lang, we're trying to show context. Kasi nga, naging sagot namin is yung issue ng threat, kung naging sagot namin is, yun nga po yung at issue para sa defense. Kung ito na yun. But to release na ito.
Sir, very last from me, very last. Kanina hindi na masyado na-expound, but Attorney Martin Romualdez during his cross highlighted that the Vice President is a lawyer with a 80% rating with her during sa bar examination niya. Ano pong logic nun, sir? Hindi lang kasi masyado na-expound. What's the rationale?
Logic, hirap. We'll go into the merits, but I think it's just to show na it's unnatural for someone let's leave it to the court. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I know it's late. Thank you for waiting for me. Sa inyong
Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is another day.
At least nawalan kayo ng dalawang witness, sir. Advantage sa inyo.
Ay, kuya.
Hindi talaga yung
Yung hostile witness, may mga hostile. Yung qualified. Kasi,
dapat tanongin nyo next time. Pero like, ang para lang alam na, kunyari, so witness list nila ako. So witness list nila ako. So, they're gonna say I'm hostile witness, right? But when I appear before the court, I'm not hostile witness, yes. I have to take the stand. I swear, I take the stand, I'm on direct examination. The first few questions of whoever it is, whether it's the prosecutor or defense calling the allegedly hostile witness, ang kailangan gawin doon is your preliminary question to ask witness and try